Well, a very good morning and welcome to Guildford here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Nottingham and the Surrey live stream for this Royal London 50 over one-day clash between Surrey and Nottinghamshire. Good to have you with us as always, and the good news is the weather here at Guildford is okay at the moment. There was talk of rain, but thankfully at the moment we've got blue sky, a bit of sun. Players have been out there warming up, big crowd in already. It looks an absolute picture. We'll talk you through everything. We're on the roof of the pavilion as always, HMS Guildford. We're on the roof sailing the good ship as always. Delighted to say Jeremy Coney with us throughout the day, which is an absolute joy. And last time I saw this gentleman was the T20 finals day at Edgbaston, where we sat in the rain for a day and then all of a sudden everybody had a panic and watched Notts win the final against Surrey. Dave Bracegirdle, good morning to you, sir. What an absolute pleasure.
Very, very good morning, Mark. Good morning, everybody. I wasn't going to mention the T20, but you've brought it up first thing. We might revisit that day a little later on. Absolutely delighted to make it to Guildford for the first time. Should have come, was it 8-9 years ago, when not should have last been here, but I'd spent the previous 4 days in a tent with Kevin Hand at Uxbridge watching it rain. I was absolutely soaked, so went home instead. So this is my first visit to the ground. Absolutely glorious. The Guildford Festival it's being billed as, and you can understand why. We've got spectators all around the ground, and we're looking forward to a prompt start despite a little bit of rain in the air. I can tell you, Notts, there's one change. A return of the former Surrey favourite, of course, Luke Fletcher. Did have a brief loan spell here 5 or 6 years ago. Luke Fletcher comes back into the side. We know with the bowlers there's going to be a little bit of rotation, but what I wasn't expecting was Lyndon James to be the one to miss out. Bowled really nicely, of course, got a 5-wicket haul at Edgbaston on Sunday. Don't know if he's got a bit of a niggle or it is just a case that all the right arm seamers will be rotated in turn through the course of the Royal London. So Lyndon James misses out. It's the other 10 that played at Edgbaston, which means Peter Trigo, the skipper, congratulations to him, 200th one-day game for him, and Asib Ahmed plays his last game for Notts before he disappears off into the England bubble. Trigo's leading Notts out. He's won the toss. They're in the field so quickly. Sol Budinger, Peter Trigo, Asib Ahmed, Matt Montgomery, Joey Everson, Liam Patterson, Dane Shardendorf, Brett Hutton, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Bracegirdle. Now, Mr. Bracegirdle, of course, will have to nip off at the top and the bottom of the hour. That's a technical term, everybody, to do his updates for BBC Radio Nottingham. Surrey one change as well from the side that beat Yorkshire at Scarborough, very convincingly by 5 wickets. And Ben Geddes drops out the side. Ricky Clark, a man of Guildford, of course, comes into the side. So I think it'll be Mark Stoneman, Hashim Amla, Jamie Smith, Ryan Patel, Nico Reefer, Ricky Clark, Tim David, Gus Atkinson, Conor McCurr, Matt Dunn and Dan Moriarty. And the other big bit of news from the middle is that Nottinghamshire won the toss and have stuck Surrey in, which is no great surprise because teams do like a target these days. Plus there's a bit of cloud cover this morning. And Mr. Bracegirdle came up with a very good point. The last time these two met in a one-day game was the final. When was that? 2017? 2017. Yeah. The Hales show, that was. One of the great innings of all time from Alex Hales. And much like that very day, it looks as if it will be Luke Fletcher to get us started. Stoneman will be on strike. And Amla down at the non-strikers end, and Stoneman, of course, made that 100 as well, didn't he?
Yeah,
in the final.
He got 144, which was either the best or the second best score in a Lord's final. And of course, then Hales went past it. Quite extraordinary. But as you say, the first ball of that 27 final was bowled by Luke Fletcher. Jason Roy had a little fiddle at it, and the safe hands of Ricky Vessels for once let him down.
In a very good book I read, Luke Fletcher explained that he'd persuaded Chris Reed the night before, didn't he? Yeah. Even though Broad was playing and Pastinson was playing, he said, give me the first ball at Jason. I reckon I can nick him off. Yeah. Did, and Vessels dropped it. But it all turned out rosy in the end for Nottinghamshire that day. Will it today? Well, we will wait to see. They chased at the final. They'll be chasing today, having won the toss and stuck Surrey in. So 2 slips are in there for Luke Fletcher from this pavilion end. Mr. Bracegirdle's off to do his first update of the day at 11 o'clock. So first ball of the day, Luke Fletcher running away from us from the pavilion end to the left-handed Stoneman, who's forward solidly to his first delivery. and pushes this into the leg side, and there's no run. Stoneman made 73 not out at Scarborough. Surrey beating Yorkshire by 5 wickets last week, and then Nottinghamshire beating Warwickshire by 86 runs. That's Hamid with 100. I was lucky enough to see him make the 100 against India last week at Durham as well. Hamid batted beautifully. So looking forward to watching him bat again today. He stood at second slip at the moment as Fletcher over the wicket to Stoneman. Good length delivery again. Stoneman pushes away out into the offside, and there is no run. Now, just to explain, we're on the roof of the pavilion. Then we've got all the marquees down at the railway end with all the... Oh dear, there goes our marquee. Thank you, John Surtees, head of comms, head of live streaming, head of Guildford, has almost just knocked the entire tent over behind us. But great to have the great man on stage with us, as some musicians used to say, as Fletcher over the wicket he comes to Stoneman. Stoneman forward, thickish edge, and runs away down to third man, and they'll pick up the first run of the day. So Stoneman gets Surrey up and running, and Surrey 1 without loss in this first over. So we've got the Woodbridge Road away to our right, which is a very busy road with the... Well, it's quite a famous petrol station, because when Ali Brown got a double 100 against Hampshire here in a one-day game, a lot of his shots ended up in the petrol station, and people filling up their cars got the shock of their lives. There is an ice cream van down to our right. We can actually see the trains coming in and out of Guildford station. Always get it the wrong way round. And then to our left, that Dune Wharf, which a few balls will end up in today if it's anything like other one-day games here. But it's a lovely place to watch cricket, it really is, and packed today as Amla on strike for his first ball. Fletcher's into him, Amla's in behind this one, pushes it away into the offside, and there is no run as Everson comes up to do the fielding in there at extra cover. But if you're watching on the live stream, you'll be seeing the pictures and seeing how lovely the ground looks. The marquees down at the railway end are a little bit like a miniature mound stand at Lord's, with the sort of upturned umbrellaed roofs, and that's what for all the sort of committees and important people sat in the marquees. The beer tents down there as well. As over the wicket comes Fletcher to Amla, and on a foolish length again, Fletcher immediately getting this ball up to the bat and driving. There was Amla, and that rolled up towards the captain, Peter Trigo, up there at mid-off. We were giggling to ourselves about seeing the 2 youngsters out there captaining these 2 sides, Peter Trigo and Hashim Amla, out there at the toss of the coin. But again, we've got some of the youngsters playing today, so great to watch them again in this Royal London One Day Cup. Tremendous competition this, as Fletcher strides in once again over the wicket to Amla, and Amla, oh lovely, little late cut down into the turf and up again, and that flies over the top of backward point and whistles away for our first boundary. Lovely touch shot that from Hashim Amla, just leant back, let it hit the bat, flew into the turf, bounced over backward point, and races to the boundary rope for our first boundary, and 1 over gone. Surrey 5 without loss. Mr. Bracegirdle has done his first update of the day, and he's back with us under our little tent. And well, solid start from Surrey in that first over.
Very much so, yes. There's no protection at all, is there, for the bowlers in this format anyway, in the power play. But here, not the biggest of grounds, very, very picturesque. Really like the look of it. And if you beat the ring, you're going to get full value for your shot. I have to say, I don't know what's the word for a lover of trees. But certainly, if you know your trees, this is the ground for you.
A horticulturalist.
Well, is that trees or is that all plants?
I don't know.
I don't know. We're disappearing down a bit of a rabbit hole already, aren't we? As Brett Hutton prepares to bowl the second over, bowling to Stoneman, and the ball goes through to Shardendorf. 2 slips, Matt Montgomery and Asiba Mead, backward point, extra cover and mid-off for the fielders on the offside. In fact, there's a third man just down below who's got to peer over this gantry to see Dane Patterson, and then there are 3 fielders on the leg side.
I got the other day ornithology and orthodontistry round the wrong way.
You don't want to get those mixed up.
No, so I wouldn't go with my horticultural list.
You don't want a bird fancier to be looking at your teeth, as Hutton is in again to Mark Stoneman. Stayed here, didn't go back to Durham with Scott Borthwick. They came in sort of a buy one get one free package, didn't they, Borthwick and Stoneman, and Scotty's gone back to the north. Another train goes over the viaduct at the far end of the ground. Could be saying that many, many times today.
Amazing. Amazing. I've just got a bit of information from Mr. Coney. Yeah.
There is Brett Hutton in and bowls. This is run by Stoneman to backward point. Budinger, who must have saved 50 runs in the field on Sunday, as a rather routine bit of fielding to do there, but he's a real live wire, Budinger, at backward point.
Dendrology is the study of trees.
It's been worth coming already, isn't it? It's been worth coming already.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, look, feeling the bark, a bit of hugging, yes, a bit of tree hugging as well. Dendrology, Mr. Bracegirdle.
Because there's a lot of different ones, aren't there, as well? I don't really know the difference. There's Houghton is in and it's worked way behind square. I'm not asking you to identify them all, but there are.
I think it's a fair comment from you that there are a lot of different trees.
Well, different sorts of trees, Mark. Different breeds, different types. That's a willow, isn't it? A pussy willow or a...
Yes, over Dune Wharf, I think so.
I think we've got a chestnut or two and one others. There's a dead one at the far end, which I understand has been like that for many years.
Yeah, and down that end as well is where all the cars are parked, down at the railway end. And there are, you just have to be a little bit careful if someone gets in down at that end and hits straight.
Charlie knows. Charlie, just at the same time as Mr. Coney was imparting his knowledge, has said dendrophile. Thanks, Charlie, as Hashim Amla forces it into the offside, gets a run. And Surrey have 7 runs on the board. As I look to my left to scan the Jumbotron. Does seem as if there's only one of the batsman's numbers working. Is that right, or has Hamler scored all the runs? He must have done.
Yes, he has. Yes.
So 7 on the board, all 5 from the bat to Hashim Amla. Brett Hutton bowls to Mark Stoneman, still looking for his first run. And he defends very pleasant now. I thought we were going to have a real old downpour 15 or 20 minutes or so ago, but it's very nice indeed. And that's the end of the second over, 7 without loss.
No, you're right, because Amla's got 5, but Stoneman's got 2. So I think only one side of the scoreboard is working. So that will keep us on our toes today. 2 overs gone, 7 without loss then. Surrey having been stuck in by Nottinghamshire as I start manually scoring as well here. So
yes, because Stoneman got the first run.
He did,
down to
down to third man. So yeah, so Stoneman on 2, Amla on 5. And Amla is on strike here to Luke Fletcher, 3rd over of the day, coming into Amla on a goodish length, and Amla pushes this one up towards mid-off. Peter Trigo again comes round to his right to do the fielding, and there is no run. So at the moment, slip, third man, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and Mead's out there now. He come out from second slip into short mid-wicket, and then fine leg on the edge of the circle. But as Dave Bracegirdle so rightly said, there's no margin for error here. Beat the infield, you're going to pick up a boundary. As Amla waits again, Fletcher's into him. Amla looks to drive expansively through extra covers. Threw it a little early here, and it's straight back up the pitch to Luke Fletcher, who does the fielding off his own bowling. And straight away with Luke Fletcher here, good line, good length, up to the bat. And it's what he does. He'll be looking to see if there's any swing or any movement, and if there is, it'll be Luke Fletcher that finds it. There's a group of gentlemen that have come dressed up as, well, they're in safari outfits down to our left-hand side today.
They are indeed.
Very good from them. As Fletcher is into Amla, and Amla's to get a flick down the leg side, and it's very well taken, tumbling away to his left by Schardendorf. Wide is the signal. I think I was just waiting to see whether there was any trouser on that, but there wasn't, so wide the signal. That'll be 1 more to the total. 8 without loss on that scoreboard. Well, it still says 7, but in a moment it will tick round to 8. Otherwise this could be a long old day as Fletcher turns again down below us. So I do like the one-day kit for Nottinghamshire this year. It is very green, quite rightly. As over the wicket again, Fletcher back of a length this time. Amla's jumping, tucks this one up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
It's Surrey's definitely black? Because I often get told off if I say it's black, people say no, it's dark blue.
Yeah, I think it is.
When I say dark blue, they say it's black.
I think it is, with the duck egg blue stripe upon the shoulder.
Yeah, duck egg blue.
Duck egg blue, that's officially duck egg blue. As I always say, if you want your toilet done in that colour, just take it in and ask for the Surrey duck egg blue. If you need your bathroom painted in that colour, be very pleasant. As over the wicket comes Fletcher again to Amler, and that's just jumped on Amler from back of a length. Nicely played by Hashim Amler, and he'll just run that one off with soft hands down towards third man, and Surrey pick up another single. My manual scoring's going really well here. 9 without loss, Surrey, in the third over. Hashim Amler's got 6, and Mark Stoneman's on 2.
It's a little early for the Jumbotron to pack up today. It didn't quite make it through the third over.
Yes. I'm sure someone's plugging some batteries in somewhere at the moment. There is a little manual scoreboard down there, so someone could go.
Looking? Where are we looking?
Just to the left of the big one.
Oh.
As in over the wicket comes Fletcher to Stoneman. Up on his toes goes Stoneman, nudges leg side, takes another single. One more to Stoneman. Sorry, move on to 10 without loss.
I've got 20 minutes before I've got to tell Radio Nottingham what the score is. We'll just soldier on and still. You said duck egg blue there, Mark. Isn't that where we get a duck from in cricket? A batsman scoring naught, and they used to say that looks like a duck egg on the scorecard, and it became a duck egg, and then it became a duck.
Do you know what? This morning already, we're only 10 minutes into this, I've found out what the name for study of trees is, where a duck comes from. As over the wicket once again is Fletcher, and Amler drives back up the ground. Hasn't really timed this. They'll take the quick single, they'll be all right. Fletcher maybe got a little fingertip to that, and Dane Patterson came scampering round to do the fielding, but they'll pick up one more to the total. 11 without loss, Surrey, after 3 overs here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio London, and of course the Surrey live stream. Dave Bracegirdle alongside, and Jeremy Coney will be with us after 5 overs. We're doing 5 over blocks today. Oh look, scoreboard, 11 without loss, Amler on 7. So there we are, the total's correct now, which is excellent news. And well, it's the numbers you need, isn't it? Those are the numbers you need, 11 without loss. So you know what the score is. And Amler getting ready for over 4.
I'm being very, very useful here because I've managed to find a page. Why is it called a duck in cricket? As Amler pushes this back to Brett Hutton. Yes, I'm right. It did used to be called a duck egg. And there are different types of ducks, of course, which we all know about. Mark, what is a golden duck?
That's when you're out first ball, or you're at a National Trust property looking at a lake, and there it is, the famous golden duck of Daptune Wharf.
11 without loss. Brett Hutton bowling the 4th over of the morning here. Surrey v Notts. They both won their first game in the group. This one steered into the offside, fielded by Ben Slater. You're absolutely right. A golden duck is when a batsman is dismissed on the first ball they faced. What's a silver duck, Mark? What's a silver duck?
Can we just say, the great man himself, Stephen Mullaney. Hello, Mr. Mullaney, who's listening in. Lovely to have you with us. He says it's lovely listening to you, but can you stop talking about ducks and trees, please? So yes,
it's a long day, Skip. It's a long day. 100 overs. Here's Brett Hutton bowling to Amler, who pushes this back to Brett Hutton. There's a silver duck. That's when a batsman has been dismissed second ball of the innings.
And then let me guess, if they're out third ball, it's a bronze duck.
You're absolutely right.
Yes.
You're 3 out of 3 this morning.
Tell you know what they should do? They should have a massive sort of athletics and swimming and diving and all sports competition, and then hand out medals, gold, silver and bronze. That'd catch on, wouldn't it? In the shape of a duck.
2 slips still, Montgomery and Asiba Mead. Brett Hutton from the railway end, and Amler hits it down towards that end. He's taken the aerial route, might just run away towards the hospitality marquees. It won't, it'll be pulled back. Good bit of fielding. I think it was more that the ball plugged rather than skipped on, and they only come back for a couple. That was a mighty blow for 2 runs.
Yeah, it just didn't get hold of it, Hashim Amler, but I think he's sort of saying to Hutton, I'm not just going to let you bowl on that length the whole time. So it's more of a sort of a pitching wedge, wasn't it? If you were playing golf and spun back to within a couple of foot of the hole. But 2 more to Amler. It plugged as well, a touch in the outfield. We did have some rain this morning,
Hutton again. Will Amler continue to play his shots? He will, and he's hit this one. Oh, Peter Trigo at mid-off has thrown himself forward. It was one of those where the fielder is in, I guess, two minds as to whether to go for the catch or to make sure of the stop. Trigo elected to throw himself forward, trying to scoop it up, but in doing so, somehow managed to dive over the top of the ball. But he was quickly to his feet, scampered after it, and another 2 to Amler.
Well, Peter Trigo has got lovely teeth. Whenever you see a photo of Peter Trigo, I thought he was about to lose them there. As he dived forward on the half volley, he did pretty well actually to get something on it.
He did. Again, just enough really to take the pace off it. Eventful over. Brett Hutton in to bowl to Amler, and he'll chop this down to third, as it's now being termed across the various cricket formats. Luke Fletcher does the fielding. I'll wait until the scoreboard has just cranked back into life before telling you the score. It is the end of the over. Could be something like 16 or 17 or 18 without loss, but at the moment the board says it's 11.
I think it's 16.
16
without loss, with Hashim Amler on 11, Mark Stoneman on 3.
Ignoring the Nottinghamshire skipper, I've got 2 more for you. Titanium duck.
Oh yes, what's that?
That is, we're dismissed for naught without facing a delivery. Normally run out.
I didn't know that actually. And have we had platinum yet?
We haven't.
We've had bronze, haven't we? Diamond? We've had diamond.
We've had diamond, yeah.
King pair of ducks. Yeah, we have those. As Luke Fletcher, 5th over from the pavilion end. It's been one of the more confusing 16 minutes of my career, this. Fletcher comes in over the wicket to Amler, and Amler's up on his toes, tucks this into the leg side. No width for Hashim Amler. And round comes Hamid to do the fielding, and there's no run.
And the very last one before I'll ever refer to it again, a golden goose. What's that? What's a golden goose?
Isn't that something you get at Christmas? Isn't?
Well, it's on this. It's on
What,
this
is that a
website.
cricketing
It's
term?
onlycricket.com. Yes, it's under all the different cricketing ducks. There's a golden goose, and that is if a batsman is dismissed for naught from the first ball of the first match of the season. It's a golden goose. There you are.
There's Fletcher over the wicket to Amler. Some people have got a lot of time on their hands, and that hits the thigh guard of Amler as he's looking to flick that one down towards fine leg. Coming back for 2. He's got to be quick here, Amler, with the throw. That must have been tight. He had to get the skates on there, did Hashim Amler. Leg buys the signal. The stumps have been destroyed, but just for a second it was almost like he was running in treacle there, Hashim Amler. But he's back for 2 more to the total. And that moves Surrey on to 18 without loss. But that's definitely got the hamstring stretch for Hashim Amler, because as he turned, fielder picked ball up and turned, and he really had to get his skates going for the last sort of 5-6 yards there, did Hashim Amler. And I think if we'd been on TV, that would have gone upstairs.
They'd have had a little look at it, wouldn't they? They're just checking to see if the ball's okay. Dane Patterson didn't like the look of it, but he's called across both the bowler Luke Fletcher and the captain Peter Trigo, and they've decided to get on with it. Umpires are Ben Debenham and Chris Watts for this one.
Over the wicket again is Fletcher. Oh, short one from Fletcher, and just sways inside it. Does Hashim Amler. There's some blue sky now, which is rather lovely. You can see over the back the sort of hills of Guildford, and it looks a bit stormy over there, but fingers crossed that's not coming this way. And you just see, Mr. Bracegirdle, the top of the cathedral there as well, over the top of the trees. Famous cathedral.
Makes good radio, you pointing and me
over
looking.
the trees there, if everyone can see that on the radio. But yeah, so I can see the top of the cathedral to our left.
Don't worry folks, it's
Fletcher's
not there.
in, and Amler tucks this one down to short fine leg off his hip. He'll pick up another single, one more to Amler.
Because Guildford is a city, and isn't that the definition of a cathedral?
Yes, I believe so. You have to be officially a city, you have to have a cathedral, as I understand it. Well, Guildford definitely has one of those. And as I say, we can see the top of it away to our left.
Where?
There, through those trees, David. Look, to your left, David. Those trees. You're the one who kept banging on about trees.
I can see a chimney pot.
That's it. That's the top of the cathedral.
There's a chimney pot on top of the cathedral.
Now, that is the cathedral through there.
Okay.
Through all those trees you were going on about. As Fletcher
It's going to be a long day.
comes in over the wicket to Stoneman, who's forward, pushing this one up towards mid-off. Quick singles taken to Dane Patterson, who's off balance as he throws. And again, it's a very tight single from the reaction of the Nottinghamshire fielders, but Stoneman safely through. He'll move on to 4 and Surrey move on to 20 without loss. Oh, the scoreboard's working. Well done, everybody. There we go. All the bits are working now on the scoreboard. Although I was quite enjoying my manual scoring, I have to say, in this 5th over. There we go. 20 without loss, it says on the scoreboard. Oh, I got it wrong. I had Amler down as 12. As Fletcher coming in over the wicket to Amler. And Amler just opens the face, lets it come to him and runs this down to the left of backward point. Now take a single. That'll be 1 more to the total, 1 more to Hashim Amler. Thank you to Mr. Bracegirdle.
Yes, I'll step aside, make way for a legend.
Yes,
Speak
indeed.
to you later.
Yes, and Jeremy Coney. Absolute pleasure as always to have Mr. Coney here. And my first question to Jeremy Coney is going to be, did he ever play at Guildford? And if not, is his first trip to Guildford? And if so, is it the first time he's sat on the roof of the pavilion at Guildford? Those are the 3 I'm going to sort of hard hitting with Jeremy Coney to get us started, just to ease him in, as it's going to be Brett Hutton to continue down there from the railway end of the ground. And we're on a little stage here with a tent above us. We could be at a literary festival, really, couldn't we? We could be reading our memoir. Well, Jeremy Coney could be reading his memoirs, but well, Dave Bracegirdle, published author in many different guises as well, of course. So Brett Hutton it will be from the railway end to bowl our 6th over. Surrey here 21 without loss. Amler is on strike on 14 as Hutton is into Amler. It's down the leg side now. They've gone for the strangle and Amler's walking. Amler is walking. He's tried to tuck that off his hip and Hashim Amler has walked. So Hashim Amler making his way off down below us. Didn't wait for the umpire. Whether Mr. Watts was going to stick his finger up or not, we'll never know, because Hashim Amler turned and departed disappointed to have got a little nibble on that. Goes for 14. A dramatic moment to say good morning to Jeremy Coney.
Morning, Mark. Morning, everybody. Lovely atmosphere here today. Yes, the fall of the first Surrey wicket, of course, the captain of the day, Hashim Amler, it was short enough and the angle just encouraged him to just try and paddle it away down to fine leg with a horizontal bat shot, in other words, not just a tuck. And he got a wee feather on it as well, and he just headed off straight away. So, bit of a shame for him. He was just, I mean, it's been a watchful start, I think you'd say, for Surrey. I think when you come to these outgrounds, which I love coming to these, you know, it's all that sort of arc of sort of chairs around the boundary. I hope everyone is watchful today, because they're not long boundaries, so there is an element of danger to the older fans today.
There is.
So someone's going to have to watch them. I would like to say deck chairs, but that's not in fact true. They are those white plastic ones. And as you say, a lovely bucolic kind of atmosphere and surroundings. One dead tree.
Yes, that tree has been dead for a while, actually.
It certainly looks like it.
Yes.
Something's gone on with that tree at some point in its history.
It's ever since I've been coming here, it's never had any foliage. Foliage? Leaves, basically. So it's just all you can see really is the bark of the tree.
Yeah, it's like Dead Man's Gulch.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Lovely description. Now Ryan Patel is out there in the middle. So my question to you was,
so that sounded more like an interrogation rather than question.
Have you been here before? Have you ever played at Guildford Cricket? Never. Right. That's
first time here.
This is your first time here.
Yes.
That is a joy, because, as I say, it's one of the nicer places, as you've just said, to come and watch cricket, especially on a day like today, where the weather's okay at the moment, as Hutton is into Ryan Patel, batting at 3 for Surrey, and the first ball short, and the left-handed Patel pushes this one out towards cover point.
Yeah, well, it's a club ground, isn't it? I mean, it is small. The potential is for a lot of runs. It's quite a large block, square, what you call them, and so that you get good value if you hit the ball square or you drive it and get it away through the covers. There's a sort of about a 5 metre gap from the rope to the people.
Hutton is into Patel. Forward he comes to a good length ball, and there's no ruck.
You were talking about that busy road.
The Woodbridge Road.
Yeah, the Woodbridge Road.
Yes,
well,
yes.
It's woody, isn't it? And
Yes.
I've seen one train so far going in an anti-clockwise direction above the little aqueduct. It looks like an aqueduct to me, but it's really just a nice... Obviously, the road goes through it, does it?
It does. You go underneath that. Right to left, I think, is
Where's it going?
into Guildford Station.
Okay.
Left to right is going towards London Waterloo. As over the wicket once again comes Hutton, and this one's left alone outside. He's off stump by Ryan Patel.
Whatever it was bright red, wasn't it?
South West Trains livery. South West Trains livery, that. But yes, they become, during the day, they don't really become any more exciting every time you see the train.
No.
But you hear them coming, and they sound very... Now, this is a true thing. They sound very loud because of the trees down there. That makes the sound of the train echo more, we found out, due to the trees. As waiting is Ryan Patel. As over the wicket comes Brett Hutton. Oh, Patel drives. Thick edge. Flies past Hamid at second slip. Nicely bowled by Hutton. Genuine edge that. Looking to drive. Just the 2 slips in there at this stage. As you can hear, the wind is rattling around our little tent on the roof. But one more to the total. And 22 for 1. I think that should be on the old scoreboard. And Ryan Patel has moved on to 1, and Mark Stoneman comes back onto strike on 4. The wicket to go, that of Hashim Amla in this over, caught down the leg side of Brett Hutton. As Hutton in once more over the wicket to Stoneman, and Stoneman's forward pushes this one to backward point, and there's no run.
You know, you'd have to say the first marks to Notts. I think you would. You know, the fact that you can bowl with a short, fine leg, and certainly the man out just on square as well, but nothing has really gone to that man at fine leg at all. In other words, the line of the bowlers has been predominantly off stump and just outside, bowling at, say, a 4th stump if it was there. We've seen a couple of singles come down to third man. Third man's going to be important on a ground like this, I think. That little 4th stump, 5th stump line of the bowlers to be just knocked down to sort of third man backward point area. He's going to have to really get his skates on to get around there and save those boundaries. And I know it's been a little bit of rain early this morning, and it might just slow the ball across the ground a tad for a while, but I think as the day goes, if we don't get any more rain, that's going to quicken up. I think also the pitch has looked a little bit slow. We haven't seen any drives really, and the one that Amla tried went aerial, didn't it? And then one almost a catch to mid-off.
7th over, Fletcher from the pavilion end into the left-handed Ryan Patel, who's pushing up towards mid-on, and there's no rush.
So that makes it difficult to hit through the ball. You're going to have to hit up and over and try and clear that 30-metre circle. And once you do that, of course, at the moment with the power play in operation, you're going to get a boundary. And I'm quite keen on seeing openers be prepared to do that in the 50-over game, to come down astride at the bowlers, coming down the length so that you've got your pad as a second line of defence.
Over the wicket comes Fletcher once again. Good length. Oh, Ryan Patel was thinking about a single that was never there because Trigo was coming round from mid-on. Dive through at the bowler's end. Stoneman did well there. Didn't really move too much because Ryan Patel was setting off for a single. But Stoneman just stood his ground at the non-striker's end. Otherwise, he could have been in trouble. Just looked to my right there, and Hashim Amla was sat with Natalie Doyle away to our right, the best analyst in the business, away to our right-hand side, watching his innings to our right. I remember doing that with Don Bess a couple of years ago as well. As in over the wicket once more comes Fletcher. That's very wide and very short outside.
Has
the
to be
stump.
something.
Yep, it is a wide. Signalled by umpire Debenham. It was going to be something, that, and it was signalled wide by umpire Debenham. I think he just slipped a touch there, did Luke Fletcher, as he let it go. Well, he's looking back at the foot holds as he walks back, but that'll be one more to the total, and 23 for 1 now, Surrey.
He's a big lad, Luke, isn't he?
He is.
He doesn't. You wouldn't say he gets to an express pace, but he's a momentum bowler now. He gets it going and then just keeps thundering through.
He's in again, and this one's tucked away into the leg side by Ryan Patel. And Trigo will come round to do the fielding. One more to Ryan Patel. That'll take him on to 2 now and move Surrey on to 24 for 1. But of course, he's still up there as one of the best signings by Surrey ever.
Oh, absolutely.
Played a couple of games deflection and came down. No, great bloke, absolutely brilliant bloke, and a very, very fine bowler as well.
Yeah,
very fine bowler.
Well, a nibbler, and some of the pitches I'm sure that he confronts, he's able to actually sort of get some sympathetic response from his, I don't know, whispering fingers.
Yeah, absolutely. The whispering fingers of
Luke Fletcher.
That's what Bray should have called the book. The Whispering Fingers of Luke Fletcher. I like that a lot. Here are the whispering fingers of Luke Fletcher coming round the wicket.
But the thundering feet.
Yes, to Stoneman, who's turning this one out into the leg side and will pick up a single. Well, I think he's the leading wicket taker in the Championship this season.
The run-up is similar to Angus Fraser. What was it with the braces?
With his braces attached to the sight screen behind
that's
him.
That's right.
One of the great descriptions.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. 25 for 1, running into a very stiff breeze. But he's a fantastic performer, Luke Fletcher. And I'm not just saying this, but Mr. Bracegirdle's book with him is it's well worth a look, everybody. Tales from the Front Line, it's called, which I thought was a very clever title as well. As in over the wicket once more comes Fletcher. And short ball, which Ryan Patel's looking to punch, but no width there really, and it goes straight back up the pitch, and Fletcher does the fielding off his own bowling. Well, it's lovely that the skipper, Mr. Mullaney's listening in this morning. One of the great men of cricket, Stephen Mullaney. And of course, he's off playing in the 100 at the moment for the Trent Rockets. So I hope you're well. I haven't seen Mr. Mullaney for ages, which is a great shame. For me, I bet he's absolutely delighted that I've been locked away. 25 for 1. As Fletcher, that little look from Ryan Patel, Burns-esque. And that's a short one, which Ryan Patel's sort of half-heartedly had a bit of a pull at here. I think he was thinking, I'll let this go. Then he decided to have a pull at it, and in the end didn't really do either. End of the over, 7 gone, and Surrey are 25 for 1.
Yeah, well, that indicates again, I think, the slow nature of this pitch. And I guess as a pro coming to a club ground, you have just that little question in your mind. What are we going to be playing on today? Am I going to be able to play my full range of shots and give people, a good look at me and my skills in the cricket bag? But that looks to me as if you're going to be playing square a lot. A lot of runs are going to go square today unless you're prepared to go aerial down the ground.
Well, it's interesting because I've seen a lot of flat ones here at Guildford, high scoring. I saw Amler get a double 100 here. I saw Langer get 300 here once. As Brett Hutton, 8th over, is into Stoneman, who's cutting. Oh, what a stop that is at backward point. That's a lovely bit of work from Budinger, and he's actually wearing number 1. And if you wear number 1, you have to sort of be quite good at what you're doing. And he's done that very well there, diving. It's always like if you're wearing bright boots, I think. You have to sort of stand up.
So you're going to draw attention to yourself?
Yeah, but that was a brilliant bit of work, wasn't it, at backward point? Now, we've got a little bit of rain, I'm afraid, everybody. There are some darker clouds behind us sort of coming over the YMCA, as in over the wicket comes Hutton. This is short and wide and cut for 4 by Mark Stoneman, and that whistles off to the boundary rope for 4 runs. And they've been good this morning, Knots, in the fact that is that our first boundary?
No, second.
Second boundary.
Amler got 1.
Amler got 1, didn't he? So Stoneman's first boundary. He moves on to 9.
And in the same position, backward point. So if you just drag it down a little bit, you give the batsman a wee bit of extra time to get into position to play that stroke. They were different shots. Amler, of course, more wristy, used just more of a straight bat to angle it away in the first or second over. But that was a cut stroke.
Our tent's going to become very popular in a minute with the rain falling.
Everyone's pulling the electrical things inside.
As Hutton's round the wicket to Stoneman, just straightens on Mark Stoneman to touch this one. He was looking, I think, originally to work that leg side and then just straightened a touch on him, and he's coming down to do some guarding. There we are. There's the red livery of the Southwest Trent.
And look, they're bright doors, aren't they?
Yep, yellow and blue doors.
Yeah.
And very good service that normally. Very good,
Yeah.
quite punctual.
And just a glimpse in between the trees as it departs through there.
Quite
That's
romantic that, really, isn't
well,
it?
and look, the bus, a toned brown bus, just at a discreet distance.
The
Probably the
Nottinghamshire
team.
team bus, I think, parked in that corner.
Yes.
As Hutton's again back of a leg this time, and Stoneman's pushing this one out towards extra cover, and there's no run. It's got a bit gloomy here as well now, actually, with this dark cloud. Now, I have to say, behind us, from where the weather doth come, it does look a little gloomy. But fingers crossed, this is just a passing shower. That's sort of what you say in these situations. 9th over, 29.
I suppose every shower is
passing.
in a sense.
Absolutely. 8th over, apologies.
I think
Hutton
most of our audience might be passing too.
This one's turned leg side by Stoneman into Ward's Hamid in there at short mid wicket, and there's no run. Well, as I say, actually, if you tuned in this morning to hear the cricket, you've learned an awful lot as well, haven't you?
Dendrology.
Dendrology.
Yeah, study of trees.
All the duck stuff
Yeah.
I'd never heard of before. And now we've got romantic trains and passing showers.
Yeah.
So it's all happening here at Guildford at the moment. It's actually raining quite heavily at the moment, but we're sticking out there as Hutton. Round the wicket he comes again to Stoneman, and Stoneman just back of a length, just climbed on him a touch this one. He cuts it down to backward point, and again there is no run. So the solitary boundary in the over from Mark Stoneman, and Surrey 29 for 1 after 8 overs. But as I say, at the moment we're out there in rain, and this will get the umpires twitchy. But in fact, they're not even looking at each other at the moment. Umpire Watson Debenham quite happy to carry on, which I think is the right decision, Mr. Coney, at the moment.
He's got the hat on, of course, which always helps.
It does. It does. When it
No
rains.
feel of the rain, the cold rain on the bald pate. Whether it's bald or not, I'm sorry to the family.
I don't know.
But yeah, again, just slow pitch at the moment. It was interesting going to backward point. Looks as if it's going to be a change of bowling
Yeah,
at the Fletcher end.
Yep.
Fletcher's had his turn for a wee while, so Dane Patterson's going to come in with, it looks like, a right arm bowler. I haven't seen much of Dane.
Yeah, he's a very good bowler, and he's done some spectacular things already for Nottinghamshire. He might not get a bowl here though, because as we say that, the umpires are now getting together for a chat. As I've just noticed that one of the party that has come with the gentleman in safari suits has come as an inflatable flamingo.
Yes.
As you do. So down to our left. Oh, here comes the rain.
Oh.
This is proper rain now. You'll probably hear this on the effects mic and on our little tent on the roof. But yeah, this is a proper shower now. This is the sort of thing they were talking about. Now, what we'll do from a broadcasting point of view is just pull our kit in a little bit. And we will probably leave you now for the time being, due to the fact that we're getting flooded. So we'll be back with you as soon as we get back out there. But at the moment, with the rain falling heavily
See you,
here
Jeff.
at Guildford, cheerio, Mr. Coney. We'll be back with you as soon as we get back out there. Well, a very warm welcome back to Guildford here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio London and the Surrey live stream. We've got very good news for you. We're underway again. We had a deluge after 8 overs after Nottinghamshire have won the toss and stuck Surrey in to bat this morning at 11 o'clock. 29 for 1 Surrey when the heavens opened and off we came. And I think what the common consensus was, with the amount of rain that we had, we'd do well to get back out there. Well, we are back out there, which is the best bit of news. And playing conditions now are 30 overs a side. So that's why as well, when Nottinghamshire won the toss, they stuck Surrey in, because that total, whatever Surrey get, will get changed by Duckworth-Lewis. So 30 overs a side. So Surrey have already had their first power play. That's the other thing. They've already had their first power play, because the first power play is overs 1 to 6 now. Well, Surrey are in over 8. So we're now into the second power play. And that's just been signalled by umpire Debenham. And Dane Patterson was about to bowl the 9th over when the heavens opened. And he will bowl the 9th over now. Peter Trigo's used his time constructively and has had a photo with Sir John Major during the rain break, which is very clever of Mr. Trigo, the captain. Ryan Patel will be on strike, so they can now get men outside the fielding circle, of course, because we're in the second power play. 4 of them, in fact. So that'll be third man sweeper on the cover rope, the fine leg and the deep backward square for Nottinghamshire. Ryan Patel on 3, apologies. And Stoneman on 9. So Dane Patterson is into the attack for the first time. From the pavilion end, we're underway again, coming in over the wicket to Ryan Patel, who's punching off the back foot out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. And they will pick up a single as the throw comes in over the top of the stumps. Dave Bracegirdle has dried out, bless him. So we all got pretty wet up here. Brace has got very, very wet indeed, but he's dried out now, away to our left-hand side. Mr. Jeremy Coney will be alongside me in a moment. He's just finding his headphones, I think. He put them in his bag, sat down and then realised he'd left them in his bag, as Patterson is in to Stoneman, short, and Stoneman is flicking this off his hip down to the fine leg boundary rope for 4. So it's only our third boundary so far. We had a couple before the rain break, and Stoneman just helping that one off his hip, and that whistled off down to the boundary rope for 4 runs. 34 for 1 now Surrey here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Nottingham. But everybody's been using the rain break very constructively. Some people have written articles. Gareth Batty's still doing an interview away to our left. He's been doing that interview for about 45 minutes live back to somebody, as over the wicket comes Dane Patterson to Mark Stoneman. Stoneman looking to work leg side, hits the thigh guard, rolls away, and there's no run. Welcome back, Jeremy Coney.
Still alive.
Still here. Still
after
with
a long
us.
swim.
Still with us. Well, I was saying everybody's used their time constructively.
Well, you've met Sir John Major.
Well, not just me. Peter Trigo did, and had his photo with him, and has put it on social media, which is brilliant from Peter Trigo. That is using your time constructively as the captain of Nottinghamshire in the Royal London One Day Cup.
Not the other way around. Sir John putting it on with Peter Trigo.
He may have asked. As over the wicket once again, Patterson forward goes Stoneman, pushes this one out into the offside. They'll pick up a single. One more to
Well, did you say anything? Or were you just
Mr. Major?
Yes, no, just a listener.
I just listened.
Okay.
And nodded sagely at the right moments, trying to look intelligent. 35 for 1. Just agreeing with everything, yes.
Well.
Yes. So I learned an awful lot, not from Sir John, in that conversation.
What, he wasn't talking much?
He didn't say a lot, no. As Patterson comes running away from us from this pavilion end. He's into Ryan Patel, drive, stick edge, that's flying off down towards third man. Will it get there? No. Great bit of work down in front of the marquees, and they'll pick up a couple. Now, this is a 30 over a side game, Mr. Coney, so the whole equation for Surrey changes in the fact they've had their first power play now.
Exactly.
6 overs the first power play. They're in power play 2, and in many ways as well, you know, when you win the toss and there's bad weather around, that's why you like to chase, because this is going to be a difficult one for Surrey from here, because you're never quite sure what's going to happen when the rain comes. So they've lost those sort of last 20 overs really, as opening the face of the bat is Ryan Patel, playing this one down to third man, and That will be one more to the total. I think it's probably fair to say Sir John has just left. Yeah, with his security brigade, or Peter Trego's just left. I don't know. End of the over, 9 overs gone. So that's our first one back. 38 for one now. Our Surrey, 14 of those belonging to Mark Stoneman, 6 to Ryan Patel. But yeah, it always makes it quite tricky for the side batting first when the rain comes, doesn't it?
Yep, that's rain concern. I mean, the whole format, any shortened format becomes vulnerable, doesn't it? If there is some rain to the side that happens to be batting first, has it interrupted? I suppose one of the things that Surrey need to be cognizant about is they've only lost 1 wicket, and so it means that if they can retain a few wickets and have a couple of partnerships, they can, the resources remaining in the shed are still theirs, and so you don't want to suddenly lose a glut of wickets here at this stage. That would really compound the situation.
Matt Montgomery is in, bowling his off spin, and the first one does turn. As looking to drive was Ryan Patel outside his off stump, coming from the railway end. And a little bit of turn there as Montgomery comes round the wicket to the left-handed Patel, who's looking to cut this one again, beats the outside edge. So interesting start for Montgomery after rain. Little bit there for him from the railway end. And Schodendorf behind the stumps had better be on his toes as backs away again does Patel, punts this one out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, coming back for 2. Now the throw came in from Joey Everson, and it just skidded off one of the rough patches on the cut strip and went high to the right of the keeper, because otherwise Ryan Patel wasn't even in the picture, I don't think. 40 for 1 as Montgomery's round the wicket again, and Patel pushes this one off the back foot, and there's no run. I feel a bit there for Everson because he did everything right, but as it was thrown in, it hit one of the cut strips and the rough patch, and just skidded. Just
with the bowler's footmarks, isn't it?
Absolutely, and just skidded at the keeper. As that's very short, and this is pulled by Ryan Patel down towards long on, and they'll pick up a single. One more to the total. Patel moves on to 9. 41 for 1. I should think the wickets thing is important, and also what they've probably said to Ryan Patel is don't take too long. We've got Tim David sort of lurking.
Well, it's also a right-hander as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. Stoneman on to strike for the first time to Montgomery. And Montgomery nicely flighted, and forward goes Stoneman and pushes this one down to backward point. Interesting first over that from Montgomery. Very quick through the over, and a bit of turn. 10 gone, and Surrey 42 for 1. So they've got 20 overs remaining. Surrey delighted for the crowd that we've got a game of cricket on. All waited around patiently. Our men in the safari suits we were mentioning to you earlier, and the gentleman dressed as the flamingo that they're going to chase, looking a little worse for wear now, especially the flamingo, because they've
head forward.
They've had a couple of hours sort of possibly near the beer tent, I think. So the flamingo doesn't look quite as sprightly as he did 2 hours ago.
The beak very heavy.
Yes, indeed. So they might catch him quite quickly, I think, as Patterson starts our 11th over, goes back of a length to Stoneman, who's pushing that one down towards backward point, and they will pick up a single. Yeah,
a couple of things. I guess the first thing of Montgomery, you mentioned him in his interesting first over. It was. Why? Because there was a bit of turn, and then he could also bowl the straight one, which seems more of his stock delivery, doesn't it? But I reckon he can just tempt them just a little bit with a few slower ones that are gripping. Both left-handers batting, you could get the ball to pitch on the stumps and maybe turn and beat that outside edge. So there's an opportunity for him. See how he approaches it.
Patterson over the wicket to Patel, and Patel off the front foot tries to smash this one down the ground. Toe ends it to Petman, I think that is, at 12th man. Yep, Toby Petman, with Luke Fletcher having just nipped off, and there is no run.
And secondly, as far as the Surrey batting is concerned, you do not want to miss a ball. Every ball is a little event in itself, and is very important that they have a number of options in their mind. If it is slightly short and on my off stump, it is going to go there into that gap. If it is full, it's going to be put, hit through there for that gap, for 2.
Patterson's in short, pulled by Ryan Patel down towards fine leg. We'll just get a single. One more to Ryan Patel. The throw's not the best, but just the single for Ryan Patel. He moves on to 10.
And I think the other thing for Patel, it looks as though he was looking. He's looked to attack the last two, hasn't he? He's also taken on the second run, coming up into the breeze. You know, I wouldn't mind going the other way, him having a go for a second. You got more chance. So he's got to start thinking about that. The second thing is get his bat up a bit higher, get it ready to hit, to attack.
Over the wicket, Patterson to Stoneman, slower ball, push to backward point, quick single. If that hits, Ryan Patel again wasn't in the picture, but the throw doesn't hit, and they'll pick up another single. 17 to Stoneman, 45 for 1.
It looks very much to me as if Stoneman is saying, okay, over to you, Ryan. He's just hardly picking the bat up at all and just pushing it in around about that square, sort of just backward point, cover point area, looking for singles. Patel ready to answer him straight away.
He was, but he's going to have to be quicker than that, because if that had hit, I don't think he was at the races. As Patterson is in, short one, way, that goes over Patel, that goes over the keeper. Now what's this going to be? No ball, and 4 of them, and this will be free hit now, but that did go. And well, we were saying beforehand that obviously not the quickest of pitches. Now we've had the covers on, rain's come down, might have just spiced it up. It was short, but blimey, that went, and 51 for 1.
It's way over Schadendorf's head, wasn't it? He didn't have a chance for that. It was straight, but well, far too high.
51 for 1, so the 50 up for Surrey in the 11th over. Ryan Patel looks to pull, and it hits him amidships. Rolls back up the pitch, skid onto him. This pitch has definitely just juiced up a bit,
just a wee bit,
hasn't it?
And I think probably, you know, Patterson's just a wee bit quicker than he's anticipating there. He's on to him a bit quicker than Patel felt, and he's going to have to really have conviction about the way he wants to play here. And if it is quicker, you know, the straight bat is always a much better chance than the horizontal one. Unless you get good widths.
Yeah, what's also interesting is Patterson comes in over the wicket. Short one again. This is pulled by Patel. Down towards fine leg. We'll just get a single. He's going to come back on the throw for 2. Good running. Good running from Ryan Patel. Came back on the throw. Picks up another couple of runs. End of the over. 11 gone. 53 for 1. The other thing I noticed in Montgomery's over, he whipped through it. Now that'll be the other trick here. Just whip through your overs. So suddenly, Surrey look up at the board, 19 left.
Yeah.
Montgomery was really quick through that first over.
So 8 overs for 29 runs, and now 3 overs for 24. So you can see straight away the difference in the approach of Surrey, holding the bat and trying to put pressure on the outfielders here. Even though this is a short ground, a really good throw, an athletic movement to the ball, pick up, throw hard and bounce the ball in to the keeper. I think that we could see the odd run out.
Montgomery, 12th over with his off spin, and forward comes Stoneman. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Area of possible scoring. There is a long off in position, so he can't go down and hit there, but he can hit wider of him, quite a big gap to the cover fielder.
He's slapping this one off the front foot. Stoneman out towards a sweeper on the cover rope. They'll pick up a single, because now up to overs, doing the maths on this, 24, they can have 4 men outside the circle. For the last 6, 5. So that's what I mean. Surrey had already batted their 8, and then 6 was the power players. Looking to turn, leg side is Ryan Patel. That rolls out there towards extra cover. Peter Trigo does the fielding, whips the ball in over the top of the stumps, and there's no run as Montgomery's in again. Backing away as Patel cuts again. Good bowling this from Montgomery. Just a single. Out there to the sweeper again. Joey Everson out there sweeping on that cover boundary rope. But also for Peter Trigo, of course, he's got to work his bowlers out now as well. As Montgomery, that's very quick. And Stoneman just opens the face, guides this one down to backward point again. But Montgomery just whipping through this over. And he's just sticking the ball in the surface at the moment. Good stuff this from Montgomery. Ryan Patel back onto strike. There is a deep mid-wicket as well, and Mead's gone deeper at a straightish mid-wicket as Patel backs away, punches out to Everson again. He's out there sweeping on the cover boundary rope. Tidy over this from Montgomery. Good over from Montgomery. 12 gone now. Just a reminder, we're down to 30 overs aside. 4 off that over from Montgomery. 14 to Ryan Patel. 19 to Mark Stoneman.
Yep.
Interesting this.
4 singles in the same position basically. They're really at the moment Surrey locking off in a sense into one area of the field between backward point and extra cover. Inside the circle is that big gap covered by that the outrider and the cover boundary, so that they all went to him, and they've got to find another area where they can actually score and start to work their way on the position of the ball.
Waits does Ryan Patel for Dane Patterson. He's going to start this the 13th over. Patel's opening the face. Runs this one off down to third man. So a pair of lefties out there at the moment for Surrey as the throw is skidded in again, one bounce. Now the good sign is blue sky and a bit of sun, which we haven't seen a lot of today. So, and a really good crowd in today. Every seat's taken, and the crowd found places to shelter. There aren't many.
Yeah.
I think that the pub nearby did quite well, just in that 2-hour break. But they're all
preferable rather than the service station.
Absolutely. As in over the wicket once again is Patterson, and Stoneman looks to late cut. They'll take a single to backward point. Throw comes in again. Stoneman's through for one more. Well, they've got some good offers in the petrol station.
They have, I'm sure. Yes, they have.
But there aren't many places to shelter.
£5. I said dollars, New Zealand, of course. £5, of course. Free pair of sunglasses. Yeah.
Absolutely, and a set of wine glasses.
Oh, wine?
Yeah, well,
plastic wine glasses. They're good.
They are excellent, but I think you have to have filled up with a full tank of petrol. And the problem is, obviously, everyone's
go and get your car
on the train. You have to get your car to do that. Here comes a train as Patterson is in, and Patel drives down the ground, toe end of the bat. Fletcher comes round below us to do the fielding. And that'll be one more to the total. So that's our first train after the rain break going into Guildford station. Very exciting.
It is.
60 for 1.
They normally stop for rain, aren't they, here? Or leaves on the line.
Yeah,
I remember it was once. Or snow.
Once they stopped because it was
too much
hot.
sun. Yeah, too much
hot,
sun.
Yes, and the rails
on the monitors
got too hot.
Yeah.
Yes. I think I was actually sat on a train that day when the announcement was made. As over the wicket once again, Patterson driving his Stoneman. Half stopped in there at short extra cover. Good half stop in there at short extra cover. And there is no run. The captain, Mr. Trigo, diving away to his left-hand side. Yeah, leaves on the line we've had. And then too hot. Too hot. I was actually on a train.
They're very sensitive trains, though, aren't they?
Sensitive.
Yep.
Very sensitive trains. But today they seem to be running very nicely in and out of Guildford station. It's quite a nice day now as Patterson. Over the wicket he comes to the left-handed Stoneman. Good bowling this from Patterson. It's not giving Stoneman any width whatsoever, and Stoneman's just trying to nurdle that leg side, and it rolls straight back up the pitch. And there is no run. We're in the, actually this is how good they've been so far, Nottinghamshire. I know we've come off, but we're in the 13th over. We've had 3 boundaries. We're at Guildford. It's not the biggest ground bit, so they're bowling very nicely here at the moment, Nottinghamshire. And I should think Peter Trigo is very pleased with how this has all gone so far. As Patterson, wearing number 4, runs away from us, comes over the wicket to Stoneman. Stoneman again punches to backward point. Again, there is no run, so a very tight over from Dane Patterson. 13 overs gone, 60 for 1. Surrey, 3 off that Dane Patterson over. But no, that's good stuff from Dane Patterson.
Absolutely. Surrey have got to do something with this. They've just, if you're not going to take any risks, then you've got to be able to knock it round at least and manipulate the ball. And that means moving your body relative to where the ball is and finding a gap. That is either moving slightly to the leg side, not going outside and giving the bowler your stumps to hit, but just moving slightly with your body and then opening the faces so they can get it just behind. Or you obviously have to take note of, is that backward point a right-hander or a left-hander? Yeah. I've just got to get it the wrong side of the body, so he has to move around, and there's a single. So that they're just little minor adjustments.
Montgomery to bowl his 3rd over from the railway end. Here goes Ryan Patel. How much of this have you got, Ryan Patel? Straight onto the marquee roof. Got a lot of it. So it's our first 6, and Ryan Patel coming down the pitch and then just swinging it over long on for 6 down towards the beer tent, and 22 for Ryan Patel. And Surrey move on to 66 for 1. This could take a while though, because it's gone in the beer tent. So obviously once we find the ball, then the ball has to get sanitised. So we've now lost a fielder who's gone into the Liam Patterson.
Well, will we
there.
see him?
Well,
is the question.
He's not actually. No, I think that's the committee tent he's gone into now. So not the beer tent. Oh, but they're just trying to find where that ball has gone at the moment. So it's for a moment there I thought it went into the beer tent, but as it is, it's gone into the committee tent, ricocheted out and gone in the car park. All gone straight through the tent and out into the car park. So it's a bit of a delay here. This is our first 6. And we can't find the ball, Jeremy Coney.
No. Well, let's get another one out there then, in that case.
Good shot, though.
Very good. Got a good piece of it, didn't he? And well over the long on. So I think you've just got to try and... I mean, for someone like Patel, who's been given a bit of a carte blanche, you've got to sort of move your feet a bit and move around, watch the ball very closely and try and have a still head at the same time, give yourself the best chance to make a contact. And then you can try and disrupt the length of someone like a Montgomery. Found the ball,
well
back
done,
it comes.
Budinger and... who else was it? Patterson White down there did a very good job in finding the ball. So Budinger and Patterson White found the ball, lobbed it back, and now it'll get sanitised by some wet wipes. 66 for 1 now. When Hashim Amla went, 21 for 1 that was. So these two have added 55. That was the 50 partnership, that 6. Even my maths tells me that bit. Montgomery will come round the wicket to Ryan Patel, who's driving again. It's Patel straight out towards Everson, out there doing the retrieval work with a good throw, 1 bounce over the top of the stumps. Patel moves on to 23, 67 for 1. Mr. Bracegirdle will be back in an over and a half to join us for the commentary, as driving is Stoneman out there towards the sweeper on the cover rope. They'll pick up another single, 1 more to the total as another train rattles along the tracks going into Guildford station. I think that's going right to left. I think is going into the station.
You've changed from this morning.
Oh,
then.
have I? Then I got it wrong this morning as well.
Okay.
Patel cuts this one straight out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. They'll pick up another single, 1 more to the total. 1 more to...
Have you ever got
Ryan
lost
Patel.
here at all?
Yes.
Okay.
I've walked around in circles many times. So, yeah. Round the wicket once again comes Montgomery. Tosses this one up, driven by Stoneman. Oh, that hit Ryan Patel, I think. He didn't do anything wrong, and actually that took the ball away for a single up to Hamid. And nothing wrong with that really. Stoneman was always going for the single. It just hit Ryan Patel at the non-striker's end. So Stoneman moves on to 22, 70 for 1 Surrey in their 14th over, as Patel drives down the ground again. Nice looking shot, but just the single for Ryan Patel, and 1 more to the total. So a better over from a Surrey perspective. They're 11 off it, 14 gone of their 30. And Surrey, Jeremy Coney, 71 for 1. But again, for Peter Trigo now, he's got to work his bowlers out, because of course the bowlers only allowed the 6 overs now in the 30 over game. So he's just got to work out his bowlers and who's got what, as Peter Trigo. And Dane Patterson will continue down below us from the pavilion end. Way to our right, all the sort of white plastic chairs full up now. People have made their way back, dried their plastic chairs out. There is a little stand down there at the railway end as well, permanent stand here. Yep, down at the railway end.
So we've got about sort of 5 or 6 rows, hasn't it?
Yeah,
really?
I think that's the members stand. Actually.
Oh, right.
Yeah, as Patterson.
Interesting.
Over the wicket he comes to Ryan Patel, and back of a length ball, which Ryan Patel gets in behind, pushes towards backward point, and they'll pick up another single.
Usually the members like to get pretty much behind, don't they?
It used to be a massive stand, temporary stand to the right of the pavilion, which was the members stand. We used to broadcast from the back row of there.
Of the members?
Oh, yes.
Did you wear your tie?
No, but when it rained, Mr. Coney,
yes,
we had no cover whatsoever. Many a time I commentated with a bin liner on my head. As over the wicket comes Patterson, and this is turned by Stoneman behind square on the leg side. They want to, they'll get to. It's good running from Stoneman and Ryan Patel. 2 more to Stoneman. He moves on to 24, 73 for 1. As Dave Bracegirdle and I were saying, actually, last time these two met in a one-day game was the final in 2017, where Alex Howes made a brilliant 100 to win the game for Nottinghamshire, but also Mark Stoneman made a very, very good 100 for Surrey in the first innings, and he started this season pretty well. Mark Stoneman, we've only had one game in this competition, of course, as Patterson is in once more to Stoneman. He's flicking this one short of length down to fine leg once again. They'll pick up another single as the throw comes in, one bounce over the top of the stubs. But yes, the member stand used to be to the right, and then they put this permanent stand in, so I'm pretty sure, I think I'm right in saying that is the member stand down there near the marquees at the railway.
See, they get the breeze at the moment. Is this the prevailing wind here?
I think it might be.
You wouldn't
again,
really
it
know,
might
would you?
not be.
Well, thank you so much.
Yes.
See, that's the sort of commentary we just love.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest.
No.
As over the wicket again comes Patterson. Oh, shot from Ryan Patel, taking this off a length and swung it over Luke Fletcher at mid-on and down to the boundary rope for 4. So a 6 and a 4 now for Ryan Patel. He's just beginning to get moving, unlike the scoreboard, which has got completely stuck. And Ryan Patel, they're nicely played by Ryan Patel, just off a length and flung his hand through it, and it was a very, very good shot over mid-on for 4 runs. We're
probably in the 70s, aren't we?
I think we might be approaching near on 80 now, actually, after that shot from Ryan Patel. As over the wicket once again comes Patterson, and Patel gets a back of a length delivery, pushes this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. I'll jump onto the old interweb here, because as I say, I was manually scoring earlier on in the day, but the scoreboard again, maybe it's got some water in it perhaps. There's been a lot of it around. There we are. Ryan Patel's suddenly jumped onto 31.
And then back.
30, now he's gone to 30. It's the total as well will be interesting.
Just one short there.
I think so. I was nearly there. As Patterson, 79 for 1, as Patterson comes in over the wicket to Ryan Patel, and Patel tucks this one into the leg side. We'll pick up a single, and that will move Ryan Patel on to 31, and will move Surrey after 15 overs of their 30 on to 80 for 1. A few thoughts from Jeremy Coney, and then he will be joined by Dave Bracegirdle.
One of the benefits of playing a few shots, as Ryan Patel is here, is that he forces the men inside the 30-metre circle to stay right on the outside of it, because their first job really for the bowler is to prevent that boundary that might be struck hard from the batsman who's actually playing a few more shots. So he can get his singles. In other words, if it's a good ball and he can't attack it, he can still knock it for a single and take the single quite comfortably, because he's forced those fielders to the outside of the circle. Here's Montgomery.
His first ball at the start of a new over is slammed down the ground like it was at the start of the previous over. Ryan Patel just opening his shoulders and hitting it very straight, very high, very crisply in the V, down the ground and onto the roof of the marquee again.
Yeah, just a little shimmy, Dave, wasn't it? And he's gone to the other set of Mary Poppins down there. We've got a number of sort of poking up umbrella type marquees, and he's moved from the 6 to the 4, hasn't he? There's just a lot of 6 of them, and there's 4 of them over there. They're all rehearsing for a spot in Mary Poppins.
It's almost like that is the standard shape that we're becoming accustomed to in cricket grounds. There's a little bit of that in the Ageas Bowl and also the Mound Stand at Lord's.
Yes, it's true.
Marquees with a bit of a flourish. It was a nice blow from Ryan Patel, who's gone on to 37, 86 for 1. Montgomery's first 2 balls absolutely ragged square, but since then the Surrey batsmen have used their feet. They've got to him. This is a full toss, and that's got the same treatment. Montgomery just put off obviously a little bit by the pressure being applied here, and back-to-back sixes at the start of this, the 16th over.
Yeah, the first 6 was a good stroke and made on a decent length. Ryan Patel got to the leg side of it and then hit it over long off to those little 4 Marys down there, and that one, however, it was quite a well-deserving 6, wasn't it, really, because he'd earned that. It was a ball that was just floated up on the full, and it's kind of been just swashbuckled. And Ryan Patel was the man who buckled it.
Just wondering where my car is actually, because he is hitting towards the car park at the moment. So 12 from the first 2 balls of this over. Montgomery's 4th over, and Patel has gone again. So this is 3 in a row. This time it's been dragged on the leg side.
Taken.
Caught in the crowd. But unfortunately for Nottinghamshire, it doesn't count, and Ryan Patel's still there, and he's on the brink of a 50. It takes him to 49.
The man in a grey shirt has risen slightly to it, and salute all that applause. Yep, 3 sixes in a row.
I think there's been 1 or 2 blast matches over the years at the Oval where that might have earned the successful catcher a few pounds in his pocket, but I don't think there's anything today on offer. Peter Trigo, the skipper, goes over and has a word with young Montgomery. 6-6-6. It's funny, off air during the lengthy rain break, we were talking about Ravi Shastri all those years ago hitting 6-6s. Just a little chat between Jeremy, Mark and myself. The next ball is into the pads. It's been called a wide, so it clearly was into the pads of the wicket keeper, I think, down the leg side. I thought that actually struck the batsman, but obviously the umpire's in a better position. So the streak of 6s ends, but not Montgomery's misery. Next one is played very nicely, fielded by Asib Hamid, and that is the 50 for Ryan Patel. Also brings up the 100, so the spectators who thoroughly deserve the entertainment they're getting at the moment. They've sat through some really, really heavy storms, applauding the 2 milestones. We'll try and get Ryan Patel's figures for you in the fullness of time. Here's Montgomery, 5th ball of the over, cut away on the offside by Ryan Patel. Gets a single, 101 for 1 ball left in this over, and that brings Mark Stoneman back onto strike. I think we've gone off. No, we haven't. The light is still on. I thought for a second we'd just blown off air, but I think we're still on. Another nice looking shot by Stoneman. It's a low full toss wide of the off stump, and that's a very, very expensive over. Forced away by Stoneman for 4, 105 for 1 at the end of that over, and young Matt Montgomery went for 25 in that over, Jeremy.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for him, and it's probably going to be his last. I don't think they can afford to have another like that. That's really got the Surrey score going, hasn't it? A bit of a gallop, and the bulk of it has been done by Ryan Patel, given some freedom right at the start since the return after the deluge, après le déluge. Really, he's played aggressively, and I think he's benefited from it as well. I mean, he's hit the ball quite cleanly. He's got himself into some rhythm now, and I think Stoneman is starting to show signs of life. He's prodded himself into life as well. He was just intent in the first couple of overs back on just making sure he gave Ryan Patel the strike, and now he's starting to play a full part. A good boundary in that over, and also now looking for 1s and 2s as well, and 3s, and so he's playing his part, and the important thing from Surrey's point of view as well, Dave, is that they haven't lost a wicket during these overs since the return.
Yes, that's going to be a little very important for them after the innings is over. Of course, we will have to refer to Messrs Duckworth, Lewis, Stern to see how many knots we'll have to chase. It's a bowling change as Joey Everson comes into the attack, and his first ball pushed into the offside will be an easy single for Mark Stoneman. Moves on to 27, 106 for 1. It's very interesting there. Peter Trigo is the skipper, as we mentioned this morning, playing his 200th List A game. But when Joey Everson came on, and in fact right now as well, Luke Fletcher, who's definitely the leader of the attack, if you like, the senior bowler, he came across to Everson. He was clearly asking him what field he wanted, and he's talking to him now about potential changes for Ryan Patel. So a little bit of captaincy responsibility perhaps for Luke Fletcher. I suppose that's maybe with a view to perhaps a little bit of rotation as we go through the games. Perhaps Peter Trigo will sit one out. Here's Everson in. Patel just moved across, backed away down the leg side, and the ball followed him, and he helped it on its way for a couple of runs, 108 for 1. We learned a little bit of very sad news, actually, Jeremy. I must bring to the listeners during the rain break. Mike Hendrick, the fabulous former England seam bowler, played for Derbyshire for many years, little spell with Notts, has sadly passed away aged 72. He was always a very popular figure when he came up and joined us on commentary at Trent Bridge, and he loved telling his tales. Fabulous fella. A sad loss as Everson bowls. This one's levered away on the leg side, and Brett Hutton can't quite get there. It was a despairing dive. The ball just bounced away from Hutton and runs away for 4. Another big blow from Patel, and it's 112 for 1.
Well, that is very sad news. I'm sure a lot of our listeners today will remember Mike's, the way he played, the way he was able to bowl. Very accurate man, lovely seam position, but more importantly, you know, just a lovely bloke.
Was indeed, yep. Good to spend time with him over the years. Next ball wide of the off stump, Everson bowling to Ryan Patel, nearly swung himself off his feet. There's always those famous photos of the West Indies winning the 1979 World Cup final at Lord's, and the West Indies won, but at the end of the game Hendrick was batting, and as the final wicket went down, he grabbed a stump and ran off almost in celebration. You very often see nowadays a member of the winning side running off with the stump. Yes. And I asked him, you know, what did you do with that? And he said, well, I kept it for many years as a souvenir, and I came home one day and the kids were playing cricket in the backyard, and they were using that as a stump and broke it. Everson bowls nice and full, little push and run from Everson. Asiba Mead just shies at the stumps and misses, and I just wondered if Mead might just have tweaked a knee there. He's hopefully okay. Joins up with England at Loughborough tomorrow, but yeah, he's okay. 113 for 1.
Yeah, well, I remember cutting down all my bats for the kids. Just get the saw to them, take it down, they can use it then. That's a good idea.
You collect so much paraphernalia over the years, don't you? Shirts and caps and badges and balls. Next one is driven. That's a lovely crisp drive, and there's going to be a little bit of work down here for Matthew Montgomery to do, but he gets round and keeps them to 2. Surrey in a right old hurry up at the moment. It was 29 for 1 when we resumed at 2:45. We'd been off for around about 3 hours and 10 minutes, and since then they've taken the score to 115 for 1 after 17 overs. This now 30 overs aside. Yeah,
that's 86 runs, isn't it, since the 8th over, and we're now just completed the 17th. So, you know, that represents, and for no loss. So it's been a very productive time for Surrey. It's awkward for someone like Everson really to come and bowl when someone's already set like Patel. If he's got 5 on the offside and 4 on the onside, so he's really got more protection out. And if Patel, who's a left-hander, looks to go outside his leg stump to hit into that offside, he should be content with that, I think, and say, well, at least that's an area I've got more cover. But he followed him, and of course the fine leg was up, and so it makes it that the danger is with you following him, that if he picks it up, then it's going to run for the boundary quite easily, I think, with the man inside the circle at short fine leg. So he's got to make sure, I think, if he's going to follow him, he's got to get it really in tight, otherwise he could go for some boundaries.
Well, Notts have used 5 bowlers. They've not yet used the slow left-arm spinner Liam Patterson-White. Wondered if they'd bring him on, but no, the skipper is having a go himself. So Notts were in the field for 50 overs on Sunday, and Peter Trigo didn't get hold of the ball, but he's decided it's the time to bring himself on here. Bustling right arm medium pacer Peter Trigo, as we said, all the experience in the world, playing his 200th one-day match, and already he's met Sir John Major, former Prime Minister, who was on the ground earlier. There is Trigo then from the far end, the railway end, bowls, and his first ball is hit up in the air, and it just going to fall short of Joey Everson out on the off side.
Lucky.
You talk about bowlers having a golden arm, don't you? Yep. Coming on and breaking a partnership. Yep. Nearly happened for Trigo.
Very lucky, just didn't get hold of it. I mean, Patel is going nicely, and he can make a real difference to his side here if he can just keep his head and keep sort of having the percentage of the risks that he's taking on his side and not going beyond it.
Here comes Trigo, 116 for 1, bowls again, and Stoneman with an orthodox push through mid-off. They'll just get a single. In comes Liam Patterson-White. Got the ball quickly in and back towards the playing strip. And it's just a single, 117 for 1.
It's a good battle at the moment. Those men on the boundary rope area having to move quickly and then pick up cleanly, not look up to see if the guys are taking two, and get the ball in the air.
Trigo bowls, pulled away on the leg side, and he'll find the gap there, I think. Yep, finds the boundary at mid-wicket. And this is a real gem of an innings being played at the moment by Ryan Patel.
Very cleanly fielded by a man in a white shirt there. He's matching his little chair that he's sitting in. So it's it is another boundary. It was an attempt at a slower, shorter ball, but he latched onto it. Now he's got another man out there, so he's got to bring the man at cover who was on the boundary, the sweeper. He's got to come up at that stage, you see, because he's got an extra on the leg side.
That was the 100 partnership, and this is hit down the ground for another 6. Just wondered if Liam Patterson-White might be able to get there, and he leapt like a salmon in front of those hospitality marquees at the far end. Couldn't get anything on it, and that's the 4th 6 in that area that Ryan Patel's hit, and he's already on to 70. Yes, they've passed the 100 partnership mark with the previous blow that went for 4.
Well, that was a skimmer, just almost within reach of the field and leaping like a sort of a trout. But at the same time, it was standing tall from Patel and controlling the stroke. It's a good shot, good contact particularly.
Good crowd in. Wondered if we might lose a few during the...
No, we haven't. I don't think we have.
No. The heaviest of the storms might have driven a few away, but looks very full. Trigo round the wicket. Now bowls. Foolish ball to Patel. Opportunity to shy at the stumps. Buttinger misses. Well backed up by Asiba Mead. So good cricket all round. A risky single, but sorry, I've got to take them.
Good work. I mean, it was a reasonable run in the sense it was always going to be tight, but the fielder picking it up was always going to have one stump to aim at. But Hamid, on the other side of the park, raced in to prevent the second run as an overthrow. Well done.
Here comes Trigo. Gone for a few again in this over, and this one's hit down the ground and over the fielder in the deep for 6 more. This is terrific batting by this Surrey pair. Ryan Patel is absolutely motoring, and Mark Stoneman coming to the party. Big 6 there, 134 for 1 at the end of that over.
So 19 off that over.
So Peter Trigo was hit for 31 in an over by Carlos Brathwaite in a blast game earlier. Hasn't bowled much since, and brings himself on here. Could have brought Liam Patterson-White on, had a number of other options, but decided to have a go himself, and as Jeremy says, went for 19.
Yeah, it puts a lot of pressure on now who's going to bowl. I suppose they have they used, I don't know how many overs people like Hutton and Fletcher have bowled, but they started very effectively.
They've had 4 each, and they can have 6.
Right, so they can have a couple more, but I guess they're going to hold them back a little bit towards the end, but they might have to reintroduce them a little earlier than they anticipated. We'll just wait and see on that one. Just got to keep casting his casting the eye around his resources and seeing if he can find somebody to just restrict a bit more. Here's Everson again for his second.
And he comes, bowls, and very wide of the off stump, and Patel stretches for it, gets it at the very toe end of the bat, hits it away square of the wicket on the offside, and they come back for a couple of runs.
I think probably it's affected the length, the way that Patel has batted, that it's affected the length of the bowlers quite dramatically, and you're always having that battle when you go out to bat, that battle over the length of the ball. You don't want them to bowl in this length here, it's awkward for you, and they've now, if anything, they're just dropping a little bit short. I think we haven't seen any Yorkers bowled or any attempt at something else that different. It's been all similar, and so Patel can play similar strokes to them.
136 for 1. He's on strike. He's hit this into the offside. There's going to be a couple more runs. Ben Slater's out there. Good work by Slater. In comes the throw, and they're back for 2. Ben Slater had an interesting afternoon on Sunday, Jeremy. He was fielding in front of the Holly stand, and he took one of those, we've all seen them now, the athletic catches where it's going for 6, caught it as he was falling, flicked it back over the ropes, came into the field and caught it.
Well
but
done.
all the rest of the afternoon he was being booed relentlessly by the
for good play.
The Holly stand, which was a bit of a shame. It
Bit
really
of bit of tribal stuff going on.
Exactly. In fact, Luke Fletcher wasn't playing for Notts. He actually went and sat round there almost as his minder. It's quite funny. A little bit of pantomime nonsense as Everson bowls again. Nicely played by Ryan Patel. Jeremy straight away saying 2. Asiba Mead comes in, throws it back to the bowler's end, but they're safely home. And it's 140 for 1.
Good smart play and recognition very early on by Stoneman, the experienced man. Look, there's 2 in that, and I've gone to come back and running to the bowler's end. The danger in this case because it came beyond those stumps. Very quick, good turn and decent speed away quickly.
In fact, it's 138 for 1. They were already on the board. That's a wide, I'm sure, going to be signalled, is indeed. Just really stretching the margins there. Young Everson, who got a 5-wicket haul just a couple of weeks ago now up at Durham in the county championship game. Always nice to get that maiden 5-foot early in your career. 141 for 1. There's the score. 77 to Patel. We're in the 19th over, being bowled by Joey Everson. Bowls again on the pads, and this is hit into the gap on the offside, but that's nicely fielded by Dane Patterson. Really was. They've got 2, but that was good work by Patterson. Really nice work. 143 for 1.
To his favoured side, he's kind of square of the wicket. Yeah, he's deep square really, just behind the umpire, maybe just behind, and he's moved very nicely to his right and picked it up. It is his right hand, but it was a good piece of work.
He almost took it out of the spectator's hand in the front row. Another drive into the offside. Here's Trigo. Will he shine? No, he hangs on to it. On the offside, 144 for 1. 1 ball left in the over. And I shall go and update BBC Radio Nottingham. Mark Church will come back to join Jeremy in a moment or 2. 80 now to Ryan Patel. 36 to Mark Stoneman. Here is Joey Everson. 144 for 1 down the leg side. Shadendorf takes it. I think it brushed the pad. Is going to be a leg bye. End of the over. 145 for 1. A word from Jeremy, and then Mark will be back with you.
Well, I think if Tony Gregg was alive, he would say since the return there's been a bit of carnage going on here, because the run rate when just prior to the deluge was at 3s, and we're now in fact over 7s, and that includes those overs as well used prior to the rain arriving here at Guildford. So that's a terrific effort from Surrey. They've really turned. Whether it's going to be enough, of course, is because the bonus, I guess, is still with Notts, because they've got the overs right from the start, haven't they? Those 8 overs, that was very snow. Oh, Hutton's coming, yeah. No ancestor of.
No, I don't think. No, not down the family line. I don't think Sir Leonard.
No lineage.
No, although of course Ben captained Middlesex. Ben Hutton captained Middlesex, but Brett. No, I don't think he's part of that lineage. But he opened the bowling this morning, and he's back into the attack now. I'm finding this Ryan Patel innings absolutely fascinating, because he's just come out and this has completely freed him up, as Hutton from the railway end comes round the wicket to Stoneman. Will just turn this one down to long on. Now think about 2, it'll just be 1 this time, and 1 more to Stoneman. He moves on to 37, 146 for 1. But fascinating in the fact that Ryan Patel has just gone out there and played his shot.
Yes, he has.
And
there's I mean a lot of them straight down the ground, so the full face of the bat. Some pull. He's earned the ones that they've dragged down short because of those full strokes down the ground. He's had certainly one bit of good slice of luck.
waits with that bat raised as Ryan Patel, and Hutton's into him. Low full toss, which he swings out towards deep mid-wicket, and they'll just get a single this time.
Yeah.
But the other thing here, which Stoneman's played this very sensibly, they obviously had a chat before they went out again and said to young Mr. Patel, just go out there and hit it. Go and free yourself up, you've got licence, go. And he's played beautifully, and Stoneman's been
Stoneman's good, very good.
Yeah, knock it around,
just a good
strike.
experienced
absolutely.
head. I was going to say on old shoulders, but that was not fair.
Round the wicket again comes Hutton. This is tucked away by Stoneman out towards deep mid-wicket. Little misfield. They'll come back for the second. Ryan Patel, good running. Little misfield out there at deep mid-wicket. And that's Hamid out there. And just a little misfield, and they came back on the misfield. And I think Surrey in a little way here, and Nottinghamshire still, in a good position, because I think they've caught Nottinghamshire a little bit cold after the break. I don't think Nottinghamshire quite expected this from Surrey, and probably especially Ryan Patel.
Well, not the severity of the attack from Patel.
If they'd asked which one of the two, they'd have probably gone Stoneman. 39 not out, Stoneman. 149 for one Surrey in the 20th over. Hutton, that's a short, slow bouncer, and he does quite well to reach that, does Mark Stoneman. Hauls it into the leg side, and that will bring the 150 up for Surrey. So the 150 coming up in the 20th over. 30 overs aside, just a reminder, the 1 wicket to go. Seems a while ago, off this gentleman, Mr. Hutton. Hashim Amla caught down the leg side for 14. That was 21 for 1 in the 6th. 20th over, and the 150's up, 150 for 1. So this partnership now worth 129 for the second wicket. As Patel waits again. Hutton's into him. Ryan Patel swings across the line, hits the pad, rolls to backward points. Got to get his skates on as the throw comes in again. And Budginger in there at backward point. He's had a few of those today in there at backward point, but they get through for the single. It's a leg by, 151 for 1, but he's been in the game at backward point.
Well, backward point has become a very important place, hasn't it? Because nowadays the line of the bowlers is often off stump and outside, 4th stump, 5th stump line attack. So he's in the game all the time. It used to be, I mean, heavens above, when I used to play, it was mid-wicket was the same sort of position, because the bowlers would bowl a lot straighter. And so you get people like Alan Border, who used to be terrific in that position, just turn and throw. He was a good baseballer too.
Round the wicket again comes Hutton, and this one's tucked down the ground by Mark Stoneman, down towards long on. They're thinking about 2, just a single again as the throw comes in. It's not the best of throws for Schachendorf behind the stumps, but they'll pick up another single, and that'll be 1 more to Mark Stoneman. He moves on to 41. 152 for 1. One of the best fielders you must have played against was Roger Harper, though.
Yeah, he was.
He was unbelievable fielder, wasn't he?
I think he had springs somewhere. When he was born, there was a lot of oils, around. And
everyone remembers his run out of Graham Gooch at Lord's in that bicentennial game, wasn't it? At the end. But the one I always remember was, I think it was 86, England in Australia, and they had I think it was named after a yachting thing, and it was for the it was something like the America's Cup trophy or something, and it was the West Indies, England and Australia playing a round robin, three teams, and Alan Lamb cut one to backward point, and Harper hung in the air and just plucked it out of the sky, and then just came straight down to earth on both feet. Remarkable cat. He must have been at 12 feet.
Oh, he was a very
unbelievable cat.
Very athletic.
Really. Everson started the 21st over and driven a full toss by Stoneman out to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and they'll pick up 1 more. So 1 more to the total. Good bit of work sweeping on that cover boundary rope, because you haven't got a huge amount of room to work with there, but Slater sprinted round to his left, slid, and then got the throw away.
Yeah, on his knees.
Absolutely. Did very well there. Did very well. Aquaplaning almost, because there is still a bit of moisture out there. End of this over, Mr. Coney. We'll bring Mr. Bracegirdle.
Yeah, well, I think
seat,
I think the listeners have they've been coming in.
Just stayed here on your own.
The red lights are up.
As all Ryan Patel, is this 6th more? He's gone. He has over long on for 6, and despite the best efforts of Matt Montgomery down there, he's taking it off a length and he moves on to 87. He does like Guildford, Ryan Patel.
Yeah, well, Everson just missed his length, not by much. It was an attempted kind of Yorker, but it just dragged a wee bit short, and that allowed Patel to get back in his crease and get underneath and get elevation over Montgomery, who pedalled backwards nicely, off his knees, of course, in this case, and leapt, but to no avail.
Fascinating, this from Ryan Patel. It's completely freed him up, this. As he waits again on 87. Everson's into him. Short ball. He's gone high in the air again. Montgomery won't get to that. That's over long on for 6 more. Back-to-back 6s from Ryan Patel. He's into the 90s here. He's on to 93. And Surrey move on to 165 for 1.
Yeah, I thought actually it was quite deceiving, wasn't it? I thought he actually hadn't got enough, momentum to the stroke to get it over the boundary. He's going to be held by Montgomery, but no, he really got a good piece of it in the end. That's a sort of I don't know, was it a forehand smash down? Yeah.
Went a long way. 165 for 1, 93 not out is Ryan Patel. 4 toss, this will be 6 more.
Yeah.
This will be 6 more, and it takes him on to 99. 3 consecutive 6s. Terrific catch in the crowd as well by a gentleman in a denim shirt.
Yeah.
And you'd have thought he's just won the World Cup. I think he's going to get hugged by the flamingo there to our left-hand side. He is.
The flamingo's woken up.
Flamingo's really
Brilliant.
enjoyed that. But 3 consecutive 6s takes Ryan Patel on to 99 here. 165 for 1.
Oh, he's on the phone already.
Fantastic. He's ringing his mates to say, get on the Surrey live stream. You'll see me catch that in the crowd. You'd have thought that was the greatest catch ever.
I know.
The way he
actually, it was
celebrated.
pretty much sort of hip high.
Yeah, but he did well.
But he was balancing on, I think, a beam at the time.
He did well. Now, 3 consecutive 6s from Ryan Patel. He's on to 99. 171 for 1. Ryan Patel is down the pitch, tucks it into the leg side. What 100 this is from Ryan Patel. And Ryan Patel has just walked out there and has had licence to play his shots, and that's exactly what he's done. And you can see what it means to him. His first one-day 100 for Surrey, and it's been absolutely scintillating, this from Ryan Patel. He's 100 not out, 172 for 1 as the wing gets up as well. Jeremy Coney, what an innings that is from
wasn't
Ryan
it?
Patel.
It was really good fun to watch. I mean, let's put it into context that it's on a smaller ground, and on some of the larger grounds he may not have quite got the ball over. Boy, he's hit the ball cleanly.
Outstanding 100 as this is cut by Mark Stoneman down to backward point, and there is Hamid to do the fielding, and they'll pick up another single. End of the over. Jeremy Coney, thank you, sir. We will bring back Mr. Bracegirdle. It's been all go, isn't it, today? It really has up here. 21 overs gone, 9 remaining, 172 for 1. We've had all sorts going on today, but wow, this is an outstanding 100 from Ryan Patel. And as I say, he's just gone out there. They came off after 8 overs. When Ryan Patel came off after 8 overs, he was 2 not out. So in 13 overs, he's hit 98, Ryan Patel, in 13 overs to go to his first one-day 100. And as I say, Dave Bracegirdle's back with me. He'll pick up commentary from this railway end. But I think if you'd said to Notts, one of these two is going to go out and whack it, they'd have gone, right, Stoneman, he'll be the one. But it's Ryan Patel. Isn't it fascinating, Mr. Bracegirdle? You've been watching cricket a long time. How sometimes situations like this can just completely free a batsman up, can't it?
Very much so, yes. And the flip side of that, once your bowling unit just starts to get a little bit derailed, it can totally veer away from what they're trying to do. We've seen fairly gentle full tosses served up at both ends. Pressure applied by Patel. Here's Brett Hutton. Again, a lowish full toss, and he's got Mark Stoneman LBW. Stoneman is hobbling quite badly there. He's been sent on his way anyway. Second wicket for Brett Hutton. Looked to be a lowish full toss. Tried to work it away on the leg side, gone across in front of his stumps, and might just need a little bit of help to get off the field here. That's a nasty one from Mark Stoneman. Terrific innings from from him as well. Made 43. It was a partnership for the second wicket of 152. In a sense, I guess, it enables Surrey just to have a little bit of a think about their order and perhaps a bit of a rejig. Young man coming out, Tim David, who quite an explosive hitter from what I understand.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just watching Stoneman though. That has really hurt him. I think that hit him straight on his left foot, and he is hobbling. We may not see Mark Stoneman fielding because that hit him straight on his left foot, and he's only just got off the field of play. But great innings of 43, because what he did so sensibly there was just let Ryan Patel have his head really and give him the strike. Now Tim David making his way out there. He made his List A debut for Surrey in the game at Scarborough this week. 8 not out he was there, but he can hit the ball a very long way, Tim David. Obviously signed during the 2020, a Singapore international is Mr. David. Was playing club cricket in the Netherlands and came in for a couple of T20 games and has stayed on now for some one-day cricket as well. And terrific bloke and a very, very good player to watch as well.
He's a big unit as well.
He's a big man.
Towers over Ryan Patel. He's been fully briefed by his new batting partner, right-hander, on strike. Can't recall too many Singapore internationals in the county game over the years, but the world is forever shrinking, as we know, in terms of cricket and the associate nations and the opportunities given them by clubs, by counties, by franchises all around the world.
David Hemp played for Bermuda, didn't he? I remember David Hemp captaining Bermuda, in fact.
He was the Glamorgan batsman, wasn't he?
Yeah, and what Geraint Jones ended up playing
Papua New Guinea,
didn't he? Yeah, yeah. There's been a few over the years.
Yeah. Dermot Reeve came from Hong Kong, or I think I was born in Hong Kong. Danny Briggs and Adam Hose were born on the Isle of Wight.
Well,
anyway,
have they got a team yet? An international team?
They should have.
They should have, absolutely.
It's been quite a lengthy delay between the wicket-taking delivery and this next one, but we're now ready. Here comes Brett Hutton in bowls a short, slow bouncer, which is pulled away on the leg side. I would imagine that was intended by Brett Hutton. Couldn't have slipped out his hand to that extent. Trying to bamboozle Mr. David first ball, and it goes away for 2. 175 for 2. The wind picking up and rustling, and it affects microphone, as you can undoubtedly hear. Mr. Church said he'll be on the roof, so make sure you bring plenty of sun cream and some sunblock, as Hutton bowls again to David. Just nudges this through mid-on for a single, but when the rains came, there was no protection up here, was there? I don't think I've been as wet as that in my clothes for a long time.
It was very, very wet. Oh, that's handy. I've just noticed as well on the scoreboard, the manual scoreboard, they're putting up the number of overs per bowler, so that's always handy, isn't it? Let's see, Hutton's had 5 now. But,
yes, I found it.
Down to the left of that scoreboard now.
All on my own, I found it.
Very good.
Maximum of 6 overs per bowler. We've not seen Liam Patterson-White, the slow left-arm spinner, at all. Next ball from Brett Hutton is a full toss, and that's nicely dispatched by Ryan Patel. In fact, it plugs out in the deep. Thought he was going to add to his impressive list of boundaries, but that one was lifted into the offside, and he gets a couple of runs. He looks towards the heavens as if he's having a really scratchy innings here, but gets a couple.
Yeah, he does, and yeah, didn't quite time that one.
178 for 2. He's on 102. Gem of a knock here. Hutton bowls to Ryan Patel, digs it out. Precious dot ball, but there's not been too many of those for Notts. Obviously at the end of the 30th over, then we'll see all the numbers being crunched, and Duckworth, Lewis and Stern will come up with what Notts need to force a victory.
I think it actually, for Notts, I think it'll be quite a nice afternoon to bat. Seems to be a big patch of blue sky headed this way, so I think Notts could find themselves out there with the sun out, which would be nice.
Really didn't envisage an afternoon as pleasant as this when it was throwing it down about 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, as a boundary here for Ryan Patel. One of few false shots he's played in this innings. He came charging towards the bowler, and that's just gone off the outside edge and run away down to third man for a boundary. Brett Hutton, during the course of that over, and certainly when the wicket went, had the physio Phil Tranter out there just looking at his hand, and now he's going to come off the field. We've got sub-fielder Toby Petman, who's come on to do a bit of fielding. They're inspecting his hand. I'm not sure what damage he's done, but let's hope he's okay.
He's bowled his 6 now, so that's fine. He can come off now. He's bowled his 6. He's done what his captain wanted. You mentioned Liam Patterson-White. He's coming into the attack now. Now this 106 from Ryan Patel's come off 62 deliveries. This is remarkable, really. That was his 5th 4, but 8 sixes. Now obviously it's not the biggest ground here, but actually most of his 6s have sailed over the boundary rope, so yeah, it's pretty good going, isn't it? 106 from 62 deliveries, 5 4s and 8 sixes. He's striking at 170 at the moment. Here's Ryan Patel. Brett Hutton's 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 27, which is pretty good figures, but of course he came back for the last 2 when most of the carnage had happened. As now Patterson-White with his first ball has got Tim David. Left arm round the wicket. Tim David's trying to work through the leg side. That looked pretty adjacent, I have to say. And Tim David, unless he got a bit of bat on that, which I don't think he did, I thought the finger might go up, and it did. And David goes for 3, and Liam Patterson-White, his first delivery, gets a wicket, Dave Brace.
Yes, easy game for him. One or two of the other bowlers will perhaps be looking on enviously. Perhaps Liam's been wondering himself why he's been saved for 7th bowler used. Tim David is just coming back. Now, what's going on here? Has he been recalled?
Oh, I'm not sure. The umpire, Ben Debenham, has wow, what that is.
He's been recalled.
He has been recalled. Now that is interesting. Now the only thing I can think is he's hit it, because it was
called as a no ball. So I wonder if it was fielders in or outside the circle, maybe.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think. Too many outside the circle, perhaps, because that's the only thing I can think there, because it's been a late decision on the no ball. Tim David was almost back in the pavilion. So as it is, he's getting a free hit, and he's still 4 outside, 5 outside the circle now. So yeah, you're only allowed 4 because of this power play. So that maybe is what it was, because it's first 6, 24, 6.
I mean, we're only surmising that's what it is, but it is a free hit from that.
Yeah, I think so. He's signalled free hit. As round the wicket again goes Patterson-White, and well, it doesn't go anywhere. Spectacular delivery for nothing, that from Liam Patterson-White. That's all I can think. Is that too many men outside the circle. Call back for the no ball. Free hit.
But it was very late, wasn't it?
He was almost back in the pavilion. 184.
Why wasn't it called when the offence happened?
184 for 2. As this one's tucked away. It would have been square leg that spotted it. As this one's turned away down into the leg side, they'll pick up another single. And Tim David is on 4 now. As I said, Mr. Bracegirdle, it's all happening today. 185 for 2. And I thought very kindly, one of the Notts players said, I think he hit that ump. That would have been too kind. But I think that is just one too many outside the circle. Square legs called it.
That wouldn't have been a no ball, would it?
No, square legs called it. So it's 6. It's a block of first 6, then a block of 18, and then the last block of 6. You're only allowed 4 in this block outside the circle. Here goes Ryan Patel. That's a great shot. Inside out, over extra cover and away for 4. So that races off to the boundary rope for 4 more. Ryan Patel's on to 110. Surrey moving on to 189 for 2.
Well, the scorers, the official scorers for this game, are only about 3 or 4 desks away to our right, and apparently it has come from them that it was for
too many men.
What we suspected, too many fielders outside the circle.
Well, just to explain that to everybody, first 6 in this game you're only allowed 2 out. As around the wicket again comes Patterson-White. This is short pull by Ryan Patel out towards deep backward square, and they'll pick up a single. That'll be 1 more to Ryan Patel. He'll move on to 111, 190 for 2. For the next block of 18, you're only allowed 4, and for the last 6 you can have 5. So what happened there was Liam Patterson White got Tim David LBW, but they have 5 outside the circle, so that's why he was called back, as he's going outside his leg stump, followed by Patterson White, who tucks this one out towards deep mid-wicket, and they will pick up another single as the throw comes in. 1 bounce over the top of the stumps. So as I say, today he's got everything.
Yeah, it's just sloppy. It shouldn't happen. It was a new bowler, obviously he'd bowled or he'd come into bowl. We'd had Brett Hutton go off and a sub-fielder come on, but for your first delivery you should know where your fielders are.
As Patterson White's in, full toss, that'll be smashed for 4 by Ryan Patel. We're still going here. Ryan Patel is on to 115 now, and Surrey move on to 195 for 2 at the end of an eventful over. 13 off that over from Patterson White, so 7 overs to go for Surrey. Brett Hutton's coming back on, but Surrey are going to put a pretty good total on the board for their 30 overs, but of course then there'll be the recalculations.
Yeah, I'm not happy, Mark. I'm not happy. I've got, because I've written David LBW bowled Liam Patterson White for 3,
no.
fall of wicket 182 for 3. So
I'm crossing it out now. I didn't get time to cross it out, but yes, it was obviously umpire Watts who called it from square leg. He'd spotted, and it was a late old shout, but he spotted it. And
I mean, if you remember, Brett Hutton went off the field. Toby Petman came on as the 12th man. Maybe there was as they crossed, where you fielding, mate, short fine or short third. I didn't see where he was, but even so, new bowler, start of his spell, you would look round, and in theory you would look round and see what field you've got, but it didn't happen.
And as you say, Nottinghamshire will be a bit annoyed about that, because Tim David, if he suddenly tees off now, they'll be very annoyed about that.
Change of bowling, of course, because Brett Hutton has finished, so Dane Patterson is going to come back.
Interestingly, Peter Trigo's just wandered across towards Chris Watts. I think that's probably just to check these power plays. After this one, he can get 5 out.
So Patterson from the far end, the railway end. First ball muscularly hit down the ground, deep mid-wicket, and come back for 2. It was a good throw in from Liam Patterson White, not a kindly bounce. And Dane Patterson couldn't take it cleanly. In fact, he's knocked the bails off, but wasn't in possession of the ball. We didn't see the bails light up, so we're not playing with those zing bails that we've seen in the
old
last.
Zing bails. Well, the 4 they've got out are long off, long on, cow corner basically, and a deep mid-wicket. So those are the 4 outside the circle.
Patterson leaves a pile of sawdust behind him as he bowls a full toss that has gone many a mile over the trees away to our left. I believe there's a river over there, isn't there? And that's either gone splush or it's made the bank on the other side. That's a huge blow. That
June Wharf over there. Now, as I understand it, that is part of the Thames. So that ball will be floating back and will be picked up somewhere near Vauxhall Bridge tomorrow morning. But yeah, well, that's what we just said. He's been called back after too many outside the circle and then lumped one into June Wharf. So 203 for 2 now. And that ball's not coming back.
What's it called?
June Wharf.
June
Wharf. And it is a National Trust extravaganza. People come from miles. Yeah, well, you've learned something else today.
I have indeed.
Racers.
It's a sort of afternoon where people might be boating up and down.
Yeah, they might have that ball in their boat.
Patterson bowls, hit into the leg side, should be caught and is caught. And this time, unless it's a high full toss, which I don't think it is, Tim David has to go. It's been caught on the deep mid-wicket boundary. I think it's Joey Everson out there, many a mile away from us, in front of the scoreboard. But a wicket for Dane Patterson. That's his first List A wicket for Notts. He had one dropped by Ben Slater on Sunday when he thought he'd got his first wicket. And after being whacked for one of the biggest sixes we've seen in a long while, he now does pick up the wicket, and it's 203 for 2. It was brief, but it was entertaining.
Yeah. It was brief. He went off once, came back again, and 3 down now. 203 for 3. And well, I suppose there is something good there for Liam Patterson White, that Dane Patterson did get his man. At least there's a bit of the Patterson White in the surname as well. But yeah, he hasn't done too much damage actually, after being LBW for 3, I think it was, and then called back. He's gone for 13, so he's added 10. Yeah, he's added 10, and Jamie Smith makes his way out to join Ryan Patel, who's still there on 115.
The scoreboard's got him on 7. I thought he'd got rather more than that. We've had 1 or 2 issues with the old Jumbotron today, 203 for 3.
Well, the scorers are having to do that as well as everything else, so it's a pretty good effort, really.
Very much so.
But yeah, that did go a long way, the first one into the wharf, but the second one just picked out Everson, stood out there in front of the scoreboard, did Tim David?
Decent catch, wasn't it? Once again, I think the spectators in the front row thought it was coming for them.
I'll tell you what, Braces, T30 is the way forward, isn't it? 30 over cricket, that's what this is all about now. It's great entertainment, 30 over cricket. We've had 40 over, we've had 50, got 20, we've had 10, 30. New format.
Can't believe they didn't actually cross, but anyway, Smith is on strike. Patterson bowls to him, and a nice looking push into the offside brings the first run for the Surrey wicketkeeper batsman. 204 for 3.
Yeah, he played nicely at Scarborough, Jamie Smith. Very talented young man, this one.
It's a busy road away to our right, a couple of big lorries going past the ground.
Well, it's going to get busier because we're sort of approaching 4 o'clock now, so that's when the road does get very, very busy. The main thoroughfare, I think it could be referred to as.
Getting quite boisterous over in the far corner where it actually says beer tent. This is hit away nicely by Patel. Touch and go. In fact, the umpire says 6. Wasn't touch and go in the eyes of the umpire. Cleared the ropes comfortably, and Ryan Patel is showing no signs whatsoever of tucking his bat under his arm. Having reached 100, he's now on to 121. 210 for 3.
Well, Ryan Patel's just stood there and off the back foot has just swung his bat beautifully, and the ball soared over long off for 6. Had that been Brian Lara, we'd have all gone, that man's a genius. This is a fantastic innings from Ryan Patel.
6 overs after this one. Surrey going to post a huge score here. Sol Budinger dives in vain. Can't stop it. Everson comes round and does, and they settle for 2 more. 212 for 3. Just knocking on the door of 4 o'clock. 123 for Patel, just 1 for Ryan Smith. There are 6 overs to go, and I'll be back with you before too long, and another word or 2 from Mark, and then once again he'll be joined by Jeremy Coney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bracegirdle. Yeah, the last 3 overs have been pretty expensive from a Nottinghamshire point of view. This is a wonderful innings from Ryan Patel, and we're into the final power play now. So the last 6, you can now have 5 outside the circle. Liam Patterson-White will bowl once again from the pavilion end here at Guildford, but this 123 from Ryan Patel off 67 balls with 7 4s and 9 6s. So yes, I've never seen him bat like this before for Surrey in first team cricket. This has been the absolute making of him here today. Just go out there, play your shot and enjoy it, and he's done exactly that. He's played a few more than just 1 shot. He's played all the shots. It's going to be Liam Patterson-White, 25th over, left arm round the wicket to Jamie Smith, who's swinging across the line out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll pick up a single, and that'll be 2 for Jamie Smith. He moves on to, Surrey move on to 213 for 3. Welcome back, Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, well, he's I mean, he's dominated this innings, hasn't he, since the return, and he's been a ship under full sail.
He has, sir. And when they came off, he was 2 not out after 8 overs.
Yeah.
He's now on 123. And we're in the 25th. Here he goes again, swinging down the ground. This one could be out. No, just in front of a valiant effort to get for that. Diving in front of us. I think that's Montgomery down there. It is indeed. He's done well again there. Valiant effort to dive forward, Montgomery, and got something under the ball as the wind gets up again on the good ship Guildford. We're sailing with wind behind us now. 215 for 3. We'll be sat in the car park at this rate by the end of this game as Liam Patterson-White comes around the wicket again. Here goes Ryan Patel, slog sweeping for 6. He's just about got enough on that, and Joey Everson dived full length. I think he's tipped it over the crossbar.
Yeah, he has pushed it just over the crossbar.
Well, it was a valiant effort as well there from Joey Everson, but he dived full length and then just tipped it over the rope for 6 more. He's on to 131 here. Ryan Patel, 221 for 9. At half-time, I'll have to find my muffler for the microphone. It got blown off the last time I was on air. 221 for 3. As round the wicket comes Patterson White. Short one. Oh, now he's clothed this one in the air, and he'll go. I think he will. And Ryan Patel's brilliant innings comes to an end on 131, pulling that one out towards deep mid-wicket. Everson with the catch, Patterson White with the wicket, but Ryan Patel will get a standing ovation here at Guildford. He has gone for a magnificent 131, 221 for 4 in the 25th over, but Ryan Patel, he will soak this up as he makes his way off to a standing ovation here at Guildford. 131, and Ryan Patel will have enjoyed every single moment of that, and he makes his way back below us to the Surrey dressing room. 221 for 4. Nico Reefer making his way out to the middle, but well, what can you say about that, Jeremy?
Very little, and I'm not going to attempt to.
Okay,
just
fine.
to say that to go from 2 not out and to be given licence and to come out and play very freely, right, and with you know, a lot of abandon, and to strike the ball so cleanly. I know they're shorter boundaries, as I've said, but at the same time he's cleared them by some distance in the majority of the sixes that he's hit, and I think there were 10 of them.
Yes.
In the end. So I mean, and they've been sprinkled quite liberally from sort of about, well, mainly in that arc from sort of wide cover through to sort of wide sort of mid-wicket as well. So he's just hit the ball so cleanly. He looked a bit fatigued, I thought, at the end, trying to hit every ball for 6. He managed to get one just beyond the man who caught him. But what a fantastic innings.
Nico Reefer, the new batsman, is on the strike. His first ball from Patterson White. He just drives back up the pitch. The actual stats for Ryan Patel: 70 balls, 7 fours, 10 sixes, as you said, Mr. Coney. As Patterson White round the wicket to Reefer, and Reefer's up on his toes, punches out towards short extra cover, and there is no run. So Patterson White with the wicket of Ryan Patel. 25 gone, 5 left for Surrey here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Nottingham, and the Surrey live stream, of course. Jeremy Coney is alongside, and Surrey with 5 left at 221 for 4.
Well, I mean, even if no more runs were scored from here, it's 7 and over the 30 overs. It's going to be an interesting power play because Surrey, in those 5 overs, they should be able to get somewhere between 25 and 40. You would expect, even though 2 new men are in now, there are enough gaps. I don't know exactly what Trigo's point of view is going to be. Fletcher is going to bowl how many overs? 2 of those, is he? 2 or 3? Has he got left? Yeah, 2 left. So there's someone else is going to have to bowl. Is it 3 from this end?
Patterson's got a couple left.
So there's one more to be bowled at the Fletcher end now as he's running up into the breeze.
Yes, indeed. From the railway end to Jamie Smith. Short, slow delivery, and Smith backs outside his leg stump. He's hit that for 6 over long off.
Yeah,
what a shot that is.
That's a slower ball bouncer that he's given himself a little bit of room. He's shimmied away to the leg side to enable him to play and, you know, really get a cross-batted stroke to that, and he's hit it very powerfully. Well, you've seen Smith batting at he's an opener, isn't he, in T20?
Yeah, T20 he's opened. He's very versatile.
Let's hope that he makes the most of this little cameo if he can.
He's 8 not out as Fletcher's into him. Another short, slow one, which is a good bit of bowling from Luke Fletcher.
Yeah, well, I'll give you 1, says the ump. I'll let you get away with that.
I think that's fair enough, actually, because he was shaping up again with Jamie Smith to either pull that or cut that, and in the end he got outfoxed there by Luke Fletcher. 227 for 4, and Jamie Smith waits over his bat again. Wind behind as well with that shot from Jamie Smith. As in over the wicket comes Fletcher, and Jamie Smith, wind behind, will go over long on for 6 more. That's into the car park. That's hit the roof of the marquee and goes into the car park, and it's another lovely shot from Jamie Smith. He's on to 14, 233 for 4.
Just beyond the 4 Marys, as in Poppins. Just to see the 4 little...
Yes.
Yeah, the umbrellas there, pushing up.
Well, there's every chance that if this wind continues, it could be a touch of Mary Poppins with the marquee heading off towards the railway station.
And can he get one as far as the dead tree is the issue.
Well, he's got wind behind.
He has.
That was a lovely strike of a ball, though, wasn't it?
It was.
He does have a...
Well, he knew it had to be up, didn't it? Because he couldn't get away with another short one. So that's the problem for Fletcher at the moment. He's got to really pitch the rest towards Smith and land them in his half.
He does have the most lovely swing of a cricket bat, Jamie Smith. As Fletcher down the slope and over the wicket to Jamie Smith, who's gone outside his leg stump and drilled this through extra cover for 4. That is a lovely shot, perfectly described by Mr. Coney there, because it was a beauty.
Yeah, just giving himself a little bit of... It was a full ball, it was a attempted Yorker, and he saw, in fact, that the batsman was going leg side of it, but he was able to get just a luscious kind of square drive in, under total control, right along the ground.
Yeah, a lovely shot from Jamie Smith. Where does Luke Fletcher go now to Smith? He's gone short again, and Smith waits for it, and he's off his feet.
Yeah,
pulling this one. Tennis shot really out towards deep mid wicket, but he gets a single. Moves on to 19, 238 for 4.
Very much the blacksmith Smith, wasn't it? Smith the blacksmith.
Yes, absolutely. Well, he's sort of
the agricultural nature of it, leaping and getting good full torque out of it.
He was actually practicing his
the
second
anvil
serve there at the non-striker's end. Got the anvil out, but he was practicing his second serve. As over the wicket again comes Fletcher. Another slow one. Nico Reefer straight down the ground for 6. So Nico Reefer is off the mark with the 6. Fletcher is annoyed with the slower ball. With the wind behind, Reefer has just swung his hands through it. What a game of cricket this is turning out to be. 26 overs have gone in Surrey at 244 for 4.
23 off that over. 3 sixes do help, don't they?
Oh, they do.
But that lovely boundary really was the pick of the strokes, I thought, in the over. However, the damage and the carnage just continues.
I think this might turn out to be Surrey's highest score in a 30-over game.
Yeah.
I'm just going to
we
throw
talked
it
about
out
the
there.
new format that was required.
Well, this one works, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with this one.
No.
Yes, but well, Nottinghamshire here have a slight problem on their hands, in that Surrey are absolutely flying now. And even with the dismissal of Ryan
Well, I said
Patel,
there were 25, between 25 and 40. Well, there were 23 off that over.
2 to go as Patterson White comes around the wicket here to Jamie Smith. Oh, shot boy, inside out, over extra cover, waited for it. That's the pick of the bunch.
Absolutely.
It really is from Jamie Smith. He's on to 23. The 6s look great, but that just wait, bang.
Well, it's just he just seems to have that sense of an infallible sympathy with the ball. He's just waiting for it, and he's just dismissed it gently, if you could put it that way, from his presence. The timing is a very important thing, and that's what he did. He waited for the timing there.
An infallible sympathy with the ball. As round the wicket comes Patterson White once again to Jamie Smith. That's short, and Smith is pulling into the leg side. Patterson comes round to do the fielding. They'll get back for 2 here. 2 more to the total. 2 more to Jamie Smith. He moves on to 25. The 250 comes up for Surrey now in the 27th over. Just a reminder, when the rain came after 8 overs, Surrey were 29 for 1. As Patterson White in once again. Short, that's 6 more.
Oh dear,
that's the road.
Is that
that's
the petrol station?
Woodbridge Road. That is one bounce over I think it's a Ford Transit. But it's away for 6 more, and Jamie Smith has raced on to 31 here, and it's 256 for 4.
That's into the lower story of some flats, and I think an elderly lady has just spilt her tea on her lap.
Yes. Sat out there reading the paper.
Yeah.
As round the wicket comes Patterson White. Where does he go this time? 6 more from
this one is closer.
That is huge. That's out the ground as well, is it? No, caught. Well in the crowd there, just in front of the fences. But it's 6 more, and Jamie Smith is suddenly on to 37. 262 for 4. This format's brilliant. Whoever came up with 30 over cricket, this is definitely the future.
I think the match referee has got something to do with this.
This is definitely the future. As Mr. Peter Such gets onto the copyright people.
That'd be great, wouldn't it?
To copyright T30 cricket, because this is the future. This is brilliant entertainment.
Such and such.
Absolutely.
It's a such and such sort of game.
Absolutely. But there we are. Back-to-back sixes now for Jamie Smith. As Patterson White comes round the wicket once again to Jamie Smith. Where does he go this time? 6. Oh, that's the biggest of the lot. That is a monster. Over long on, straight into the car park behind us. 3 consecutive sixes from Jamie Smith. And Jamie Smith is on to 43. David Bracegirdle has put his hat on. It's carnage out there at the moment, Mr. Coney.
It is. That's into the old members stand, the location of the old members stand.
Yes. Well, I think that's now where the toilets are, so someone could have got a shot. Okay. Minding their own business. 200 and I think that's 268 for 4 now. I think that moves Jamie Smith onto 43 now.
How many?
Well, this
Not
is
many.
what I'm going to look at now. Jamie Smith. I need my page to refresh. Even as the wind gets up now. Not many. You're right. Not very many. 43. Jamie Smith. Where does he go now?
Well, he's dropped a deep backward point out there now after being hit on the leg side.
This
3 sixes.
This is great entertainment, isn't it?
Look at Dave looking for the rain. Pray. He's down on his knees.
Ironically put his sun hat on, hoping it's a deluge in a minute. It's going to be a great chase, this from Nottingham.
Yeah, it is.
They're going to have to go for it. Patterson White is in. Jamie Smith just pulls this one into the leg side. So 3 consecutive sixes and a single for Jamie Smith, and try and keep up with this, everybody. It is remarkable. Smith is on 44, 269 for 4, 27 overs have gone, so 25 off that over.
Yes, so 23 and 25, 48 runs off the last 2 overs. And very clean hitting. I mean, I think we should emphasise that. They're not complete slogs at all. Very clean hitting. So it's 43 off 12 balls?
13 balls.
13 balls with the single.
13 balls with 2 fours and 5 sixes. He's only been out there 13 balls, Jamie Smith. I think it's fair to say he's enjoying himself at the moment. 269 for 4.
And he's facing now
Dane Patterson, it looks like, coming back into the attack down there at the railway end.
Who's reluctantly put his back to Jamie Smith at the moment.
But the thing here is that Nottinghamshire are going to have to come out from ball 1 and go. It's going to be fantastic entertainment this afternoon. Whatever happens, this is brilliant entertainment. As Patterson then, from the railway end, comes round the wicket to Jamie Smith on 44 from 13 balls. Good Yorker. Jamie Smith nutmegs himself. Or nutmegs himself. As that's down to short fine leg. Good bowling from Patterson, that. One more to the total, on to 45, 270 for 4.
You see, it's interesting coming around the wicket. Normally you bowl across the right-hander's bows, don't you, and go full Yorker length outside off stump, but there's not in this case because there's no men really back there. The third man, there is one wider.
As Patterson round the wicket to Nico Reefer, and Reefer swinging high in the air. Hamid is underneath it and will take the catch with a tumble. So that's the end. Oh, is that the captain actually? Apologies, that's Peter Trigo away in the distance. And a good catch from Peter Trigo over his right shoulder. So Nico Reefer with 1 big 6 and then on his way, but they're playing a shot of ball at the moment of Surrey. Reefer goes for 6. Good bowling from Patterson, and the captain Peter Trigo with a good tumbling catch there. And Patterson has his 2nd wicket of the piece, and Nico Reefer goes for 6, and Surrey are 270 now for 5, and we're in the 28th of their 30 overs.
Yeah, very good start to this 28th over, because the rest of the bowlers have, they look battered and bruised at this stage, and there should be about 4 or 5 physios out there on the field trying to apply ice and various, unguents to some of the wounds that they have, but this is a good start from Patterson. A full ball to Smith, who's really going at high velocity at this stage, and he managed to get one right in at the pads and right on the line, and so just a single to short fine leg, and then a slightly slower one to Nico Riefer, and he sliced it to sort of extra cover inside the circle. So well taken by Peter Trigo, who's still got his eyes open.
I'd have thought that was swirling as well, a touch in the wind. Right, Smith's back on strike. Patterson round the wicket to him. Jamie Smith drives. Has he hit the gap? No, brilliantly fielded up there at mid-off. If that had got past Patterson White, I think that would have run away for 4 more. So hand on that was important from Patterson.
Well, yeah, but you see, it's a danger area, isn't it? Because there's no one beyond out in that sort of offside area, so if it does thread itself through, the men who are back as that square third man and also the cover man, but nothing beyond that, right round to long on. That's the danger area for him.
Well, the new batsman is Ricky Clark, a man of Guildford, of course, as his first ball from Patterson is a slower ball, and Ricky Clark turns it out towards deep backward square. They'll pick up a single as the throw comes in, one bounce over the top of the stumps.
Goodness, yeah. Well, a bit of daintiness thrown into the game as well by Ricky Clark.
I think, just as I say, if you walk down the steps here in the pavilion, there are many photos of Ricky Clark from Guildford days.
Right.
And obviously his testimonial year this year, and has announced his retirement now at the end of the season.
That was certainly one off the mark.
It was indeed, as Patterson is into Jamie Smith on 46, and Smith, what a way to bring up your 50. Jamie Smith, what an innings this has been. Straight down the ground for 6 more. Ryan Patel's was spectacular. This has been a little gem from Jamie Smith. That's 16 balls with 2 4s and 6 6s. Jamie Smith, behave yourself. 278 for 5.
Well, exactly, behave yourself. My car is parked down in that area. It is a classic car. It doesn't belong to me, so make sure. Look, there's acres of space out there, Jamie Smith. Come on. Keep it wider, please.
It's pretty
good stroke, wasn't it?
A lovely shot. He's played some gorgeous shots. The one I'll always remember was the little inside out from Patterson White down here for 4. The 6s have been spectacular, but his hands and waiting for the ball on that occasion was quite gorgeous. So 16 balls with 6 6s. It's not bad going, is it?
So third man's come up now to backward point. He can't afford to bowl that full Yorker outside off.
Round the wicket he comes to Jamie Smith, and well bowled. He's bowled it right up there.
Yeah.
Jamie Smith was giving himself some room, and in the end just gets the bat on it and picks up a single, keeps the strike. So it's another pretty good over for Surrey. That it started well from Patterson, but then that big 6. So 279 for 5. So 10 off. Hang on, 10 off that over. So the last 3 overs have gone for 58.
Yep, that's correct.
The last 3 overs.
Yep, so the next 2, they haven't got Fletcher to call on. I think Patterson's finished, has he, as well, his overs?
Yes, I think he has.
Okay.
Just peering into the...
So who is going to bowl these? It's going to be, is it Everson?
It's going to be
Everson
below
for this end, and then somebody else from the far end.
We'll work that one out in a second.
Yeah, so...
You can't take your eyes off this for a second.
And Jamie Smith's still there.
Now, here we are. Here's a stat for you, everybody. I like a good stat alert. Ryan Patel's 58 ball 50 is the fastest in list day for Surrey since Ali Brown's 176 versus Gloucestershire, which was the world record. That was the world record one. As looking to drive outside his off stump is Jamie Smith out there towards extra cover. He'll get a single. That was the game. 496 for 4 Surrey off 50 overs. And he made 176.
Isn't that what the bar is called in the members?
That was after his 296 against Glamorgan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But 268 against Glamorgan. But the other thing about that game, this is how sad I am, that the first over bowled by Ashley Nofke in that game was a maiden. So it was actually off 49 overs. As Ricky Clark swings a full toss from Everson out towards deep mid-wicket, and they'll pick up a single. And that'll be one more to Ricky Clark, who played in that game as well. Ricky Clark, he played in that game. So Jamie Smith comes back on strike, but that's the fastest list day 100, apologies, for Surrey since that 176 by Ali Brown back in 2007.
All right,
well, Surrey's world record, 496 for 4, Jeremy Coney.
Wow.
Whoa. As over the wicket once more comes Everson, and this is bowling Jamie Smith. A slower ball. He's looked to swing it over the leg side. It's knocked his off stump over, but what an innings that is from Jamie Smith. He goes for 54, and he's just lit up Guildford after that. Brilliant innings from Ryan Patel. Gone for 54, and it's 281 for 6.
Well, he came in. I can't. What wicket was it? Was it Patel that he came in at? And that was in the 25th over. We know he's leaving at the first ball, or third ball, sorry, of the 29th, with 54 runs beside his name. It has been a magical little cameo, and that's the cameo in the sense, the proper sense of the word, because they've been not just slogs at all. They've been controlled strokes. Straight down the ground, into the leg side, a lovely 4 that you mentioned, an over ago that we both thought, whew, that's a different quality. There's something else about that stroke, and it's a lovely innings.
Yeah, it really is, and again, it just shows how versatile this kid is. 20 years old he is.
Really?
Jamie Smith, yeah, 20 years old, and you're able to go out and do that. Remarkable, really. Gus Atkinson is the new batsman out there in the middle, and Everson comes in over the wicket to him, and Gus Atkinson, right-handed, slings this one into the leg side. I'll think about
Could
two
be two,
here,
yeah.
he's hit the toe end of his bat, but Patterson is quickly up to do the retrieval. So just a single. Good over this from Everson. Very good over this. I am really looking forward to the Nottinghamshire run chase, because they're going to literally go out there from ball 1 and have to play some shots to do this, I think, today. And of course, because it's the old Duckworth-Lewis, it keeps everybody on their toes, as Ricky Clark stands with that bat raised. That's 6. It's a full toss, and Ricky Clark's just swung it into the fencing down by the Woodbridge Road for 6. So that's a 6 for Ricky Clark. That was in his arc, I think it's fair to say. He's on to 8, 288 for 6.
Well, Ricky's quite pleased he didn't have to sort of play that for a single. He's got 2 so far, and to get a nice little kind of hip high leg stump fully.
Tell you what, I'm worried about those cars that are parked the other side of the fence there, because I think it cleared the fence.
I can see several owners hurrying.
A couple of gentlemen stood in front of a car now. Maybe they're thinking they'll protect their car. Oh, the ball's come back now. We've just changed the ball, but the original ball has now come back. Would you get
insurance? Would you get insurance for that sort of thing out just on the outside of a cricket ground when there's about 42 sixes hitting the day?
This is an interesting one, Mr. Coney, because as in over the wicket comes Everson, and this one's outside the off stump. Wide will be the signal. 289 for 6. What we were mentioning, Ali Brown, who of course scored lots and lots of runs for Nottinghamshire as well. I remember in a T20 game at Lords of all places, he cover drove one that hit the roof of the mound stand, which are like these arch roofs of a marquee hit, and it skimmed off, went straight through the windscreen of a car set on the St John's Wood Road. Now, I suppose if you park near Lords, you think maybe a ball will come along. Oh, this will be another one. That's another full toss. That one's out the ground as well. Now that's
by the motorist.
Yes, it has. It's just bounced in the Woodbridge Road. That could be in the petrol station.
Yeah,
could be in the petrol station. And that's 6 more to Ricky Clark. He's on to 14. End of the over.
He looks like a pizza delivery man. It could easily have gone into the back of
you just got your
to someone's
American
lunch.
hot
I know,
delivered, and you open the bag up and there's that ball in there as well.
Yes, exactly.
So, oh no, it's come back now. The gentleman just launched it from the other side of the road.
Looks like it's a margarita pizza.
It's all go here. So Surrey are looking like going past 300 in their 30 overs. So this is going to be an extraordinary run chase. It really is. And off that over 14. So that's 72 off the last 4. Now, for Nottinghamshire, it'll be Fletcher to bowl the last over. It will be Luke Fletcher to bowl the final over from the Railway end. But I just think, from a Nottinghamshire point of view, this frees Nottinghamshire up as well. They just go out there and play. Just play. This is going to be fantastic this afternoon in the sun. It really is. Gus Atkinson on strike. Fletcher from the Railway end. Gus Atkinson swung this high in the air. Oh, it's Trigo again in the swirling wind. That one, brilliant effort to get to it with one hand. Peter Trigo, brilliant effort. Fletcher wanted long off to come up and take it, Patterson White. But Peter Trigo there is swirling around in the wind, and he's got one hand to it, but it's a horrible. He's taken one really good one there already. That one was horrible. 297 for 6.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that goes over your head, and you've got to make the choice. Do you keep back pedalling so you're still facing the pitch? But then it's quite hard to get the pace, and he didn't quite get the pace required.
As this is swung down the ground by Atkinson to bring up the 300 for Surrey. Straight down the ground for 6. And to just tell you how long that previous delivery was in the air for, they ran 2. So Atkinson was still on strike. Surrey have brought up their 300 in the 30th over. 303 for 6.
Well, it's extraordinary. It's really only in 22 overs, isn't it? Because only 29 runs scored in the first 8. So it's all happened since the resumption.
Oh,
there goes our rotor.
As here goes Atkinson again, down the ground for 6 more. So with wind behind, Gus Atkinson is just sort of a nice little 6-iron down the fairway, picked up by the wind, and he's on to 15 and 309 for 6, Surrey.
Oh dear.
Well, T30, everybody. It's definitely the way forward. It's fantastic entertainment, this.
But, and say the 100's going, this is nothing.
But Nottinghamshire, they've just got to go out and smash it. As here comes Luke Fletcher, and this is going to go straight up in the air from Atkinson, and it will be caught this time by Peter Trigo. But this has been another little cameo from Gus Atkinson of 15, and Surrey 309 for 7. And well, at the moment you can't keep up with all of this. The scorers are doing a terrific job on the scoreboard to keep up with all of this.
How are they going with the DLS number? Is that down there as well?
It'll be up there at some point. Well, for the second half.
I know they'll be worried. They'll be worried about the DLS.
I'm just doing some rudimentary mathematics, which is always dangerous with me, and I make that when we still haven't finished this over 92 after the last 4 and a bit overs for Surrey. So Conor McCurr marches out there to join Ricky Clark. But yeah, this is something else. Definitely the way forward.
Well, it just shows you the power of the modern players too, the fitness, the regimes that they follow, their flexibility. I know the bats are a little bit bigger, we always say that, and we know that the ground's a wee bit small, but man, there's some fitness and some hitting power here.
Fletcher is in, short one to Ricky Clark, who stands tall, swings it leg side, one bounce out towards deep mid wicket, and they'll only get the single. Good work, because it keeps Clark off strike, so Conor McCurr will be on strike for what is, I think, the final ball of this innings. 310 for 7, sorry. And as Jeremy Coney so rightly said, really, this has come off 22 overs, because when we came off for rain after 8, it was 29 for 1. And Surrey are going to go in with over 300 on the board.
Yeah.
Well, it's been great entertainment, hasn't it? Really
what was Hamler doing?
I don't know. As it over the wicket once again is Fletcher. Final ball driven down the ground by McCurr. They'll come back for 2 surely off the last ball. Conor McCurr is coming back, but Ricky Clark will get run out. Trying to come back for the second, so that'll be a single, and that will be 311 for 8. Off 30 overs by Surrey. Conor McCurr's already back in the pavilion. He's just kept running. But wow, that has been entertaining, Jeremy Coney.
Oh, what a pleasure to be here and to witness that. And also for all the people who have had to sit through that deluge and then decided, nope, I'm going to go back just to have a look at this. We've spent a bit of time in the car and we're going to watch this, and they've been rewarded and thoroughly rewarded, and they deserve it. Some fantastic innings there, really. I mean, after the rain, to watch Patel, the way he played, the young left-hander, clearing sometimes the front leg to hit down the ground, to open the face of the bat. He naturally tries to open the face and go offside. It seems an instinct of his. And to hit 10 sixes in his 131. Stoneman caught the cold as well, or the 6 cold, and he got through quickly to 43, just in support really. And so and then finally to see that lovely cameo of Smith towards the end of the innings, 50. Everyone joined in really. trying to hit sixes. I don't know how many sixes there were in the innings, folks. It's an extraordinary
Let me have
innings.
a quick squeeze. I'll see if I can work this one out
But
loud.
311 is a big enough total without having 8 overs only for 29. 311, so it's going to be a big task for Notts, but they have got the advantage of those 8 overs that of the openers used up, and so let's see how they go. But it's been a fantastic entertainment today.
23 sixes in that Surrey innings, 23 in the Surrey innings, but as I say, for Nottinghamshire, well, it's go out there and play and enjoy yourself. 23 sixes in that
138 runs
in that Surrey, but
in sixes.
Do you know whose name my eye darts straight to the Nottinghamshire batting lineup? Is the captain, Mr. Trigo. Mr. Trigo might enjoy this, but we'll have a break now for around about. It's only going to be 20 minutes, I think, because of course we had some rain. But we'll be back with you, of course.
This is the time to have your tea if you're in the environs of the ground.
Have your tea now, and then come back, because T30 cricket, everybody, you heard it here first. Well, a very warm welcome back to Guildford here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Nottingham, and at the moment everybody's just getting their heads around what they've just seen, because Surrey off their 30 overs, 311 for 8 off their 30, but due to Duckworth-Lewis, that has now been rounded down to the target for Nottinghamshire, everybody's 300 off 30 overs, which is 10 and over. And don't ask me to explain what that's got something to do with the number of wickets and all that good stuff. But the target is actually 300. Duckworth-Lewis, Stern, I suppose. Target 300, 299 for the tie. Welcome back, David Bracegirdle. Mr. Bracegirdle, you and I have seen lots of things over the years, but today, what entertainment this has been. And Nottinghamshire, I think this is going to be close. I think Notts will just go out there and they'll just have to play shots.
Oh, where's the rain? Where's the rain?
I think it's going to be great.
Crikey, I can tell you Alex Stewart wasn't overly thrilled about the fact that Surrey scored 311 for 8 and Notts need 300. And it does take a little bit of trying to get your head round, because always we see in these sorts of scenarios the side chasing usually has to chase a few more, don't they?
Yeah,
I think it's just done to make it a little easier. Notts need 10 and over essentially. 300 in 30 overs. We can all understand that. Looks as if it's going to be Gus Atkinson at the far end, unless Mr. Church is about to...
yes, no, you're correct as always.
Correct me.
Correct as always, Mr. Bracegirdle.
We're going to get underway. Ben Slater is on strike, and the first ball is a play and a miss outside the off stump, and it goes through to the wicket keeper, Jamie Smith. I don't think I've seen a first 11 match where at the interval we've had 23 sixes.
Yeah. Well, it was remarkable hitting, but as I say, Nottinghamshire have players perfectly capable of doing the same sort of thing.
Here's Atkinson in again to Slater, drops it on the leg side. They take a single, and Gus Atkinson, he's okay. Just went down. It was a little bit of a heavy fall, an awkward fall. He's gone down on a strip there that's covered. The groundsman has nailed down a mat there. I don't know if it's sorry, I haven't got any more games here, have they, in this competition?
That's a really good question.
Okay.
No,
so
they haven't.
We'll presume that's for a club game at the weekend.
And also there's a couple of women's games here as well before the end of the season.
Certainly a strip there that he wants to protect. The new man is Sol Buddinger. His sort of game, see ball, hit ball. Let's have a look. He's pushed the first one to backward point, and there's no run. It was an absolute whirlwind, wasn't it? 311 for 8, century from Ryan Patel in next to no time. Mark Stoneman 43, Jamie Smith 54, and some very useful cameos. Must be some extraordinary strike rates there on the scorecard. Atkinson bowls. This is another dot ball as Buddinger can't get him away, playing up to mid-off. We've had all sorts of trains and lorries and cars, and now there's some overhead activity which we can't quite see.
Yeah, I've got to admit, this is the first sort of game where I've been at where someone's scored that sort of runs and their total's gone down.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what's happened there, but we won't go on about it, but I'm still a bit confused, really.
I'm sure it'll rear its ugly head again, if not romp to victory with 3 or 4 balls to spare. Next delivery is pulled to Amler at mid-on, deceptively falling short of him from here initially. I thought it was straight down his throat, and poor old Ashim's got to go and chase after his sun hat, which has blown off in the breeze.
But that's what's been announced, so that's what we'll go with. It's on the board. So, but not often that sides go down.
No.
They don't tend to go up, the scores, but there we are.
I mean, especially when there were 29 for 1 after 8. You know, lots of people were saying, oh, sorry, got no chance now because they made such a poor start.
And if someone says it's the number of wickets, well, of course it was, because they're playing shots every ball.
Yeah. 2 on the board. Slater back on strike. Push and run here. And these 2 left-handers have taken 3 from the opening over. Normally you'd say that's just a case of having a look at the bowling. Here, well, you'd say that's 7 behind the required run rate already.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think is because of 8 wickets down. But they were 1 wicket down after 8, and if you get to 311, yeah, you are playing a shot of ball off 22 overs, so you are going to lose wickets. So to go from 311 for 8 down to 300, well, my maths is terrible at the best of times, but I can't really work that one out. But there we go. It will be, I'm sure we'll be told it's those 8 wickets.
Yes.
But the thing is, Surrey in those, if you look at what they scored in the 22 overs, 29 for 1, 311. So you're going to lose wickets there because you're playing shots every ball. So they've sort of almost been docked runs for batting so well, if that makes sense. Anyway, Matthew Dunn from the pavilion end is going to come over the wicket to Slater, and Slater drives, good shot, away through the covers for 4. It's just lent on that as Ben Slater, and that whistles off to the boundary rope for 4 runs. And Slater, the first boundary for Nottinghamshire in this chase of 300, and 7 without loss.
Been around a while, hasn't he now, Matthew Dunn?
Yeah. Do you want to know an incredible stat?
Yes, please.
Scarborough was his first list day game for Surrey. He had played 1 for England Lions, I think, before that. But it was his debut for Surrey in list day cricket at Scarborough. That one I would never have got unless Jack, to your left, had told me that before the start of play. As
he's on the ball, is Jack.
Over the wicket comes Matthew Dunn once again. Short ball, tucked away, off his hit by Slater, out towards deep backward square. Peter Such, the cricket liaison officer, has just gone down the steps to my left. I think I probably know where he's off to to discuss how Surrey have gone down from 311 to 300. 8 without loss. But yeah, it's an interesting one.
They've all done the number crunching, the scorers, the match
referee. It comes out of a computer, doesn't it, I think?
Yeah.
So that's how it's come out. But as I say, in a way, Surrey have been punished for batting so well.
Typical Surrey.
Typical Surrey, really. As Matthew Dunn, over the wicket he comes, and punched into the offside. Single here, away through extra cover. They should get 2. They will get 2. So Budginger, nicely played, just pushed at that and away through the covers it goes. One thing that Surrey did do extremely well after those 8 overs was running between the wickets. They absolutely tore the 2s, which is, oh no, that's your hat going, Bracers. That screen, that wasn't Dave Bracegirdle going over the top of the roof, it was his hat. Dear, there's people on the live stream and on the BBC thinking that's the end of Dave Bracegirdle. Has done his in. We've had everything today, we really have.
There's been some fine crowd catches today, but that was the sharpest movement.
Very good, it was very good. And another single as this one's tucked away into the leg side. And Budginger moves on to 4. Sorry about the wind again, but as I say, there's not a huge amount we can do. That sat on the pavilion roof. 11 without. I have put my muffler on for the second half. Whether it's going to make any difference, I don't know. As Matthew Dunn is in once again over the wicket to Slater, and Slater drives thick inside edge, rolls out there towards extra cover. Mark Stoneman comes round to do the fielding.
I have to say, after a while, it almost became commonplace to see sixes hit down the ground towards the railway end onto those marquees. But the one I'll remember, I think, as my head hits the pillow tonight, will be the one that cleared the trees and presumably cleared the what? What did you call it?
That June Wharf. I think that was Tim David swung it over Dapjune Wharf as in comes Dunn again. Slater's cutting, well fielded. Nico Reeford to his right hand side at backward point, took that on the half volley, and there's no run. End of the over, second one then gone for Nottinghamshire. 11 without loss they are, needing 300 to win this game because it's been rounded down from 311 for 8.
I don't know, rattle along, get to 120 after 10 overs and let it rain. That should do it.
I think we'll be all right. I'm just looking. The cloud's all broken up now, isn't it?
During the 3 hours of almost non-stop rain, the number of people that came to me showing me various apps saying that's it, it's set in for the day, there's no chance of any more cricket and it's going to continue raining and they might as well call it off. I've not seen any of them since.
No, never play the weather.
There's Atkinson starting over number 3, bowling to Budginger, and he helps this one away on the leg side. Not quite had enough breakfast cereal this morning, young Sol. Just lands, what, 8 or 10 strides in from the rope and it rolls away for 4.
Yeah, just off his hip, wasn't it? Just helped it on his way.
He has various age groups and for not seconds played some extraordinary devastating innings. Budinger not yet done it in the first team. Drives this one crisply to mid-off. No run on this occasion. 15 on the board.
Opportunity here.
Yeah.
We saw it with Ryan Patel, completely freed up for his 131 from 70 balls with 7 fours and 10 sixes.
Did you know he'd got that in him?
I think yes, but hadn't seen it in first team cricket. But I think that will do him the power of good. Really.
These two sides going into this match, each having won their opening encounter in the competition. Notts winning at Edgbaston against Warwickshire on Sunday. Next ball driven down the ground by Budinger. Again, one bounce into the sponsors' advertising boards at the far end. Nice and straight from Budinger. Second boundary in the over. Surrey, of course, getting off the mark at Scarborough against Yorkshire last Thursday, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. 5-wicket win that time for Surrey. I've just noticed as well, very good from the scorers, that I wonder why a lamp had come up with the lampshade earlier, but that is to signal to the umpires that they've seen the signal. So they've taken the lampshade off and it's just the lamp. Isn't that clever? So all they see is the bulb.
Next ball from Atkinson. Budinger helps it away for another boundary. Difficult now for the Surrey fielders as it was for Notts earlier, with momentum certainly flowing through the veins of Budinger. Only two fielders outside the circle. Do we know what the power play is, Mark?
6 again.
6,
then 14 with a block of 6, block of 14, block of 6. So only 2 outside the circle for the first 6, then you can have 4 for the next block of 14 and 5 for the last block of 6.
So 25 on the board. One ball left in this over, the third of the innings. 16 to Sol Budinger, and he's going to get at least a couple more here. In fact, Hashim gives up the chase very quickly, and another boundary, and in fact it's a no ball, so that's a very useful delivery as far as Notts were concerned. 2 for the no ball and 4 for the boundary, and it will have to be reloaded from Gus Atkinson. Don't think the no ball has gone on. Now it has. 31 without loss.
Well, of course, I've completely forgotten that we had Tim David, of course, out and then being called back because they had too many men outside the circle. So it had everything, the Surrey inning.
Liam Patterson-White's first delivery of the afternoon. Next ball is bowled in, straight through Budinger's defences. Of course, it was a free hit from a no ball. All those in the crowd that had not noticed that, Mark, eh? What do you reckon about them?
Well, well done, everybody, because that was a very good dot delivery from Gus Atkinson. To be fair, when you do go no ball, then it's a free hit. The old base of the off stump is a pretty good comeback delivery, isn't it? So not too much damage done, but of course not out. It could be run out, but that was bowled but not out because it was a free hit.
To be fair, I saw the signal for no ball, should have known, but I didn't see the signal for the free hit. Anyway, Budinger has launched this one many a mile over deep mid-wicket out towards the ice cream van. That's gone for a 99, certainly gone for a 6. Massive blow from Budinger, and he's really enjoying himself in this over. In fact, there's another ball left yet, and already we've had 26 from this over.
Yes, it's round about, yes, we were 11, so yeah, 26 off this over from Gus Atkinson.
37 without loss. Budinger has got a start, it's fair to say. 26 everywhere. He's on 26, 26 from the over. Slater wears 26. Next ball pulled away for 4 more. And that was a very useful over for the visitors. 41 without loss, so 30 from the over.
I told you, it's going to be fun, this. And 30 off the over from Gus Atkinson. So after 3, 41 without loss, Nottinghamshire. So they're on target at the moment to finish this in 15 overs. No, they're on target to get to that 300. But it's going to be fun, this. It really is. And, well, absolute credit there to Budinger Very well played, but 30 off that over.
I wonder if we missed another no ball.
2 free hits.
Two free
hits.
Thanks
So,
to Nat Woman next to us. Natalie, when I came here this morning, she was scaling the battlements. We think
brilliant.
we're on the roof, but she was even higher, erecting scaffolding and all sorts of things to make
absolutely brilliant at what she does.
To make the live stream work.
Fantastic. As Matthew Dunn from the pavilion end is coming in over the wicket to Slater and beats his outside edge with a full delivery, with Slater looking to drive outside his off stump, and that's taken by Jamie Smith. Yeah, I'm just thinking about this whole Duckworth Lewis thing, and from both sides. Then Nottinghamshire would say as well, and Duckworth Lewis would take this into account, that after the 8 overs, Surrey were 29 for 1. So that's sort of crediting the start that Nottinghamshire made, but then I don't know.
No,
anyway, we know it's 300. Here comes Matthew Dunn once more over the wicket to Slater. Slater opening the face, guiding this one down towards third man. The dive from Conor McCurr is very good, and he gets the throw away off his knees. So good bit of work that from Conor McCurr.
Surrey had 8 overs of power play cricket, and to be fair, Notts restricted them, didn't they? Notts did well in that phase of the game, 29 for 1. So, I think maybe that's all crunched in as well.
Yeah, I think that will come into play as well. But then the point I was trying to make laboriously was then, sorry, the next 22 overs went on to 311, and you're going to lose wickets when you do that. As Dunn is in, short ball, Slater, that'll be 4. Nicely played by Slater. He's up on his toes and run that one off down to third man for 4. I have to say at the moment, Surrey's 311 is looking below par. So off to an absolute flyer, as we suspected might happen here for Nottinghamshire.
We all know you're one of life's great pessimists, Mark, but even at 47 without loss, chasing 300, you can't be getting concerned yet.
They're ahead of where they need to be, Nottinghamshire, at the moment. Still got Mr. Trigo to come. Whatever happens today, this has been such good entertainment for the crowd. It really has.
And they deserve it.
Absolutely.
I was staggered that at least half of them didn't go home, because there weren't that many options for them to get out of the rain, were there, to get some shelter.
Yeah, this is great stuff. As Matthew Dunn over the wicket he comes to Slater. Slater short ball, just works off his legs out towards deep backward square. They could have a breather here if they wanted to after this start. 48 without loss. Surrey after 4 overs was 16 without loss, but of course we didn't know it was going to rain then.
No, it was a different game then.
A different game. So we sort of had 2 games today for the price of 1.
Very good early on. I mean, it's hours and hours and hours ago now. Mr. Amler walking, and he popped up, said hello. Hashim, he came and had a look on the old analyst's video there at his innings, and you hit it, Ash? Yep.
Budinger, short ball from Dunn, and he's pulled it for 4. And that races off towards Dapjune Wharf and is fielded by a member of the crowd in a red jumper. So well fielded, sir. And he leaves it to his good lady wife to kick the ball back. So that's the 50 up for Nottinghamshire. The 50s come up in the 4th over. Nottinghamshire 52 without loss after 4. It's all go, isn't it? 34 to Budinger.
I think they put 56 on in 6 overs at Edgbaston on Saturday, and we thought they were flying then.
Oh, they are flying here. 4th over, 52 on the board already. As Matthew Dunn over the wicket he comes to Budinger, who's swinging and missing, looking to absolutely haul that towards us up on the pavilion roof, and it goes past his edge. It's a dot ball to finish. Mr. Bracegirdle's got to go and do his update away to my left, and then he'll come and join Jeremy Coney after he's done his update. But I will continue to try and sail the good ship Guildford towards, well, I would say calmer waters, but this is great entertainment at the moment, so I'm enjoying this immensely. I'm not sure the bowlers are today. I'm not sure it's a day they'll remember too fondly. The old stats are not going to be quite as good at the end of this, are they? 52 without loss after 4. And as I say, at the moment, Notts are way ahead of where they need to be to get to 300. And the sun is out. Slater's leant on his bat because Conor McCurr is going to come in to bowl the 5th over from the railway end of the ground. The field at the moment is Nico Reefer on the edge of the circle at third man, then the short fine leg, deep backward square as 1 out, Then Ricky Clark with some advice for Conor McCurr in there at mid-wicket. Matthew Dunn will go down to long on. There'll be a mid-off, an extra cover, a backward point, and as I say, Nico Reefer, third man on the edge of the circle. So he's got a ring in the covers here, Conor McCurr, coming over the wicket to the left-handed Slater, and the first ball, it's hitting the thigh guard of Slater. And it rolls away into the leg side, and this will be leg by signalled, and one more to the total, 53 without loss. That gentleman who took the catch in the crowd in the first innings still celebrating, I think. I must say our safari suited gentleman and the pink flamingo are a bit quieter now. I think they may have peaked a bit early as Budinger comes back onto strike on 34. As over the wicket comes Conor McCurr to Budinger. He backs away outside the leg stump and he's followed by Conor McCurr. It's very well taken by Jamie Smith, but wide will have to be the signal. And one more to that total, 54 without loss. Funnily enough, since Ricky Clark started hitting sixes into the Woodbridge Road, the traffic isn't as busy as it was. I wonder if news on the travel bulletins has gone round to avoid the Woodbridge Road for flying cricket balls. As Conor McCurr comes in over the wicket to Slater, and Slater shot down the ground towards long on. Oh, he hasn't got much of this actually, chipped it really down towards Matthew Dunn, who comes round to do the fielding, and they'll just pick up a single. So at the moment a single is very well bowled. A dot ball at the moment, it's like gold dust. 55 without loss, as waiting once again is the left-handed Slater. And 14. Apologies, Budinger on strike as Conor McCurr is in, short ball, and this is pulled away behind square for 4. Nicely played. Slater just short ball, waited for that, rocks onto the back foot, and then pulled it away behind square on the leg side for 4. He has of course got one man back there, Conor McCurr, but that one he just waited for, and on the back foot with one knee in the air, rocked it away behind square for 4 runs. 59 without loss, Nottinghamshire chasing 300, and we're in the 5th of their 30 overs as Conor McCurr is into Slater once again, and Slater, good length ball from Conor McCurr, is pushing out towards extra cover, and there is no run. It's windy up on this table, so we're having to try and stick everything down. Mr. Jeremy Coney's just moved in to my left, but I'm going to give him a moment or two to plug his headphones in, because he's using everything that has any weight to it to pin everything down on the table, which is very sensible, I have to say. As waiting again, Slater, as Conor McCurr is into him, short ball, Slater up on his toes, lovely looking shots, cut this between backward point and third man. Tim Davids giving chase, does well, gets it inside the boundary rope, ends up head first in the front row of the crowd, but he's done very, very well there as Tim David, and they pick up a couple more. Slater moves on to 20, 61 without loss. Those aren't your headphones. I don't know why that would be. Yes, we have, yes, interesting. Right, I can get you round that. For some reason, we're now being given clean feed of the 100 game by 5 Live, which is kind of them, as this one's pushed out into the offside, and there is no run. And end of the over, 61 without loss. I'm going to do this for you, Mr. Coney. Have you got just me now? You've just got me, good, right, we'll get rid of that. So I don't know what's going on at the moment. It is a chaotic day here, but end of the over, 5 gone, 61 without loss now. Surrey have Nottinghamshire after 5, chasing 300 to win this. 300 to win this, and 61 without loss after 5. Jeremy Coney, welcome back, sir.
Thank you very much. Well, first thing, I think 10 and over, it's a steady target, isn't it? There is the factor of the size of the ground, but use the power play, that would be the first thing, and so far you'd have to say 60 odd off 5 overs, yeah, 12 and over, they're going well,
very well, and
they haven't lost a wicket.
No.
So that's an advantage that Notts have. They've got, and they should be between, I would have thought 80 80 to 100. They need to be, really, and they're on target for that.
End of this over, Mr. Bracegirdle will be back as, this one is swung high over the top of mid-on from Gus Atkinson, and away one bounce for 4 runs. So Budinger swinging that one over the top of Nico Reefer at mid-on, and away for 4. And Budinger on to 39, 65 without loss now in the 6th over. And Budinger is settling over his bat once more, and Nico Reefer is jogging down to long on now, so they're bringing up fine leg to the edge of the circle as Gus Atkinson is in again, and this one's down the leg side, hits the pads of Budinger, who is looking to whip that one down towards fine leg, and there is no signal, there is no run because they've stayed where they are. But I was just saying that actually Surrey's 311 for 8 is looking below par with the way that Nottinghamshire has started it. It's great entertainment, though, isn't
fantastic. The second thing is don't lose probably more than 2 wickets in the first 10 overs for Notts.
As Gus Atkinson's in, this could be caught and bowled, is it? No, Budinger goes to pull, it got onto him a bit quicker than he thought off the top edge, and it just loops down in front of him, and Gus Atkinson trying to sprint through to take the caught and bowled, but it just bounced in front of Gus Atkinson. So Budinger survives on 39.
So I reckon 80 plus, and don't lose more than 2 wickets. I think Surrey, from that point of view, in these first 10 overs, they've got to face the fact that field's up, they can't protect the boundaries straight. And so they've dropped one back now because, I mean, it just seems that you don't need the fine leg at the moment.
Atkinson's in again. Budinger, you do now because that's off the top edge and has been swung onto the top of the marquee for 6. So he's got a fair amount of his bat on that. And even if you'd had a fine leg,
there's no need.
No, so it had to have been 20 foot.
That's
71
right.
without loss.
So the next thing, I mean, someone needs to do in the Nottingham side in the batting lineup what Surrey did. Someone's got to get 100, and a biggish 100. Now that doesn't matter who it is. Someone's got to do it. Generally, one of your top 6. And they've also got to have support from the other end, like a Stoneman did for Patel. And then, of course, because players are now capable and they play a lot of short-form cricket, that they are accustomed to attacking forcefully very early on in their innings, like a Jamie Smith came out and did for Surrey. So for them to be competitive, Notts, they've got to do those things right along the way. Things are going to have to go for them. Let's be fair, because the runs are on the board, but Surrey just have to be mindful of the fact that we're still in this game, even though the runs are flying along at the moment, and that they are ahead of Surrey themselves in terms of run rate. As you say, it looks as though they haven't got enough. But of course 8 of the first 10 overs only went for 30, so there's an element of that in it as well.
And I'm just trying to work out now how many 6s we've had in the game.
Oh, right,
because, we had 23, didn't we, in the Surrey innings?
Yep.
And now in this Nottinghamshire innings, 2 from Budinger. So 25 6s already, and we're only in the 36th over of this game.
Well, the other thing that if you look at the spread of the runs, 0 to 5 runs in an over happened 10 times in the Surrey innings. That Notts were able. Now, most of those, of course, will be in the first few. 6 to 12, 10 times. So there's 20 overs where you've kind of got sort of control.
Gus Atkinson, the ball's come back now. It's into Budinger, who's swinging down to backward point and has gone. Has that come off bat? Budinger, yes. He was standing there waiting. I wonder if he's top edged that straight onto his crash helmet, and that has looped to backward point. I think possibly that's top edge onto his crash helmet and looping to backward point, and he goes for 45, and it's 71 for 1.
And he is looking to go onside, so in fact the head is turned around to the onside where he's expecting it's got a top edge onto the helmet, on the offside of the helmet, and that's why it's flown onto the offside. So Budinger goes, it's a little cameo for him. 45, was it?
Yep, 45.
So it's the equivalent of Stoneman in a way, although he was the aggressor, wasn't he, so far? But he's certainly matched that. So that's what Notts have got to think. Someone has still got to get in and get this 100. Down to number 3 now. There's no reason why the man coming out 77 on his back, Trigo, can't get those runs. He's got a few balls to come. You don't have to hit right from ball 1. Just start getting used to the pace of the pitch, finding your timing, and then suddenly you can ignite just with a couple of shots. Exactly what we saw from Patel.
And I think Gus Atkinson there again, and I've been going on about this, when he bangs it in, it gets onto the batsman much quicker than they're expecting.
Yeah.
And I think there with Budinger, top edge straight onto his crash helmet, and it looped to backward point. So he's come back pretty well, Gus Atkinson, there, because of course his first over went for 30.
Yeah.
So he's got the wicket of Budinger now. 71. It's all happened today. It's been tremendous entertainment, hasn't it?
Yeah,
I'm so glad we're all here, sat on the roof under
good.
the tent. It's great.
Here in the tsunami.
Indeed.
That's right.
We've got everything. It's Peter Trigo, first delivery from Gus Atkinson, always looking to cut, and it goes past his outside edge. End of the over. 6 gone. The end of me. I'm off for a breather. Few thoughts from Jeremy Coney, and he'll be joined by Dave Brace.
So 71 with for 1 wicket now, and 10 runs from that over as well, just to finish that spread, if you like, of runs per over in the Surrey innings. I've done the 0 to 5. There were 10 overs like that. 6 to 12. There were 10 overs. So 20 overs there, and so 10 overs remaining. 5 of them were between 13 and 18 runs, 19 runs. And 5 of them over 20. 5 overs over 20. Well, already we've had 1 over 20, and that was the 3rd over, went for 30. So that's more than any of the 1 over runs per over of Surrey. So, okay, Notts are on the way. It's too early to make any predictions yet, and 71 off 6 overs. So let's go. Let's keep this going. What do you think, Dave?
Well, that is the end of the power play. Not
Yeah,
so
it
only
is.
get a 6 over power play.
That's
so
right.
A little bit
Quite right.
of protection now for Surrey.
Yeah.
Conor McCur's going to continue.
And now, but 18 overs will be in the next phase.
So 4 fielders allowed outside the circle as Conor McCur comes in and bowls to Ben Slater. May just have brushed the pad here. Single to the total. Yes, it is a leg by. Played very nicely on Sunday. Ben Slater made 85 at Edgbaston, century there for the taking, and then he just helped one out to the only fielder in the deep on the leg side and was absolutely crestfallen.
What Surrey here as bowlers have to think about, we only really need, someone to bowl, some overs, a package of overs together when they only go for less than 5, and that will put real pressure on the Notts side. They will feel they're getting behind.
There is a pressure to keep churning out.
Exactly, the big runs.
Yeah. There's McCur. Peter Trigo's taken guard. The Notts captain playing his 200th List A game, and he's gone, caught behind. Conor McCur gets a wicket. Not to be today for Peter Trigo. Caught behind by wicket-keeper Jamie Smith from the bowling of Conor McCur, and Notts lose 2 wickets in the space of just 4 deliveries. They're 72 for 2.
Yeah, that's quite a big blow, isn't it, I would say. You'd have more knowledge about what Peter Trigo's done at Notts, but he's got a good one up very early on in his innings, and he's just edged one behind through to the keeper. So that's a big wicket. You just sense that's something that he might have well been the one, because of his experience as well, that could get Notts, at least up and being competitive. We'll see. It's a setback, and someone else has the opportunity to really come in, and that's what Patel did, really. I mean, he's not an overly experienced campaigner, is he? I mean, for Surrey. So something to be done here, right? Well, here's Hamid.
The run machine scored a century against India in a first-class match on Tuesday of last week.
In good form then.
And then got a century on Sunday in the Royal London One Day Cup at Edgbaston.
And what about what about the hitting component?
Yeah,
Tell us about that.
I was just going to say, not in the sort of manner that perhaps Notts would want him to score big runs today. He's got lots of little nuances at the crease, lots of little ticks, lots of little trigger movements. But apart from that, he's more of a conventional county championship cricketer than an innovator. You may well see Ben Slater taking the reins here, playing the big shots, but Hamid will look to keep the board ticking over.
Well, if he's a good player, and clearly from the red ball statistics and so on, and you know, we all know he's been out of form for a couple of years, hasn't he, at least, and he's had 6 very good weeks, 7 good weeks about, or maybe even one more or two. But I mean, he will get runs off decent deliveries if he gets in. Keep knocking it around.
Wicket for Conor McCurr then. Here he comes from the railway end, and this one's dug in short, got up big on Asib Hamid. Can't do anything with that one, and Stoneman in quickly to prevent the batsman changing ends. So Notts have been set to score 300. The openers put 71 on. Sol Budinger falling for 45, and then a double blow as Peter Trigo followed 4 deliveries later. Slater has 20. There's one slip. Ricky Clark, who's just been whirling his arms around, so maybe he'll have the next over. Dusty day, as you can hear. Kerr bowls, and Trigo, beg your pardon, Hamid chases a wide one, comes off a thickish outside portion of the bat, all the way down to third man, and they get a single, so Hamid's off the mark.
So take us through, because I haven't seen many of these players, Dave. Where are the hitters who can give the support to one of these two who are at the crease at the moment, and perhaps score some cameos as Smith did for Surrey?
Yeah, this is going to be the issue now, Jeremy. They're all young guys itching for a chance. Matt Montgomery will come in next. From what we've seen in the brief glimpses we've had of him in Nottinghamshire second 11 colours, can score quickly. This one's worked away by Slater down to long leg. They'll take a single. Then Joey Everson will come in after him. Liam Patterson-White, Dane Shadendorf. They're all young batsmen making their way, but in looking for somebody to try and play the sort of innings that Jamie Smith has played, and probably Ben Slater is the one that's out there that's maybe going to need to do it.
So important partnership here then in that case.
Hamid is on strike. As McCurr bowls, this will have to be sent down again, down the leg side. You know, you are looking for the signal to wide. You are looking for the X-factor player like Surrey showed today, who can clear the ropes and clear it on a regular basis. And as yet, there may be somebody there, some
to be unearthed,
some talent to be tapped in, but so far we haven't seen it, because they've all just got an opportunity. Many of them making their debuts on Sunday. Slater, we have seen it in the past. He can launch a vicious assault. Hamid will cut this out into the offside. There'll only be a single, so things have understandably quietened up a little bit since Budinger fell. 75 for 2, and that's the end of the over. Warm applause. In fact, 76 for 2. 5 runs from the over and a wicket for Conor McCurr. Notts need 300 from 30 overs. We've had 6 of them so far. Yeah,
well, that's one of those overs I was talking about that Surrey require. That's that sort of 5 and less. So you give them a little tick for that. They'll feel pleased that they've broken not just the opening partnership, but they've got another one. So it's bang bang for them as far as they're concerned, claiming wickets. Notts therefore have to have just a smidgen of care. It's not complete. If the ball comes along and it's there to be hit, then put it away. They have to keep doing that, of course. Ricky Clark is the man to bowl. So just running the eye around the field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6-3 field. 6 on the offside. Looks like they've got a gully in position there as well now, and a third man, and a backward point for Hamid.
He likes that little dab, Jeremy, anything outside off stump. That's a big feeding area. My apologies, we've had 7 overs. This is the 8th then to be bowled by Ricky Clark, and Hamid does chop it there, but there is protection, and in a way they got in each other's way, and a single is taken. Ryan Patel hasn't done much wrong today, but a bit of a fumble there at backward point or deepish gully, and Hamid gets a single, so they'll swap over for the left-handed Slater. 77 for 2. Knots require about 10 and over. They need 223 more, and they've got the best part of 23 overs. It's a hefty challenge. Fielders.
It is, but look, it's a if you can get close-ish, you know, if you can get to that 220 and then drive and push on with big hitting, it's still possible.
Clark just making sure he's got his fielders exactly where he wants them, which of course is what you should be doing, and bowls outside the off stump. Slater runs it down to third man. 2 balls from Ricky Clark, 2 singles taken. Brings Hamid back onto strike. He's off to Loughborough tomorrow to join up with the rest of the England Test squad for the forthcoming series against India. Indians been in the country for quite some time. Jeremy will have seen them play in the World Test Championship down at the Ageas Bowl as Clark bowls. Hamid tickles it down to long leg for a single. The Indian party have had their wives, their girlfriends, their families out with them. They've had a couple of weeks time off, if you like, in and around the London area before joining up again in Durham, just to focus on the forthcoming Test series. And they did play against the first class counties 11 last week. This week they're having an intra-squad game, I think they call it, between themselves. Slater plays this behind square on the leg side. There'll only be a couple. He runs quickly. Ben Slater comes back comfortably for a couple of runs. 81 for 2. Slater on to 24. Hamid has 3. Jeremy was talking about a number of players that can clear the ropes perhaps on a consistent basis, or we'd have to say that Budinger and Trigo, along with Slater, would have been those that Notts would have been looking really to try and apply some power. Next ball forced away again nicely by Ben Slater. That's a lovely looking shot through the offside for 4. Very nicely put away by Slater. 85 for 2.
It was a lovely back foot stroke, wasn't it? You know, the man there positioned to field at sort of extra cover in for the short single. He's now being pushed out by Clark closer to the edge of the ring, but that was to his right, and so Slater was able to get back and wait for that and just punch it very sweetly.
There's Ricky Clark in again, bowling to Slater. A little push and run here. Had a pretty decent understanding all season, this pair. They've been opening together. Slater will keep strike. Assume that's what Notts would have wanted. 86 for 2, so 10 from that over. Just about did the job. 8 have gone. Notts in pursuit of 300 from 30 overs. They've lost Budinger and Trigo. 86 for 2.
Yeah, well, there may have been a dot or two in that, wasn't there? So you can actually score 8 to 10 runs and over here, you know, by not getting a ball or two away. You get a couple of boundaries in an over and suddenly you're flying, aren't you? And that allows a couple of singles as well, and suddenly there's your 10. So it's just a question of working hard with each ball, not missing too many.
Still going to be right on pace of Conor McCurt, big tall man, bowls down the leg side. Slater's whipped it away, and it'll be a boundary. That's the start you want to the over, isn't
Absolutely.
it? Get some runs on the board at the start. Slater on to 33, 86 for 2. This pair will know each other. Conor McCurt has had a couple of spells away from Surrey with Derbyshire, and the first one certainly would have played with Ben Slater. Assuming he would also have played for Ricky Clark with Ricky Clark as well, who played for Derbyshire before going to Warwickshire. That would have been right at the start of Slater's career. Next ball forced into the offside by the left-hander. 87 for 2, and he's on to 34, so 5 from the first 2 balls.
It's a good start. That's exactly how they've got to look at it each over. Just let's assess things. Let's not panic about things. These two have played quite a lot of cricket between them. It's they having lost Trigo, they really need to dig in here, and when I say dig in, just have a partnership together. I don't mean sort of just block it and put out the sandbags, Jackson.
Mead is on strike. Apologies for the wind repeatedly buffeting the effects microphone. Right on top of the roof here. Splendid view. Hamid has gone into the offside. Will it be caught low down? It will. That's a terrific catch. Low down, Asiba Mead goes. Didn't get runs today.
I think that's Patel, is it?
Gone for 4. Ryan Patel.
I think it is.
Having a great day, Jeremy. That was a really good catch. Running in from the fence, threw himself forward, fully committed to going for the catch. Sometimes they can go wrong, spectacularly wrong, but that was nicely taken, and Conor McCurr gets his second wicket. Asiba Mead caught on the deep cover boundary by Ryan Patel from the bowling of McCurr for 4, and not to 91 for 3.
Yeah, but coming forward, it wasn't an easy catch at all. He made something of it by coming forward and running towards the ball and then diving, having to dive before it hit the ground. And he's dived forward and he's taken it with 2 hands as well, which is never easy, and Hamid will be different. He'll be disappointed in that because he sliced that drive. It was probably a stroke he wanted to go much straighter than the man sweeping on the boundary, so that's another setback, and quite a significant one, just saying that how important those two were to get going. So Hamid now, he's gone, so 3 down. They've lost a little cluster of wickets, haven't they, over 3 overs.
I sense that was scoreboard pressure as well. Asiba Mead, he's not going to keep slamming the ball out of the ground for you. He's more used to playing conventional cricket shots. Chased after that one a little bit, and to be caught on the cover boundary, that's not a normal dismissal for Asiba Mead. The new man down at the non-striker's end, Matt Montgomery, he himself got a little bit of stick early on with his right arm off breaks. They crossed. Slater will cut this away for 4. That was powerfully hit by Ben Slater, and it's not quite Slater or nothing for Notts, but they really need their opener now just to really stick around and bat through the bulk of this innings, if not all the innings. If Slater's there, they've potentially still got a chance of making a game of this. If he goes now, it's asking a lot of the 18 and 19-year-olds. 95 for 3. Comes McCurr once more, bowling. Slater drives into the offside, but straight to Mark Stoneman, well positioned inside the circle, catching extra cover. 95 for 3. Hashim Amla, the Surrey skipper, returning the ball to Conor McCurr. Must be very pleased to have picked up those 3 wickets inside the first 10 overs here. McCurr bowls, and this one's driven up to Amla. Push and run. In fact, Slater is sent back by Montgomery. Whether it was the right call or not, it was an early call, Jeremy. It enabled Slater to get back. Slater's not too thrilled about it, and they're going to have a little bit of a chat about things. End of the over. 95 for 3. We've had 9 overs worth making that point. It was at one stage today, I certainly didn't think we'd be getting a result today.
No.
One more over, Jeremy, and one way or another we get a result.
Yes, that's right. And I don't know what the DLS numbers are for 9 overs. I guess they're slightly ahead, are they, or just a bit behind? No, I don't know. With the loss of the wickets, they might be behind now with 3 down. So, it's important that Montgomery and Slater obviously wanted that run so that he was facing this next over. So he wanted that single quite badly. Looks as if Moriarty, is he going to come in now and have a few left arm orthodox around here? The spinners haven't fared quite so well here on these shorter boundaries so far today. Let's see how he goes. But yep, 3 down, 95, so they're round about that sort of 80 to 100 at 10 overs. So that's, in terms of the run rate, they're doing okay. In terms of the loss of key wickets, not quite so good.
Jeremy Coney.
Hello,
sir, and welcome
yeah,
to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra as well, who join us amongst the carnage of this 30 over game here at Guildford. As it's going to be Dan Moriarty into the attack from the pavilion end, driving this one. The 10th over is Montgomery out there towards the sweeper on the cover right. The story of the day really is Nottinghamshire winning the toss, putting Surrey into bat this morning under dark skies.
And an innings of two halves.
Two halves, I'd say. Dark skies. 8 overs in, Surrey were 29 for 1. Then we had about 2 hours of deluge and rain. We got very, very wet on the roof. In the next 22 overs, Surrey got themselves up to 311 for 8, with Ryan Patel smashing 131 off 70 balls, and Jamie Smith 54 off 16 balls. And then Surrey's 311 for 8 got rounded down to 300 via Duckworth Lewis off 30.
Who thought they had far too many.
Exactly. 96 for 3 Nottinghamshire now in the 10th over, chasing this revised target of 300. Hasib Hamid has just gone for 4. Peter Drigo went without scoring, and Budinger, well, very quick fire 45, but he went to Gus Atkinson as round the wicket again comes Moriarty. This one's tucked away by Slater, who's sort of playing the anchor role here at the moment for Nottinghamshire. He'll move on to 39, 97 for 3. But Jeremy, I think it's fair to say it has been entertaining.
It's a great day, hasn't it?
It has been a great day.
It's really a lovely setting too, folks. I mean, very bucolic. Lots of trees as we look out to our left and swing around the ground.
As in again comes Moriarty. This is driven by Montgomery. Out there towards the sweeper on the cover boundary right. There's something quite nice about Moriarty bowling to Montgomery.
Yes, it is.
They pick up a single, one more to the total. 98 for 3 Nottinghamshire in the 10th.
The villain and the golfer.
Indeed. But we've got a full house in today. I think we've got about 2,000 in, all sat on little white plastic chairs around the boundary. They've had to be on their toes today as Moriarty is in again to Slater, who's picked this one up, flicked it leg side. Ryan Patel, who can get nothing wrong today, comes sprinting up from long on to do the fielding, gets the throw away. One bounce over the top of the stumps, and Slater moves on to 40, 99 for 3. We've got some gentlemen dressed as zookeepers away to our left, and another gentleman dressed as a pink flamingo. I think that they're looking after him, although he's disappeared to the beer tent now. So if you're anywhere near the beer tent, there is a pink flamingo queuing up. As Montgomery, little paddle sweep, nicely played, up and over the top of Conor McCurr on the edge of the circle at short fine leg. That'll run away down towards the beer tent, funnily enough, and over the rope and away for 4. And the 100 comes up for Nottinghamshire. They're 103 for 3. Montgomery has 6. Slater has 40, chasing this revised target of 300 off 30 overs. And just to explain to everybody, power play, first one was the first block of 6 overs. We're in the second block of power play overs now for 14 overs, where you're allowed 4 outside the fielding circle, and then the last 6 will be a block where you're allowed 5.
So it's 18 for the second lot?
Yeah, 18 for the second lot, and
that's
6
right.
for the third lot. So, and also bowlers are allowed 6 overs. 5 bowlers are allowed 6 overs. So it's been a day of great fun, great confusion. We had Tim David out, being called back because Nottinghamshire had too many men outside the circle. So Tim David was almost back in the pavilion when he came back. We've had trains running along the trade tracks, which Mr. Coney has got very excited about. Southwest train there going back into Guildford Station.
You sure it's into?
I think it is.
Well, there was some doubt before.
It is at this time of the day. At this time of the day.
Oh, right.
It is,
It changes position.
In the morning. In the morning. You go the other way. Ricky Clark into the attack to bowl the 11th over from the railway end, and Slater is pulling off the front foot out towards deep mid wicket. Now just get a single. That's one more to Slater. He moves on to 41. We started today, for listeners on BBC 5 Live Sports Extra, finding out from Mr. Coney that the study of trees is called dendrology, which I had no idea on that.
Well,
then
that's okay.
Stephen Mullaney, the Nottinghamshire club captain, was listening in this morning as we moved on to ducks, and Mr. Dave Bracegirdle gave us every description of cricketing terms for ducks, some of which I'd never heard of. Then it rained, and then all hell broke loose, really, from around about 2:45, and it hasn't stopped. And it has been the most entertaining. There's been balls ending up in the petrol station. There's been
one in the flat, a lower floor flat.
Lower flat.
To the right, yep.
A couple of gentlemen went and stood by their car, which is behind a fence because they got so worried. We've had a ball end up in Dapjune Wharf.
Yes.
Somebody on their rowing
Several
boat.
catches taken by the crowd.
So it's been great this today.
Have been here practicing.
Indeed, and we still game on. 104 for 3 in the 11th as Ricky Clark is into Montgomery. He tucks this one into the leg side, rolls in there towards short mid wicket, and there's no run. Just a word, Jeremy Coney, for Ryan Patel. That was a remarkable. He was 2 not out after 8 overs, came back in and just played a shot of ball, didn't he?
He did,
Nice
and ran very hard too. And that's one of the things I've noticed between these two, Montgomery and Slater. They just look a little bit uncertain with each other. And are there two there? And players have to be. That's one of the things you need when you're chasing this. You need every run.
In again comes Ricky Clark, shout for LBW. Height will be an issue here because it's stuck in the top of Montgomery's pad, and he takes the ball out from his pad and flicks it to Mark Stoneman, and umpire Watts keeps the hands down in front of him.
It was a great innings, wasn't it, really? You know how long he's played at this level. I don't know. Would that be his first?
That's his first
50 over or 30 over. Yeah.
First 30 over 100.
Well, he swung freely and he also hit through the line of the ball safely with the full face of the bat, and he hit it very cleanly indeed.
Crowd have woken up as
Yep.
forward comes Montgomery. That's well bowled by Ricky Clark. Absolutely no width on that for Montgomery. He can only tuck it into the leg side, rolls up towards Conor McCurr at mid on, one more to the total. So there was that excitement.
I mean, 10 sixes. I mean, he was a ship under full sail, as I was saying before.
And then Jamie Smith.
Yeah.
What an innings that was.
Well, that was just big hitting and clean hitting. With a touch of class added to it as well. A little bit of a bloom on them, a wee bit of summer thrown in there.
Well, there was one shot he played off Patterson White that we both got rather excited about through extra cover. As in over the wicket comes Clark to Slater, leading edge, looking to work leg side. It's going to run out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. They'll pick up a single. It's good over this from Ricky Clark.
Yeah, it is.
Anything that isn't a boundary at the moment is a good ball. 106 for 3. And the right-handed Montgomery comes back on to strike. Elsewhere in the Royal London One Day Cup, Gloucestershire are chasing 110 in Duckworth-Lewis fashion. Worcestershire 228 for 7. Hampshire have already beaten Sussex by 98 runs. Raining at Radlett, Middlesex and Durham play due to restart at 5:45 p.m. as in comes Clark, and Montgomery, good shot, drives away through extra cover. Tim David, brilliant slide out there on the cover boundary rope and gets the throw away. Great athleticism there from Tim David, and just a single off that last ball of the over from Ricky Clark, but good over from Ricky Clark. 11 overs have gone, and Nottinghamshire here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Nottingham and BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. 107 for 3 off 11, so Mr. Coney, they're still going at their needed 10 and over.
They are, and it's a partnership that's developing. As I say, I'd like to see a wee bit more understanding between what's a 1 and a 2 between them. They look just a bit uncertain. They get to the end, they've taken and completed their 1, and they're just not, shall we, will we, won't we?
Dan Moriarty from the Pavilion enter bowl our 12th over to Montgomery. He's looking to drive, hits the toe end of his bat, rolls out there to short extra cover, and there's no run. So Middlesex will need another 86 to win from 9 overs via Duckworth-Lewis. Duckworth-Lewis has had a big day today.
Oh yes.
Warwickshire need just 25 more to win against Derbyshire, as this one's cracked away by Montgomery, and the fielding is very good again, this time by Gus Atkinson. Swinging round in front of the scoreboard, getting the ball inside the boundary rope, knocking it back, and they'll pick up 2 more. 109 for 3. Montgomery moves on to 10.
One thing you should say, for a club ground, this is a terrific outfield, isn't it? It's not rough at all.
There's Moriarty in again to Montgomery. Forward he comes, the right-handed Montgomery pushes to backward point, and there's no rub.
A lot of expected really of the outfielders here on a smallish ground. Obviously, to get to the ball, you know, sometimes it's a real sprint and a dive to save the boundary.
Moriarty is in. Montgomery flicks leg side. Oh, and that would have been run out because it was upish. And Ben Geddes is out there 12th manning. came round to his left from short mid-wicket, through at Slater's end, the bowler's end, and if that had hit, I think Slater would have been run out.
I think I'm with you on that. I think he was saved because really only one stump is the target from Geddes as he came across from a sort of straight mid-wicket towards mid-on, so he only had one stump and he's underarmed it but missed.
There's the local bus on the Woodbridge Road for everybody.
Yeah.
Forward goes.
And not on the railway tracks.
No, indeed. Montgomery opens the face, guys. This one down to Hashim Amla. It's going to get busy on there now because people are going home from work. It's rush hour time. So
if this game gets close, they could be parked up.
I wouldn't be, because we've had a few cars today that have been in the line of fire there, driving up the Woodbridge Road, even with the big fence. As Moriarty's in and Montgomery drives, nice looking shot out towards Atkinson, who gets round quickly and gets the throw away again to Jamie Smith, and one bounce over the top of the stump. So end of the over, not a bad over that from Dan Moriarty. From what we've seen today, I make that 3 off that over from Dan Moriarty. So 12 gone, 110 for 3, Nottinghamshire chasing 300 because Surrey's Duckworth-Lewis score went down. And 110 for 3. Surrey did get 311 for 8 off their 30 overs.
Yes.
We're enjoying 30 over cricket, aren't we, Jeremy?
With T30, it's a new format.
It's a new format, great format. As it's going to be Ricky Clark.
Let's have a fifth.
Down there from the railway.
I'm sure we can fit it in between January and...
you and I think...
January and April.
In the break, we had T30 with just 2 teams.
Wouldn't it be great in the snow?
Oh, brilliant.
Plugged
just
in the snow.
The two same sides going head to head.
Oh, game after game.
Yes, brilliant. As over the wicket comes Ricky Clark, slower ball, and Montgomery drives this one up towards Hashim Amla at mid-off, and they'll pick up another single, and Montgomery moves on to 12, 111 for 3, so it's another 189 required from here. And just to say, on the Duckworth-Lewis par at the start of this over, it was 134.
Okay.
So they're a long way behind where they need to be, Nottinghamshire.
Well, you see, the last 5 overs gone for 34 runs here. So they've got to do just a wee bit better, lift this in tempo.
Ricky Clark is into Slater. Slater drives up towards mid-off. Get a single again as Hashim Amla's hat blows off again. Hashim Amla at the beginning of the season, this might be boring for everybody, but I find this fascinating. When the weather was cold, he had a bobble hat on under his white floppy hat, and it never
like a jester,
like a jester, blew off.
Right.
As soon as the sun's come out, he's taken the bobble hat off. Every time he runs for the ball now, his white floppy sun hat blows off.
Well, he needs to grow his beard more thickly.
Or just get a smaller hat.
Yes.
As in over the wicket comes Ricky Clark, and this one's pulled by Montgomery. It comes off the toe end of his bat, rolls out there towards deep mid-wicket. It's not for me to tell Hashim Amla anything, because he is not only one of the greatest batsmen ever, one of the nicest gentlemen ever, and one of the most wise people ever, but I would say that ever since he's taken the bobble hat off,
and he's got a sore neck,
and it blows his hat off.
Yeah.
So get a smaller hat.
Okay. Well, he needs to wash it more, doesn't he? He needs to give it the long wash. Don't give it the 15-minute one.
After it, his hat will blow off. Here is Slater now, driving, thick edge. Oh, he's got this between backward point and short third man. Off goes Nico Reefer. Brilliant effort from Nico Reefer. He's done well to avoid most of the crowd as well.
Lucky to hit an aisle.
Flicks that ball back, and they'll pick up 3 more, and Slater moves on to 46. It's 116 for 3 in the 13th of their 30 overs, Nottinghamshire. Well done to the ground staff as well today, because they did a fantastic job to get us back out there, because when it rained, boy did it rain. We got absolutely soaked up here on the roof. It was biblical. As waiting once again is Montgomery, right-handed with bat raised as Ricky Clark comes in over the wicket to him. He's gone outside his leg stump. Clark follows him, just drops the bat on this. That'll roll to Stoneman at backward point. Well bowled by Ricky Clark.
Yeah, very good. Gave him no room whatsoever, which is what Montgomery wanted. Right in onto the toes. Very accurate, good length. Couldn't do anything with it. Jam it out there off the bottom of the bat for a single. Really, Slater, I think, is the one who should be. You know, he's been in the longest. He is an experienced player. He's got to find gaps and try and get twos, the odd boundary. Just up the tempo a bit from him.
Left-handed, of course, Slater, as Clark is over the wicket to him. Slater picks this one up, whips it leg side, and quickly round to do the fielding out there is Matthew Dunn, who gets the throw into Jamie Smith. Pretty good over again, that, from Ricky Clark. Any over you can get through at the moment without a boundary is a very, very good one. 118 for 3 then.
8 off.
Nottinghamshire, 8 off that one, as Jeremy Coney says. So it's another 182 required off 17.
Yeah, Clark's done a really good job of asphyxiating the runs in this innings that really flew away, didn't it? 30 runs off, what, the 3rd over. But he's just, you know, strangled the life out of this Notts chase at the moment. And they have to find a way to be able to score some runs at the other end. If they can't get it from him, they've got to find it somewhere else. Moriarty's doing that job. So Slater's just, even if he pushes it to the edge of the circle for 2, got to get back on strike.
Moriarty's into a bit short, and he's
not quite getting it, is he? That's an under edge for a single. Nico Reefer there. He's a big lad too, isn't he?
He is. He's very athletic.
Yeah.
A lovely natural mover is Nico Reefer. Just a natural athlete, Nico Reefer. There's Dan Moriarty ready to come round the wicket to Montgomery, and Montgomery reverse sweeping. Oh, and Hashim Amla has slipped over. Oh, his hat stayed on though, and it's just a single. One more to the total. But just for a second there, I thought it had gone past Hashim Amla.
I thought it was fine of him too. Yes, exactly.
As he went sort of left to right there, he just slipped over. He's okay. 120.
He's just testing those boots now. He needs to put them in the washing machine as well.
Waiting once again is Slater on 48 here. Another train goes past. New train, as this one's cut away by Slater down towards backward point. Good half stop in there by Mark Stoneman. Just a single. So yes, this did. No, I think that's still a Southwest train. It's just got a different livery.
It certainly is.
Yes, indeed. It's not the red. It's sort of. A
what about its kidnery?
But that's going towards Guildford Station again, I think. As round the wicket, and again goes Moriarty. This one's cut by Slater. Apologies, Montgomery through backward point. Off goes Gus Atkinson. Good bit of fielding. They're back for 2. Jeremy Coney likes that.
I do.
Either that or he's had enough of me this afternoon. 123 for 3. Oh no! Look, there's another train going the other way.
Well, now how can that be?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, a double track somewhere.
I'm really confused. That train, I think, is heading out of Guildford Station as Moriarty's in. Reverse sweep is out from Montgomery. And Nico Reefer, well, he's done all right. He's got something behind it. It hit his knee, I think.
It did.
And ricocheted straight to
And he hasn't felt it.
And yeah, he's done pretty well there, where his knee has, Nico Reefer. So that'll bring Slater back onto strike on 49. I'm enjoying every minute of this, I have to say. 124 for 3. And Slater 49 not out as Moriarty will come in, left arm round the wicket to Slater, and Slater will bring up his 50 with a little flick into the leg side. It's been a good innings this, but he's got to keep going really for Nottinghamshire as Slater. He's got the start, but he'll know that. Got to keep going. It's a pretty tidy over that as well from Dan Moriarty. 14 gone, and just the 7 off that Dan Moriarty over, so another 16 remain for Nottinghamshire. They need another 175. They're 125 for 3 here at Guildford, Woodbridge Road. Dapdune Wharf away to our left. Great crowd in. The marquees down there at the railway end. Cars heading home on the Woodbridge Road, and cricket balls flying all over the county at the moment. It's been terrific this, and our
yeah, it is. I mean, the members are still awake. It's excellent, isn't it?
Goes back.
Is he?
Goes back, but he's taken his sort of head bit off.
Oh, he has too. He's lost his head.
Yeah, just in his pink trousers, having emerged from the beer tent. As Ricky Clark is in over the wicket from the railway end, and this one's tucked away into the leg side by Slater. I'll just get a single down there towards long on, and that'll be one more to Slater. He moves on to 51. 126 for 3, and back onto strike comes Montgomery. Dave Bracegirdle just doing a 2-way with BBC Radio Nottingham away to our left. We're all sat up here on the roof of HMS Guildford in the high winds. Mr. Kevin Howes, a huge fan of being on the deck of HMS Guildford.
Good.
As in over the wicket comes Ricky Clark. It's a slower ball which Montgomery waited for, and then was on both knees and just paddle swept it for a single. We've had some strange old cricket today. That's right up there. 127 for 3.
And stopped by the man with the titanium knee.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Mr. Reefer there. Well, yeah, absolutely, because it smacked him on the knee and just ricocheted away to Hashim Amla, whose hat stayed on again.
Yes.
So just as I've said that, Hashim's hat hasn't come off once, as Ricky Clark over the wicket to Slater, who's driving up to Hashim Amla. Guess what? His hat stayed on, as that's up to Amla at mid-off. They pick up another single. On to 52 goes Slater, but singles at the moment will suit Surrey. Singles and dot balls are fine at the moment from a Surrey point of view, and you can just feel a little bit of pressure just beginning to build now for Nottinghamshire. Got off to a flyer. 30 came off the third over for Nottinghamshire, off Gus Atkinson. As waiting again is the right-handed Montgomery, as Clark is into him, and Montgomery's dancing all over the crease. Well played. Paddles this to the left of Nico Reefer, who I think was sent the wrong way there by the footwork of Montgomery, and that opened up the space for him. Brian O'Driscoll used to do that in the centres for Ireland and the British and Irish Lions. Just a look from Brian O'Driscoll sent his man the wrong way. Much the same there for Nico Reefer. Went the wrong way just from the footwork of Montgomery. It's a good shot that. He's on to 23. Montgomery 128 for 3 as Clark is over the wicket once again. Montgomery's backed away and slapped this up and over the top of extra cover. One bounce and away for 4. So back-to-back boundaries. That's what Nottinghamshire need at the moment. Montgomery's on to 27. 136 for 3, and it feels a little bit like normal service has been
yes.
Jeremy Cody. After a slightly peaceful patch, the ball's flying to all parts again, but good shot that from Montgomery.
Yeah,
Slow
Clark
ball.
dropping a bit tad short, doesn't it, after that full ball that somehow Montgomery contorted his body so he could get it to the left of Nico. It's short fine leg for a boundary.
Clark's in again, another slow one down the leg side. This time this will be wide signalled. That'll be the extra delivery in the over, and one more to the total. But yeah, the crowd have absolutely loved this today, and I'm so pleased for them because, as we were saying earlier, there's not many places to shelter. No. The petrol station, a few went there, local pub I think as well, but they're all back. As Ricky Clark is in over the wicket, and this one's driven out towards extra cover, and they will pick up no runs. Dot ball at the end of that from Ricky Clark, and 15 gone. 137 for 3, so 12 off that over, and pretty good over from Ricky Clark.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, it's the sort of over I think that might give Notts a wee bit of confidence too, because they've been going along. There's 1 for 4, 1 for 9, 1 for 8, 4, 3, 8, 7, and now 12. So that's the first double-digit one we've had for some time. And they need to keep that kind of impetus going, I think. Doesn't need 2 boundaries necessarily, but they've been mainly singles, haven't they? And they just need to lift the rate a wee bit. They haven't lost wickets now for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 overs. That's important also. They need to get a partnership going.
So we're going to have Dan Moriarty once again from the pavilion end, just keeping an ear across Mr. Kevin Howes, who's just doing an update of all the scores on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, and then they'll be back with us here at Guildford, but you're still with us on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Nottingham. As round the wicket comes Moriarty to Slater as he whips this one into the leg side. Start of the 16th over, and it's just a single. One more to Slater, and he will move on to 53.
Slater looks as if he's injured in some way. Did you see him hobbling as he ran that single?
Yeah, the voice of Jeremy Coney there. Welcome back to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra here to Guildford. Kevin Howes there updating you with all the other scores in the Royal London One Day Cup, as this one's tucked away by Montgomery down towards long on. They'll just pick up a single. One more to the total. 139 for 3. So just a reminder, Nottinghamshire chasing a revised target of 300 after Surrey scored 311 for 8 off their 30 overs. So 300 is the target for Nottinghamshire. As round the wicket again comes Moriarty, and this one swung off his hip down to the fine leg boundary rope for 4 by Slater. He used his feet, saw him coming, fired it in, did Dan Moriarty, and Slater, as long as he got bat on that with Hashim Amla on the edge of the circle at fine leg, As long as he got it past Hashim Amla, that was always going to be 4. Slater moves on to 57. Nicely played, Jeremy Kane.
Yeah, it's an example of pre-delivery movement by the batsman. A fix, the bowler sees it and tries to adjust his line at the last moment. Couldn't quite get it right. So it worked for Slater that time. He defeated our man in the hat, Hashim Amla.
And his hat didn't come off again. As Moriarty. Round the wicket he comes to Slater, swung him for 6. I think this will go all the way towards Dapjune Wharf. It will. It hits the fencing. Ooh, very well there. Hit the fencing, went straight into the hedge and came back again. So that's 6 off towards Dapjune Wharf. And 6 more to the total. And 6 more to Slater. He moves on to 63. 149 for 3 now. But well done the fencing there in front of Dapjune Wharf. Otherwise that would have been another ball floating off to the Thames, or down to the Thames. As round the wicket once again comes Moriarty to Slater. Quicker, Slater turns leg side, should get 2 here, sprints the first. Is he coming back? No, they're not, because Gus Atkinson quickly up to do the fielding, lobs the ball back in. The 150 comes up for Nottinghamshire. 150 for 3, halfway mouths Dave Bracegirdle away to our left hand side. We'll bring Mr Bracegirdle in for Mr Coney at the end of this over. He's done his 2-way back to BBC Radio Nottingham as Moriarty is in again, and this is driven by Montgomery very nicely, neatly and tidily out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary road. They'll pick up a single, end of the over. So another one ticks by 16 gone, 151 for 3, Jeremy Coney. Thank you, sir. Do not fret, everybody. Mr Coney will be back. And in the 20th over, we've even got a rotor, which, well, it's our 3rd one of the day because the first 2 blew off the roof and ended up somewhere near extra cover. At which point, Peter Treegate thought he was summarising between overs 15 and 20 at one second, I think, poor lad. So it's going to be Matthew Dunn into the attack, down there in the distance. So just a reminder of where we are in this game. 151 for 3, Nottinghamshire. After Surrey posted 311 for 8 off their 30 overs, Duckworth Lewis rounded that down to 300, and the 3 to go. Budinger for 45, Trigo without scoring, and Hamid for 4. Welcome back, Dave Bracegirdle.
Thank you, Mr Church. Crikey.
Ooh, it's all go.
I just wonder. How many overs do you make it we've had?
16,
yes,
I make
oh,
it.
it is. It's just turned over just as we said that. Here's Matt Dunn then from the car park end, and he's caught. There is Montgomery by Ricky. No, it's not Ricky Clark.
It's
Who's
Dan
that?
Moriarty. There's
just
a bit of confusion here, Mr Bracegirdle, because Moriarty's sunglasses fell off his head. So I think Montgomery thinks that was the ball hitting the ground, but it was the sunglasses of Dan Moriarty falling off his cap. Now, the umpires, yeah, Dave spotted that as well. What it was, Moriarty took the catch cleanly. As he tumbled to the floor, his sunglasses fell off. I don't blame Montgomery and Slater for asking the question, but that was definitely the sunglasses coming off the top of Moriarty's cap. So Montgomery has to go for 29, 151 for 4.
The other thing as well, it was right on the disc, and I think the disc was almost involved as well. I think the sunglasses fell on the disc, so there were all sorts of things going off. Matt Montgomery, I beg your pardon, has to go. Made 35 on Sunday, 29 today. Couple of starts for him. Didn't go on, but that's a nice little partnership of 60, which keeps Notts alive. Liam Patterson-White on his way out to the middle at number 6. Ben Slater really holds Nottinghamshire's chances and hopes in his hands here. He's on 64, 151 for 4. Notts need 149 from the best part of 14 overs.
Yeah, and sorry, the other thing they've done quite well so far, and I know it's never a bad time to pick up a wicket, but they've always just, as a bit of momentum's gone Nottinghamshire's way, they've managed to find a wicket. So it just halts that sort of charge from Nottinghamshire.
2 lefties together now. Liam Patterson-White, a left-hander. Mark saw him last in action last week playing against the Indian Tourists, and he had a pretty decent game up there at the Riverside. First-class game for the I think they called it the first-class counties 11, but I think Mark and Kevin Howells called it the Surrey and Botham 11 more times than not.
It was a great. Well, you were there on the last day, Mr.
Yes,
Bracegirdle.
very much enjoyed it.
I absolutely loved it. It was, well, two of the best days of cricket I've seen in a long, long time.
Just while yourself and Mr. Coney were chatting there, lovely to catch up myself with the Notts president, Bashir Hassan, who's on the ground. Here's Dunn into bowl to Liam Patterson-White. Pushes this up to mid-off. There's no run. You'll remember old Batch, of course. Yeah. Really lovely fella, and of course pretty much all his life has been connected with Notts. Now he's the club president, was last year, but of course in that COVID socially distant summer wasn't able to get to any of the games. Real old shame when you're the club president, so he's carried on this year and thoroughly enjoying his day at Guildford, I can tell you. Dunn bowls, that's through Patterson-White into the gloves of Smith. Quicker ball?
Yeah, good bit of bowling that. I think that Patterson-White only just got out there. That's his second delivery. Just working out the pace of all of this at the moment. Well, of course, who did I have a chat with this morning?
No. It didn't happen.
Yeah, it did.
It didn't happen.
It did. Well, I didn't really.
I was just going to say the story's changed a little bit.
I actually didn't say a word, but there you go. You know, when you chat to former prime ministers.
Next ball from Dunn, and again bowling at decent pace here. Just gets up above waist height on the bounce. Liam Patterson-White trying to cut it away, missed it, and it goes through to Smith. So you're dying to tell your story.
I'm not going to. No. I'm just saying. You know, just minding my own business and had a chat with the former prime minister.
Yes, you were downstairs, and it was all a little. I won't say boring, Mark, because that's offensive, but you were downstairs with one or two other cricket notables, just chewing the fat and backslapping each other as you do, as Patterson-White pulls this to Hamler at mid-on. There's no run, and I thought, well, I've heard all these stories before, all these war stories, so I shall go back upstairs and make myself and Mr. Church and Mr. Coney a nice cup of tea. And little did I know, as I walked away, my place in this little quorum was taken, as you say, by a former Prime Minister.
Indeed, and the man who did the best job today on that front was Mr. Trigo, of course, who got a photo and tweeted it as well, so good for him.
I was trying to point to Mr. Coney when I presume, and I think you picked up on it later, that Sir John Major was leaving.
Yes,
because there were about, it was about an 8 police car convoy.
But it was like you arriving. Same difference, Mr. Bracegirdle.
You're not missing any cricket whilst I'm just telling you what's been going on earlier on. Surrey really taking their time here, but pulling players inside the circle. 4, 5. They've got it right. They've got the right number. Oh, chipped up in the air, and Liam Patterson-White will go for naught. 2 wickets in the over for Matt Dunn. Patterson-White was squared up there, ballooned the ball up in the air, and has to go for naught, and that's a real blow to Notts. Couple of wickets in the over as well, so
that's ghetto, isn't it?
that was 151 for 3 at the start of the over, 151 for 5. I think there's a ball left.
Yeah, and Liam Patterson-White there, he batted really well last week when I saw him at Durham, but just there looking to whip leg side, leading edge, and as one of the great analysts, if not the greatest analyst, Natalie Doyle away to my right. You may have picked her up there on BBC Radio 5 Live. No, it's Sports Extra and on BBC Radio Nottingham and BBC Radio London. It was Ben Geddes, the 12th man, or Geddo. As you see, that's not with a Y on the end.
No.
Most of my nicknames have got Y's on the end. So, yeah, Ben Geddes, the 12th man out there, but going without scoring and 151 for 5.
I must admit, I thought I'd leave it to you. I had a couple of looks at the catcher and I didn't think initially he was one of the playing 11 that had been looking at all day long. 151 for 5. There is a ball left. No, there isn't. That is the end of the over. So that is a double wicket maiden for Matt Dunn. And in a game where basically Notts have got to tick along at 10, if not 11, and over all the way through. A double wicket maiden has ripped the heart out of the middle order there.
Might be man of the match for that over. For what we've seen since the 8th over. Matthew Dunn. No, very good over that from Matthew Dunn. And that makes life pretty tricky now for Nottinghamshire. They're going to need somebody to do something pretty spectacular. Slater's still there, of course, which is absolutely key for them, and Joey Eveson is out there as well. in the middle. Now he's perfectly capable, I think, am I right in saying, of knocking the ball to all parts?
Yep, Joey Everson. Again, another very talented youngster who's going, we think, to have a great career as an all-rounder.
Well, he's on strike, and it's Conor McCurr from the pavilion end coming in over the wicket to him, and Everson drives, and it's just bounced awkwardly in front of Ryan Patel. He's not done much wrong today, Ryan Patel. That one just gets past him for a single, and that will bring Slater back onto strike. But the crowd really have just suddenly woken up here, haven't they? So
if and when Luke Fletcher comes to the crease, I'm looking forward to it, because he's had as is usual, wherever Notts go and Luke Fletcher goes, he finds a section of the crowd to share his journey with him, and there are a number at each end of the ground that he was engaging with, and I would imagine if Fletcher goes out to have a little bit of a bat, sooner or later there'll be again some absolute cheers for him.
Can I thank one of the greats of Surrey County Cricket Club and Warwickshire County Cricket Club, Mr. Jason Radcliffe, who sent me a stat about Joey Everson. As in over the wicket comes McCurr, and this is driven by Slater out there towards extra cover, and there's no run. He has the second quickest 50 in youth ODI cricket. You probably know this, Mr. Bracegirdle, and that was for England against Sri Lanka in 2019/20 in the under-19 tri-series, where he made his 50 from 18 balls with 6 sixes and 2 fours. Everson, as Slater this time drives out there towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and they'll pick up a single. So one more to the total, one more to Slater. But there you are. So he has got the second quickest 50 for youth one-day internationals. Yeah, Everson.
Sort of nuggets like that we were hanging on to when he's made his first team debut a couple of years ago. Must admit I'd forgotten it since then. Thanks to Jason.
Yeah, it's great to hear from Mr. Radcliffe as always, as McCurr is in, and Everson drives, and it's bounced off the outside edge just in front of Ricky Clark at first lick. So Everson there looking for the big drive, thick edge, but didn't carry to Ricky Clark at first slip.
Extraordinary day. We had a fairly decent first 8 overs for Notts. Surrey batting, stuck in by Peter Trigo, 29 for 1. The wicket of Hashim Amla early on. Runs hard to come by in that power play. Surrey still ended up with 311 for 8.
As McCurr is in to Everson, and Everson's turning this one off his hip down towards fine leg. He'll take a single down there to Dan Moriarty. He gets the throw in. A couple of bounces into the gloves of Jamie Smith. 154 for 5. Yeah, well, it was remarkable really, because Surrey went in after 8 overs with the deluge at 29 for 1, with Stoneman on 9 and Patel on 2. And then when Patel was out in the 25th over, he had 131. So he hit another 129 in what's that, 18 overs. Extraordinary innings. And then Jamie Smith came out and smashed 50 off 14 balls. So there were sixes going everywhere at one point, and Surrey have just sort of strangled this Nottinghamshire reply now as McCurr is over the wicket to Slater. Slater drives, lovely shot, away through backward point. Geddes won't get to that, and that's going to whistle away to the boundary rope for 4. So 18 overs gone here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, Surrey live stream. Tim David, who was off, is back on. Geddes is heading off. And it's 158 for 5.
142 required then from 12. Rate climbing all the time. Notts need a big over. And they need it sometime soon. Ben Slater 69. Joey Everson just a single for the youngster. Got his maiden 5-wicket haul a couple of weeks ago. The final county championship match against Durham. Up at the Riverside, Everson, 5 wickets in 1 8-over spell. So we've seen what he can do in the first team with the ball. As Jason alluded to there, though, there is an explosive side to his batting. New over from Matt Dunn. Everson pushes it into the offside. In comes Ricky Clark. Testimonial year for Ricky Clark. And he's also calling it a day, isn't he?
He is. He's retiring at the end of this season. What a career that man has had, though. And nice for him to get a game at Guildford, which is his club side, of course. All started here for Ricky Clark.
Real Hall of Fame, isn't there, on the walls and the corridors, on the stairs to get up to our position. Everson's flashed at that one, gets nothing on it as it goes through to Jamie Smith. All the Guildford Cricket Club notables, and of course all those that have gone on to play in first-class cricket. And see Darren Bicknell there, of course, who had a very fine career for Surrey and then moved to Notts, second half of his career. See, there's young Phil Salt there as well. I didn't realise he began in these parts. Yeah.
There's been some good ones have come through Guildford. Jay Dernbach as well.
Good crowd. Really is a good crowd, and they're absolutely loving it. One or two just starting to get a little boisterous. 158 for 5. Dunn, who has 2 of the wickets, bowls to Joey Everson, who plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. So just got a little bit stuck here. They lost those 2 wickets in the last Dunn over. Slater has been down at the non-strikers end for much of the last 10 or 15 minutes. They really need him to maintain a little bit of momentum. 1 or 2 crash bang wallop merchants still to come for Notts, but Slater and Everson, I guess the last real hope. They can put a partnership together here. This one's pulled to shortish mid-wicket where Ryan Patel makes the stop, and in a day where a number of performers have stood out, Ryan Patel head and shoulders for that magnificent innings of 131. And I'm pretty sure at some point, whilst it was throwing it down with rain, Mark Church said to me, well, if it ever does stop raining, Mark Stoneman's going to have to get on with it.
Yep.
158 for 5. There's Matthew Dunn from the railway end bowls, and this is away for 4 by Everson through extra cover. Much needed boundary, and the ground momentarily falls into silence.
Well, you reminded me, the last time these two sides met in a one-day game was the final of this competition back in 2017, where Stoneman, of course, scored a lovely 100, and Alex Hales scored one of the best to well, Nottinghamshire virtually cantered to victory with Hales going. But yeah, you would have thought Nottinghamshire would have looked at that and thought, right, Stoneman's the one, he's the one that's going to go. But he very sensibly just gave Ryan Patel a strike, and he just started smashing it to all parts.
162 for 5. Everson then has got a start. He's on 5 with that boundary. Now pushes this to mid-on. We'll get a single. 163 for 5. And that's going to be the end of the 19th over. 163 for 5 it is, so 137 required from 11. We've referred to that final a couple of times, Mark, but of course the previous time these sides met, it was Surrey's day, but it was another day where there was a centurion on each side. Kumar Sangakkara played one of the great innings at the Oval in the semi-final of 2015, I think it was, 166. Greg Smith gave Notts a chance, 120 or so for him, and I think it all came down, no blame apportioned, I think it all came down to the last ball. I think Stephen Mullaney needed to hit the last ball for 6 to do it for Notts, and didn't quite reach the ropes.
It was a great game.
It was a great game.
Yeah, really good game of cricket again. Conor McCurr from the pavilion end is going to start the 20th over, and he's coming into Everson, who drives, toe end of the bat, can't find a single. Round goes Ryan Patel, and Surrey have squeezed this very well in the last. Well, Matthew Dunn, double wicket maiden in the 17th over, then just the 7 off the next over, and then 5 off the next one from Ricky Clark. So they've really squeezed it down in these last 3 overs. I just saw a stat of the last 58 deliveries, 53 balls, Surrey hit 138. As in over the wicket once again comes Conor McCurr, and Wilson just drops this one into the leg side. He'll take a single, short ball, got up on his toes, worked it into the leg side for 1 more. And I'll move him on to 7 now. 164 for 5.
Yeah, but there were only 2 wickets down at the end of the 24th over, Mark. They lost 6 wickets in those last 6 overs.
Which actually we were saying, is with Duckworth Lewis, we're trying to work out why that score's gone down. I think it was because Surrey were 29 for 1 after 8, so Notts bowled really tight up top, and because of the way Surrey played, they slightly got punished because when you're travelling like that, you are going to lose wickets. So in the end, it came down to 300 as over the wicket comes Conor McCurr to Slater, swung him, toe end of the bat. Matthew Dunn will take the catch, and you feel that'll be the game because Slater punches his bat, but I feel a bit for him then because he's hardly seen the strike, and he goes for 69, and Nottinghamshire are 164 for 6.
Yes, it would be quite extraordinary now if they could get anywhere near close. Ben Slater's played another fine innings, made 85 against Warwickshire at the weekend. Was very disappointed then not to reach 3 figures, and similar sort of look about Ben Slater as he trudges off here. He was left with a lot of responsibility after Sol Budinger and Peter Trigo went within the space of 4 balls early on, and he's found 1 or 2 partners. Matt Montgomery played nicely for his 29, but he's just been left really with too much to do, and as you say, he's been stranded at the non-strikers end for a wee while. Gets back on strike and just pulled this one away, but it found the safe hands of Matt Dunn on the 30-yard discs at mid-wicket. 164 for 6. Now the first of the 2 Danes. Dane Schardendorf is out there to join Joey Everson, and we really have got a couple of youngsters out there. Still to come, Brett Hutton and Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson, but as you said, at the fall of the wicket, that probably should be it for Surrey.
Well, the thing is as well, Slater was sort of in, wasn't he? Then he lost the strike, but he'd sort of got used to the pace of this pitch, and then he had to go for it. So they crossed. So Everson's back on strike as Conor McCurr comes in over the wicket to him, and the right-handed Everson just turns this one off his hip down towards fine leg. They'll pick up another single, and that'll move him on to 8. Schardendorf comes on to strike for the first time. I think Surrey bowled pretty well here, actually. You know, when 30 went off the 3rd over, we were watching Budinger. Well, it was poor old Gus Atkinson, a couple of no balls in there, 6s. They were well ahead of where they needed to be, but they've sort of tightened it all up in the middle period, Surrey. 165 for 6. And Conor McCurr coming in over the wicket and tucked away into the leg side by Schardendorf, and he'll get a single to get off the mark out there towards Tim David, who does the fielding. It's a wild odd throw from Tim David. Schardendorf is off the mark with a single, and it's 166 for 6.
Yeah, there's a reason sides find it difficult to chase 300 in 30 overs. It's because it's a heck of a lot of runs, isn't it? It doesn't happen very often, and you need somebody to play exceptionally well in all probability to get 150 or 60 on his own, and just have a little bit of support around him.
You've got to go from ball 1 basically. There's short delivery from Conor McCurr up on his toes. Goes Everson, plays this one to backward point, and there's no run. Pretty good over that again from Conor McCurr. 20 gone, the big wicket of Slater, 3 off the over, and with 10 to go, Nottinghamshire need another 134, and Duckworth Lewis par's always a good indicator of where a side is. 219 at the start of this over, and they're on 166.
Yeah, 50 odd runs behind. Notts have seen a little bit of Conor McCurr again this season. He's been on loan with Derbyshire, played against them in his previous loan spell with Derbyshire 2 or 3 years ago, and of course that last championship match we did, we did a championship match, and it was 2018-2019 he played, and he actually hit, in fact it was Surrey's championship winning year, so that was 2018, wasn't it? Him and Morley Morkel both hit Craig Brathwaite on their helmet. 166 for 6 as Dunn comes in to bowl to Schardendorf, plays it down in the ground, and certainly from the bowler's perspective I think he thought he was going to play it back onto his stumps, but he didn't. I interviewed Craig Brathwaite after that game because he'd only just joined Notts, and he said throughout his career he'd never been hit on his helmet through his entire career up to that point, and it happened twice in one innings. Morley Morkel at one end and Conor McCurr at the other.
Yeah, that's no fun. No fun at all.
There's Matthew Dunn all the way back to that pile of sawdust that hasn't been used thankfully. Balls down the leg side, that'll have to be re-bowled. Perhaps Notts will get there in leg side wides. 167 for 6.
Be a long old evening.
It would, wouldn't it? Well, 20 past 6 already.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Goodness me. Well, it's been a long day, but a very good one.
Yeah, I was a little surprised they figured out we'd go for 30 overs a side. I thought then, oh crikey, that's going to be a late finish, but doesn't really matter, does it? Next ball, Schardendorf runs it to backward point, and of course young players just getting an opportunity. Just the third time we've seen Dane Schardendorf. He came into the penultimate championship game as a substitute, as an international substitute, when Ben Duckett got called away to join up with the England squad. You remember they had to quickly manufacture a second England squad for the ODIs against Pakistan. Duckett went away, Schardendorf came into that game. That was the first time we'd seen him. He's pulled this onto the leg side, gets a run. 168 for 6, and then obviously he played at Edgbaston on Sunday, so not too much first team pedigree.
Well, the interesting thing this year is, for various reasons, in international and county cricket, there's been opportunities again for people to come in and make a name for themselves.
Yeah, certainly one or two youngsters up and down the country have taken that opportunity, shown what they can do, and just perhaps accelerated their career by being given that opportunity. I mean, we've seen the likes of Chris Benjamin of Warwickshire, played just a couple of games, and now he's playing in the 100. Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner, who Notts gave a chance to. He's the same. This is short of a length, and Everson maybe just trying to lift it over where a slip cordon would be. Doesn't get anything on it. It goes through to Smith. Bowled with good rhythm here. Matthew Dunn, decent pace. Picked up a couple of wickets.
Well, a double wicket maiden on a day like today. As I said, that could win him the Man of the Match award.
Yeah, you know, it's a good over when I've ringed it on my bit of paper. Had copious notes as ever, but Evan knows where they went when the rains came down. They certainly came down. We had pools of water everywhere, driven away by Everson over the top of Hashim Amla, and that'll run away for 4. Nice connection from Joey Everson. And of course, every minute he spends out there, it's more experience in the bank, more time in the bank, and he's played a nice shot there to move on to 12, 172 for 6.
Yeah, got enough on it just to get it up and over the top of Hashim Amla and run away for 4. Slightly worried about these clouds that are beginning to roll in towards us, though.
Now, no good now.
No, it's getting a bit dark now. Well, way behind where they need to be, Nottinghamshire, of course. So if there was to be rain now, Surrey would win this game of cricket.
Yes, we're doing a bit of a rain dance in the interval, but that didn't do any good. Nice shot from Joey Everson. He's on 12. Matthew Dunn in to him. And this one he's taking the aerial route. Amla says it's over me, and it falls shy of the fielder out there at long off, and they just get a single.
Yeah, right decision from Hashim Amla, because it was Mark Stoneman coming in off the boundary, running towards the ball. So Amla left it to Stoneman. We saw Trigo take a very good catch today, with the ball swirling in the wind. He almost took another brilliant catch, exactly the same, where he got one hand to it, but never easy running backwards. So 21 gone, 173 for 6. I think we're getting Dan Moriarty back into the attack, are we? No, late change of plan here, because Moriarty thought he was coming into the attack, but it's going to be Conor McCurr again. And I think a few of the crowd have decided now's the time to sort of head off before the mass exodus here, because it'll take a while to get out tonight, I would have thought. Lots of people making their way to the Guildford train station, which is, well, we're sat on the roof of the pavilion. It's behind us. Back down the Woodbridge Road is the train station. Conor McCurr is getting ready to come in from the pavilion end of the ground here at Guildford. 173 for 6 Notts, and this one is slapped by Everson down towards third man off the toe end of his bat. He's looking to go through extra cover there. Came off the toe end of the bat, rolled down to third man. They'll get a single. 174 for 6.
Yeah, just looking at Peter Trigo actually today, He's met a Prime Minister, but in terms of a match, it's probably not one he's going to fondly look back on for his 200th List A game. 1 over for 19 runs and out for a duck as well. So certainly the meeting of John Major was the high spot.
Schaddendorf waits. And it's a short ball from Conor McCurr. It's helped down towards fine leg by Schaddendorf. A couple of gentlemen have, for some strange reason, got off their seats to run behind and back up. But I don't think they needed to.
No.
But they're by the beer tent, so it's no great surprise. One more to the total.
Do you wonder if they've actually been inside the beer tent at any point today?
Yeah, I would have thought so.
Yeah.
By the way they got off their chairs there and looked as if they were trying to back the ball up. Everson comes back onto strike once again.
Good place to go while the rain was falling, I imagine.
Absolutely. 14 to Jerry Everson. Everson this time whips this one off his hip out towards deep backward square. Get another single as Tim David comes around to do the fielding. But at the moment, Nottinghamshire need boundaries.
They do indeed. 1 or 2 Notts fans here. These two have a bit of a natter to 1 or 2 earlier when it was raining. Long way to come to watch it rain. They've seen some cricket.
They've seen some cricket. As Conor McCurr is in, and this one Schaddendorf top edge. That's going to go for 6 into the car park. Oof. That's hit the top of the marquee. Top edge, but that has soared away, hit the top of the marquee, and that'll be in the car park somewhere, and that'll be 6 more to the total, and it's 182 for 6.
Hard to quantify, isn't it? But I would like to see an 8 brought in
Yeah.
at some grounds in one competition or another. You know, for the Royal London, let's bring in an 8, and on this particular ground, the designated areas are over the marquee or in that splosh of water away to our left, which you call the
Daptune Wharf.
Daptune
Wharf. It is officially Daptune Wharf. We've had 1 ball from Tim David land straight in there.
Yes.
Today.
Well, we presume so.
Well, I could have missed Daptune Wharf entirely, and you know I don't know what's on the other side of Daptune Wharf.
I would imagine that might just have made the bank on the other side.
It was a big old strike. You can just see the edge of it through the fencing from our position. The water rippling there in Daptune Wharf. Well, you couldn't see the top of the cathedral earlier.
No, I think that's a fantasy cathedral. We've lost the ball. You can tell we're rambling on. A mighty blow from Dane Schaddendorf. So
been doing that since the first over.
The 23 sixers that Surrey hit won't be matched, but Notts have been able to add to it with probably 4 or 5 or 6 of their own.
182 for 6. And it's Conor McCurr will come over the wicket here to Schaddendorf once again. Fuller of length this time, swung into the leg side by Schaddendorf, and that'll be Tim David doing the fielding as the throw comes in. 1 bounce into the gloves of Jamie Smith.
And your next fixture, sir, is?
Well, I'm actually at Beckenham tomorrow for Lancashire versus Kent.
Moonlighting.
Yes, I'm moonlighting tomorrow. I think, this will make you smile, I think I might be the face of the Lancashire live stream as well.
The Red Rose.
I'm stunt doubling for Scott Reed. I don't know if anybody will notice that it's not Scott Reed. 183 for 6. But Mr. Reed's off elsewhere.
You'll be giving your instructions then at the start of the day.
I will. I'm looking forward to that as Conor McCurr comes in over the wicket. And Everson turns this one up towards mid-on. They'll get a single. One more to the total.
Be none of your normal sloppy behaviour.
Oh no, 184 for 6. Well, they haven't seen my hair yet. 184 for 6. And I'm going to wear a shirt with a collar, I've been told. 184 for 6 at the end of the over. 22 overs gone. 8 remaining then. And Notts require another 116 for victory.
So it's Kent against the Lankies, is it?
Kent against Lancashire, and then Surrey's next game is Friday, back in South London, against Northamptonshire.
Very nice.
The steel backs.
Yeah.
It's been a while since Surrey and Northamptonshire have seen each other in any competition, really, so it'll be nice, that.
Yeah, it is nice.
And Nottinghamshire?
Nottinghamshire are at Welbeck, which is a ground I know you've not yet been to. No. On Friday and Sunday, a double header, if you like, 2 games in 3 days on the same ground. Somerset are the first visitors on Friday, and then Leicestershire on Sunday.
Yeah, that's a ground I've not been to, Welbeck. Maybe one day.
there's certain rules and regulations on the game.
Wouldn't be allowed in that one either.
184 for 6 is the score. Matt Dunn to continue. Got 8 overs left. Notts require 116. Crikey, if they can take 40 from the next 2 overs, that would breathe a little bit of life into the last knockings of this one. There's Dunn in again, bowling. Oh my word! Joey Everson says, I'll have some of this 6 hitting, and he's put it on top of the marquee. That's probably as clean. We've seen a lot of clean hitting, but that's as clean as we've seen for a while.
Absolutely, you just backed away outside the leg stump and then just swung the bat through it, and that soared over long off for 6.
Another of cricket's great sayings, of course, is it doesn't look so many when it's only in double digits. 110 required. Getting down to 99 required.
Sort of psychologically, that always
we're on the way.
Makes a big difference, doesn't it?
I think, was it twice in the Surrey innings we saw runs of 3 consecutive 6s? Certainly once.
Yes.
But
Jamie Smith, wasn't it?
Might even have been twice. We had 666. 190 for 6. It was a nice slap down the ground over long off. Done into Everson. He's that one crisply, but not as productively. He'll get a single. 191 for 6. Have we had a ball whacked up here at some point?
No.
Because sorry, media man is taking
a
photos
photo of a ball. Be worth waiting for on social media. That people heading to follow the Surrey Cricket Twitter account now.
He's had a good day as well.
He's had a great day.
Sorry, media man.
He's had a great day.
Meeting the former Prime Minister along with
I think it
yourself.
was the other way round.
That done in to bowl. Schardendorf digs this one out. A full pitch delivery from Matthew Dunn. I think the board's stuck again, which it has done. Now it's some life breathed back into it. 192 for 6.
Well, the scorers have done a pretty good job on that,
Yeah,
because they're also running the scoreboard. So
Evan knows how they kept up when those 6s kept
absolutely.
Disappearing earlier on.
It's not been straightforward today.
192 for 6. We're getting on for. We've had over 500 runs now scored, and there's some more here. Perhaps, though, it might be a wicket. No, it falls between 2 fielders, Ricky Clark and is that Nico Reefer out there, almost running into each other. They come back for 2.
Yeah, I always, whenever that happens, I always say this. I always think of Rory Burns and.
Was it Moses Henriques?
Yeah, and it was a horrific collision between the two. And just for a second there, I was watching Reefer and Ricky Clark. I think they both caught each other's eyes and then left it for the other one, and it landed in between them. But I hate it when that happens.
Yep. The train goes past. Dunn bowls, driven firmly down the ground by Joey Everson. And a little bit of shall we, shan't we there about the second run. They don't go through in the end. Single taken.
Yeah, so it's up there a long, long time, and sort of Clark running back and from backward point, and then you've got young Nico Reefer coming in from sweeping on the cover. But
I would imagine Nico would have been aware that that Ricky was closing down on him by the sudden reduction in the amount of daylight he could see.
Absolutely.
Ricky was running towards him very quickly. Next ball down the leg side will have to be re-bowled. Matt Dunn goes with head bowed, puts his hands on his knees as if to say, why on earth did I do that?
Well, if this continues till the end, the light will be an issue, but it's getting very, very gloomy. And of course, here at Guildford, unsurprisingly, I know we're in Surrey and it's Surrey, but there aren't floodlights here at Guildford.
196 for 6. Done in again to Schardendorf, who's on 11. Hit this one very crisply, but straight to Stoneman down there at long off, single taken. 197 for 6, and a wonderful throw hits the stumps. 197 for 6 at the end of the 23rd.
Yep, and again it's a good over that in terms of 13 runs, but it's not enough really from a Nottinghamshire point of view.
Keep seeing Amal Verdi run on with caps and helmets and bottles of water and all sorts of things. I would imagine he would be itching for a game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, wasn't selected at Scarborough. Hasn't been picked today, that Amar Verdi. Fine bowler, of course, Amar Verdi. So it's going to be Ricky Clark back into the attack now. Pretty good over that again from Matthew Dunn in the circumstances. And you made that 23 overs, Scott?
Yes, I do.
Yes, yes. So 7 left.
I'll make it 197 for
So
6
do I,
as well.
yeah. 197. Thank you, Mr. Bracegirdle. And 7 overs remaining. And Ricky Clark coming back into the attack down below us from the pavilion end of the ground.
So 6 remain, and Gus Atkinson could have 3 of them.
Over the wicket then comes Clark, and this is swung for 6. Now, Ricky Clark did this himself with the bat. That one he swung over the fencing to our right and away for 6. And he's got a lot of that shunned off, and that's bringing up the 200, 203 for 6.
Did you see it? It just missed that car and clattered in full into the wall where there's that very beautifully manicured hedge.
Well, I think, oh dear, and someone has just thrown the ball back from the pavement, hit the fence, and it's rolled into the middle of the road again.
Yeah, this car's stopped out there.
We may need another ball, because there's a car might well drive straight over that ball in a minute. But it's a good effort. Here we go. This gentleman's going to have another go at lobbing this. Oh no, it's rolled under a car now that's parked up.
Meanwhile,
here we go. He's stood in the middle of the road. He's going to give it another go. Oh no, he's thrown it straight into the fence again. So he stayed on the other side of the. This could take a while now. All the traffic's now driving past. So he's going to try again, this gentleman. Oh, I think he's had enough. He's walking off. Yeah. He's walking off down to the petrol station. It might be quicker to get another ball, everybody.
I think it's now come over. Yes, it
has. Oh, it's back. Yeah. But a good effort for that, because I think that gentleman's just walking home.
Yeah.
Actually.
The 200 has been brought up.
It has.
And knots do require only double digits.
They do indeed. Surrey might want another ball, with that one having landed on the petrol station, been thrown into a fence from point blank range twice.
Well, it clattered in full into that wall.
It did. We've had it all today, haven't we? It's a good shot, that.
Yep.
Went a long, long way as Clark's in again. And this is an open face of the bat. Just dropping the ball down towards backward point. They'll pick up another single. That'll be one more to Shuddendorf, and that brings Everson back on to strike again.
And that's the 50 partnership between these two youngsters.
Very good one between these two. And 204 for 6. That poor gentleman was only trying to help, wasn't he? And he's got roundly jeered by everybody as Ricky Clark is over the wicket once again. And this is another good ball right up on the toes. I'll just get a single out there to Hashim Amla at extra cover, but he was only trying to help.
He's just got to his front door and his missus has said, come on in, the cricket's on.
Yeah, absolutely. And he'll find himself on the live stream being filmed throwing a ball across a road straight into a fence twice as Clark is in and driven by Shuddendorf out towards extra cover. But again, good bowling from Ricky Clark, got it right up there in the block hole, hit the toe end of the bat, just a single to Shuddendorf. Sun comes back on to strike. 206 for 6, so sticking in there at the moment, Nottinghamshire, but it's a big old arse from here, it really is. 94 more required. We're in the 24th of their 30 overs. This one swung down towards fine leg. That will run away for 4. So Everson gets another boundary. Just jumped across his stumps. Ricky Clark followed him, and he's just got enough bat on it to get it down to the boundary rope for 4. He's on to 31. And Nottinghamshire moving on to 210 for 6. Good effort from these two.
It is indeed.
Sticking in there, 2 young men sticking in there at the moment. And they've got it down to 90 required. Going again, Everson to the leg side, whips this one out towards Conor McCurr. He's at deep mid-wicket. They'll take another single as the throw comes in. One bounce into the gloves of Jamie Smith. End of the over, 24 gone, so 6 remain. And Nottinghamshire requiring 300 via Duckworth Lewis are 211 for 6.
Yep, 89 required from 36 balls. Very much doubt it's going to happen, but...
Well, we've seen it all today.
Yeah, where there's life, there's hope. They've both shown that they're perfectly capable of putting the bad balls away. The old full toss today has been absolutely murdered, hasn't it, by both sides. Going to be Gus Atkinson. so he can bowl out from the railway end. Can have the 25th, 27th and 29th overs. We're into the final power play, so an extra fielder can be released into the deep for the home side. Hashim Amla is waving to Mark Stoneman, and Mark Stoneman shrugged his shoulders, so perhaps like me can't understand what he was waving about. Anyway, here's Atkinson. Bowls driven crisply down the ground. Good cricket shot, but will only bring a single for Joey Everson, moving him on to 33, 212 for 6.
If I'm the face of the Lancashire live stream tomorrow and on BBC Radio Manchester, do you think I should brush my hair?
Very much so, yes.
Or maybe have it as a ponytail.
Yes, I should work on your accent as well.
Oh, I'm going to be as posh as I can be.
That's it.
I think that will go down really well.
Full pitch delivery. I think it was into the pad of Schardendorf. Yeah, it's going to be a leg by. 213 for 6. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. That's another one I've not been to, Beckenham.
Oh, I've been twice this season already. It's
greedy.
Nice, very nice.
Greedy.
Very nice, Beckenham. I think the weather's okay for tomorrow now. It did look a little bit dodgy at the start of the week. Yesterday, that being the start of the week, of course. Mondays usually are.
Everson back on strike, slams this past the bowler. He's got a lot on that, but it should be cut off. They'll come back for 2. Good running. And, Joey Everson on to 35. Decent hand here.
Yeah.
Dennis Slater 69, Matt Montgomery 29, Sol Budinger 45, the other contributions.
But as you said so rightly, Mr. Bracegirdle, as part of cricketing education, this is great.
Yeah.
For them, isn't it?
215 for 6. Next ball. It's past the bowler, and Schardendorf was nearly in trouble there because Atkinson got a fingernail on it, deflected it towards the stumps, and you just wonder if Dane Schardendorf had come a-wandering in his eagerness to back up. We'll never know because the ball missed the stumps and they get a single.
Yeah, I thought he was in trouble there actually.
Yeah, I did.
It went back towards the stumps.
216 for 6. Lots need boundaries, they need lots of them. This one's clipped away, there'll only be a single there. Fielder Matt Dunn out there, blind square on the leg side. For a moment he couldn't see it, I don't think.
Not surprised. It's nearly the middle of the night here in Guildford.
Zigzagged this way and that before locating it. 217 for 6.
It's a slight exaggeration. It's not the middle of the night, but it's pretty gloomy.
Next ball sees Everson slam it down to long off. It's gone for 6. So here's the fielder down there in the deep. Mighty, mighty blow from Joey Everson. 223 for 6. So another over that brings 12. Still not quite enough, but 77 now required from 5 overs.
We'll try and get Mr. Coney back for a little bit of the 5. We'll get you with Mr. Coney, Mr. Bracegirdle. Have you got an update to do there,
I haven't got any more to do. And as Surrey are the side on top, Mark, I think it only fair and right and proper that you see this.
I don't mind. What, you do a couple of overs with Mr. Coney.
Okay.
I'll do a couple of overs with Mr. Coney. As we've got him here, we both need to fill our boots.
Well, we do.
So to speak.
Do. It's you know.
I hope I haven't. Yes, I think that's fair comment, really. Here he comes, Jeremy Coney, making his way back for these last 5 overs.
Do you want him to slide in here?
Yeah, or Mr. Coney, you come in for me for a couple of overs. He's forgotten his headphones, I think. He'll have to shout very loudly.
It's going to be Dan Moriarty then. So we'll have Mark back for in a couple of overs' time. Moriarty bowls. This one's hit back past him by Schardendorf. Takes another single. 224 for 6. Knots require 76 from 29 balls.
I don't know what you think, Mr. Bracegirdle. I think Surrey bowled pretty well actually here.
Yeah.
With what we saw, I think they've kept it pretty tight, haven't they? They've fielded well.
224 for 6. This one's gone through to the keeper, so we'll hear more from Mark in a couple of overs' time when he spells me. Comes back for the last knockings, but he'll be joined, or I'll be joined by former New Zealand captain Jeremy Coney in just a second. Absolute joy as ever to speak to one of the greats of the game whilst we're on commentary. 2:25 for 6 as we go up and down the country. We meet some of the absolute diamonds of the game here, there and everywhere, and it's the second time that I've come down to Surrey, and Mark said a real treat for you, Jeremy. Will be with us as this one decides to leave the ground once again. Another mighty blow. This time it's Schardendorf hitting a 6 away on the leg side. Welcome back, Jeremy. They're not going down quietly.
No, that's a nice introduction, isn't it? To come out and see that. That's a real sort of it's a slog sweep basically that went to sort of wide long on, connected really well with it. And so Schardendorf sees. What's he on at the moment?
He's on 22, Joe Emerson on 43. Good. Yeah. Moriarty again bowls to the former Zimbabwe under-19 international. Punches this through mid-on, gets a single. Notts are going to be shy. I think we can safely assume that. Well, they need
15 and over, don't they, for 5 overs or 6 or 5 overs. So, they've subsided a little, losing 6 wickets.
Moriarty to Joey Everson. He'll work this away for a single, but as we were just saying there, you can't buy this sort of experience really for a couple of youngsters. You know, you can practice in the nets, you can coach them, and all the rest of it, but this will stand them in good stead for matches for years to come.
Oh yeah. Yep, some pressure on. Can't afford to miss the ball. Got to play aggressively. You can see the bowlers are now pulling their length back so that they can't be hit off the front foot quite so much. You can't drag it down too far though, because then you can get back and really hammer it away on the leg side. So you've still got to keep your lengths right, and that'll be interesting to see how the Surrey bowlers react to that.
67 from 24. It's up to towards 17 and over. There's one of them clipped away by Everson through mid-wicket. Oh, he wanted to come there, and Schardendorf said no. We'll never know if it's the right call or not, but they settled for a single. Joey Everson moving on to 46 to 3, in fact 45. The board had beaten me to it on that occasion. 2-3-4 for 6.
I mean, it's at the phase of a game where, you know, the run rate suddenly escalates wildly.
Gus Atkinson bowls. He's hit him in front there, a fancy. Umpire says not out. They take the leg by. Wicketkeeper looks a little bemused, so to the bowler, but it's just one more to the total. 2-3-5 for 6. Wandered across in front of his sticks there and flirting with danger.
Yeah, well, yes. I'm almost saying Schadenfreude, but you can understand probably why. Poor old Dane. I'm sure he's had that many times before.
2-3-5 for 6. Everson on strike. Oh, that's banged in short. Is it too short? No, the umpire says that's okay. Joey Everson looking a little bemused this time. Had it from the bowler a moment ago.
That's a good change of pace, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's come through very quickly.
Bowled one really expensive over at the top of the innings, Gus Atkinson, when Sol Budinger hit him for 4 fours and a 6 in an over that also included a couple of no balls. But he's come back well here. As I say that though, this has driven crisply down the ground, and that's a lovely way. In fact, he's gone to 49. Just a little premature there, Bracegirdle. I was going to call in his 50, but he's gone to 49 with that shot.
And that's good. Just a nice straight hit back over the bowler's head. The length was there for that. Just got the nice loft. It's always a very straight shot. There's never really a man usually directly behind the bowler, so always a gap there.
Had a 45 on his debut in the championship, but this is his best so far in the first team. Oh, and he's hit it up in the air, and he's going to get away with it, and this will be his half century, and that's going to run away towards the ropes down in front of us. And Joey Everson has got a very decent 50 there, testing situation when he came out to the middle. Really didn't have too long to look at the bowling. He's had to go out there and play his shots, and he's done that very nicely indeed, and he's getting a warm round of applause from an appreciative crowd. Well battered, Joey Everson.
Yeah, well
first
done.
50.
Well done, young man. He can. It looks like he's a an all-rounder of a sort, doesn't it?
Yeah,
really. He bowled today, and now he's been quite handy with the bat under pressure.
A couple of wickets earlier. 243 for 6. Atkinson bowls, and this one has hit him on the toe end, I think. So he's hobbling down to the other end. Was there any bat involved, Mr. Umpire? The umpire wasn't sure. He actually asked Joey Everson there, I think. Did you hit it? Yes, mate. 244 for 6 at the end.
Well, what else is a batsman going to say? I'll take the run, thanks. But yeah, that's one of the good things, isn't it, about this competition in a way. I mean, I know people will be disappointed perhaps that they're not seeing, you know, the first team players and everything like that, and they'll perhaps blame the 100 and, you know, taking the workforce away. But at the same time, you get to see some youngsters, and it gives them an opportunity to come and play in front of some slightly larger crowds, a bit of pressure on them. So it's very good, as you say, for their development, and you start to see someone say, oh, this will be interesting to watch the development of this chap.
Glimpse into the future. Everson might go this time. He's forced it into the offside, and it is caught, and that's the end of a very, very fine innings from Joey Everson. He'll be disappointed, of course, to get out and almost certainly to finish on the losing side, but Joey Everson out for 54, so not 244 now for 7. Luke Fletcher's on his way out to the middle. He's got a number of supporters here. I think the Flamingo and his crowd all cheering Luke as he goes out. We'll listen to the appreciation for Joey Everson, a word from Jeremy Coney. That'll be me for the day, and then we'll bring back Mark Church. But an absolute pleasure.
Very good to see you again, Dave. Excellent. We'll hope to do so again some other time. Yeah, well, I mean, a really good innings from a young man who's come out, and you've got to just keep going in these situations. You can't just block it out, so that's not expected by anybody. So he's hit the ball quite cleanly. He's got leg side of that a wee bit much, and there was only one place he could actually hit that ball, and maybe he got a wee bit too leg side of it, so he actually skewed it squarer than he really needed to. But he'll learn those things, and so that's 7 down now. And we're, what, 27 overs bowled. We're into the 28th. Yep.
Yep, and Luke Fletcher.
It's my old friend here.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Coney. Yeah. This is swung out towards deep mid-wicket. What I liked about that was when Luke Fletcher walked out, the zookeepers and Safari and the Flamingos, that lovely hymn, one of my favourites, there's only one Luke Fletcher. And there is only one Luke Fletcher, and he's out there now with bat in hand.
Yep.
But you know, Everson batted well there.
He did.
And the two young men have done a good job here. 245 for 7, but still 55 required, and we're in the 28th of the 30 overs. So Fletcher right-handed, and he's swinging into the leg side. He's giving that everything, and it will get a single out there towards deep mid-wicket. And he wanders through for 1, 246 for 7. Yes, something's hanging out the back of his trousers as well at the moment. It's like one of those, you know, when you go on a flight, and hopefully it never happens, but you need to pull
the ripcord
for your life jacket. It looks like one of those out the back of his trousers. As round the wicket again comes Moriarty, and this is driven up and over the top by Schaddendorf, and that's going to run away for 4.
Good stroke.
Yeah, very good shot inside out. He moves on to 34.
And that's the one Everson was after, wasn't it? Same sort of thing. He didn't quite get too square on the ball, so good shot.
250 for 7. Now, just a reminder, the third over from Gus Atkinson went for 30 at the start of this innings. As round the wicket once again comes Moriarty, and this one swung leg side, just be a single out there to Conor McCurr at deep mid-wicket. But it's been a very enjoyable day today. It's had a bit of everything.
Yeah, it has.
Hasn't it?
It has. Well, I mean, if Buttinger could have kept going, and Trigo could have got a few more and sort of stayed at the crease a bit longer, it does show that Everson, Schaddendorf can hit the ball lower down.
As Luke Fletcher swinging and missing. Again, he's given that absolutely everything outside the off stump. He thinks it's a wide, but it's into the gloves of Jamie Smith.
He's having a chat to him too.
Yeah, with the umpire. He's not going to change.
If I bowl out there, you call it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I bowl those. They're definitely a wide. 2 overs to go then. 49 required, 251 for 7. It'd be ironic if it rained now. It's suddenly got very even darker.
Dark, yeah.
But no, we've had a really enjoyable day today, and there's been lots of great stroke play to admire. And I tell you what, Matthew Dunn's double wicket maiden stands out
in the context of the day.
Amongst all of this, he might win man. I said he might win man of the match.
Yeah.
So, oh look, Luke Fletcher's noticed that something was poking out the back of his trousers.
Now he's got it sorted.
So now he's tucked
Yeah,
himself in.
He hasn't. He's not going to release.
Absolutely.
Himself.
Did look a little bit like that ripcord though. 251 for 7 then. 29th over. It's Gus Atkinson to Schuddendorf, who drills this one down the ground towards long on. He'll just get a single. One more to the total. That brings Fletcher on to strike. He's a very popular man in these parts, Luke.
Well, I think Luke,
he did play for Surrey for a little bit.
Yeah, well, I think Luke is probably looking to I want to hit a 6 today.
He wants to.
There have been 23 hit in the other innings, some off my bowling.
Yes, exactly.
I'm going to hit one.
Well, here is Gus Atkinson to Luke Fletcher, swing and a miss. He's given that absolutely everything. If he does connect with that, it's not going to just go over Dapjune Wharf. It's going to
the bus has been moved.
Absolutely.
They knew. He said, get rid of the bus.
Exactly. That's where he's aiming it for. They brought the team coach back to this end now. Corey did give that a lot, didn't he? Massive swing at the bat from Luke Fletcher. Gus Atkinson's having a chat with
Hashim says, you realise what's going on here, do you, Gus?
As he waits again. Oh, now fine leg. Yeah, fine leg. Mark Stoneman, he's still hobbling a little bit from when he got struck on the foot when he was LBW. As Atkinson's in, Fletcher swing and a miss. Going over the top of the stumps and taken by Jamie Smith. Again, had he got hold of that, Luke Fletcher, it would have gone a very long way. But as it is, he got nothing on it, and it's taken by Jamie Smith down low to his left-hand side. 252 for 7 it remains. Can he find the middle of the bat? In over the wicket comes Gus Atkinson to Fletcher. Fletcher swings this one, he's drilled it. He's almost taken his partner out of the non-strikers, then it would just be a single. Good fielding again, one more to the total. I was saying to Dave Bracegirdle, 253 for 7. I think Surrey bowled pretty well actually.
Yeah, they have, but they've also fielded pretty well. Have they put a catch down?
No,
I don't know whether they have.
No, and I think that.
But round the boundary, I've said, I think today, this is quite a demanding ground to just, you know, test your speed over 10 to 15 metres to get to a ball and then get balance to throw.
In comes Atkinson, short one. Schuddendorf, he was going to have a hook at that, and in the end did a very nice little pirouette and sort of spun round. Now I couldn't make out whether that was a no ball signal.
I think it was a no ball, wasn't it?
Ball signal?
Well, what else could it have been?
Oh, I'm not quite sure.
It wasn't a wide. There was only one arm involved.
It must have been a no ball. 255, but I haven't seen a free hit signal. As waiting once again then is Schuddendorf, and this one's right up on his toes from Gus Atkinson. Hits the pad, rolls away down towards short fine leg. Round goes Jamie Smith to pick up, and one more to the total will be a leg by. 256 for 7. So yes, next up for Surrey, they're back in South London against Northamptonshire
on Friday.
On Friday, yes. You'll be there for that one.
I will be. I will be. I'm looking forward to it.
Somebody's reversing their car behind the sight screen. Yes. You know, the wicket goes. Oh, Gus Atkinson, short one, and Luke Fletcher smashed this one down the ground again, but it will just be a single. He's giving it absolutely everything. Yeah. Here's Luke Fletcher, but just a single. So 1 over to go here on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Nottingham. 43 required by Nottinghamshire.
260, 260 playing through 560 runs, basically in 60 overs. So, you know, yeah, it's nearly 10 and over, isn't it? It's just terrific.
Well, as we
terrific.
Said, T30 cricket, it's definitely...
That's the new thing.
It's been born today here at
I
Guildford.
think the ECB will do something about it.
They will indeed.
Yep.
Maybe, as you said so rightly, during January and February.
Yeah, January and February, it's snow.
Just 2 teams.
Yeah.
For the
2 teams, the entire series between 2 teams.
Go head to head.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Bring in the children.
Absolutely. Great conditions for watching cricket as well.
Bit of skiing in between innings.
Oh, lovely. 257 for 7, 43 required off the last over. It's Ricky Clark to Luke Fletcher, who swings it into the leg side. It'll just be a single as Conor McCurr does the fielding. And Ricky Clark and Luke Fletcher are giggling.
They are.
Because the thing is, Mr. Fletcher has given every shot.
I think he's
everything.
pulled every muscle almost
absolutely.
in that large body of his. He's tugged it away.
Yeah, if we're honest, he hasn't timed anything yet.
No.
As in over the wicket comes Ricky Clark. Shuddendorf, oh, great paddle. Straight over the top of Jamie Smith for 4. It's a lovely shot from Shuddendorf. Well played. He's on to 41. And it's 262 for 7. So 4 balls left. 38 runs required by Nottinghamshire.
The shot making nowadays is extraordinary. I don't know. I mean, when I think back, if anyone in the nets had tried that, they'd have lost their teeth. They'd have lost their teeth.
As captain,
what?
He's in warm up.
Come and see me in my study.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Even if they played it well, what are you doing? What are you up to? In over the wicket comes Ricky Clark once again. And this one swung high in the air. Now it's a chance for Gus Atkinson. No, it just bounces in front of him. Oh dear, there's a bit of a mix-up now as the throw comes in, and they'll get back for 2. So Gus Atkinson with the throw. Oh, now the throw from Conor McCur's hit Luke Fletcher at the non-striker's end, and after all of that, they've got 2 runs. And Ricky Clark's giggling again. So
Ricky
2
Clark's
at the total.
Luke didn't feel that.
200. Today has literally had everything. 264 for 7. I think still one of the main highlights would be that gentleman trying to throw the ball back in. It was good. The fence. Good effort. Yep. Oh, now we've got the reverse little ramp shot from Shuddendorf to a slower ball. Gets absolutely nothing on it. And it's 1 bounce into the gloves of Jamie Smith.
It was a little bit like watching me probably at the Olympics trying to get that cricket ball over the top of that fence.
He was just walking home, poor chap.
Yeah.
And then found himself being jeered by 2,000 people as he tried to throw the ball back over the fence.
And avoid the traffic.
As Shuddendorf slaps this one out into the offside. We'll just get a single. Now, there's something right about this. Luke Fletcher will be on strike for the last ball with 35 needed. Now, Luke Fletcher has done an awful lot in his career. If he pulls this one off
for 35,
Dave Bracegirdle will have another book up his sleeve. I tell you, it would just be the 1 ball at Guildford.
Yeah. Oh, look, look where he set himself up.
He's about 1.5 feet outside the off stump at the moment. So they're bringing Ryan Patel up from long off. So they're saying Clark saying, "Go on then." So last ball then. Where's this going? Clark into Fletcher. Fletcher, slower ball, swings it leg side. 1 bounce out to Tim David. The throw comes in, and Surrey will win this game officially by 34 runs by Duckworth Lewis. There's a lovely handshake between Luke
and an embrace, little embrace,
and
the 2 of them.
Clark. What a day's entertainment!
Oh, fantastic day. Lots of experienced players, of course, lots of younger players involved as well, second team players coming up to the first side, and a lovely atmosphere here on a club ground. Lots of people who have enjoyed the day. They've had something of everything. They've had to withstand a heavy deluge halfway through the day, but the wait was worth it. As soon as Surrey came out and literally exploded in front of us for something like 22 overs to get almost 300 runs. It's fantastic, clean hitting over the boundary. So 100 we saw a couple of 50s. Players, very, very fit and just clean striking, even though it's a smallish ground. 23 sixes, it's an extraordinary number in just that number of overs that it's over 1 and over they got throughout the whole of that second component of their innings. So it was always going to be a daunting task for Notts, even though they had a few overs left, and once they lost a few wickets it sort of just subsided a bit. And Surrey, to be fair, did bowl quite nicely, a good length. They changed the pace of the ball, and there was some good fielding going on as well around the ground. So I've really enjoyed the day. It'll be a nice and a pleasant memory to take away with me.
Absolutely, and thank you very much for your good
stuff. It's been good, privilege.
We will see you again on Friday. Looking forward to that. Thank you to Dave Bracegirdle. Absolute joy as always to have the great man here alongside us. But it's Surrey that has won this game via Duckworth Lewis. But what a day! 577 runs, 15 wickets, 60 overs. What a day as the crowd make their way home below us. We'll love and leave you all tonight from Guildford. Have a very good night, everybody, and Good night from us all from the roof here at Guildford.